status, you were too careless. Middle of that meat and pancakes. Spend a minute, streaming up Paris, fill up the roadside. Hands cast, this is mine. I should've thought twice about that marriage. Stick up berries in the crowd. You know that one that he was trashed. Now you get darkness in your head and in your heart. It's like you thought you two were never gonna fall apart. It's been a rough few weeks and there'll be more, there'll be more, yeah. Get the key to the car, cause you wouldn't know. Then you drive through the streets like a criminal. Say your piece, now you're off, it's a miracle. What you doing it about when you need it? Go and sleep with the thought, it's the pinnacle. Go so hard when you sleep from the mountain top. Say your piece, you would know, it's a miracle. What you doing it about when you need it? That you need to taste, give your feet a break. It's a big good play that you know me make. Hope you feel okay at the end. I can tell you don't wanna be in this hell. You just can't see a way out. Wondering if you're too late.
And I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you, and I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. I remember it like it was yesterday.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
Letecia Stauch was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach.
Why are you saying Gannon's dead?
My little man, because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy.
Well, good morning and welcome to the new stream. I was trying to restart my OBS without losing my stream, and I didn't. Larry NC, thank you for becoming a member. You guys give lots of love to our newest member, Larry NC. Let's repeat his alert. Thank you for joining, Larry. Unless you were gifted, congratulations. Thank you, Lacey B. I know none of my sound bites are working. I'm really bummed about that. I'm lost without Judge sound bites. Like, we good? I have to play them right from my files.
Okay. So we're good? We're okay. All right. Okay. Okay. That's okay.
Okay. He was so excited that first day, wasn't he? Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, Flo. Happy Monday morning to you. We are just about to start day 13. And boy, oh boy, do I have something for you guys at lunchtime. I've got body cam at lunchtime. Who here remembers the name Emma Bailey? Put a 1 in chat if you know who Emma Bailey is, and put a 2 if you have no idea who I'm talking about. Oh, congratulations, Larry. You have no idea who I'm talking about. Okay, so Emma Bailey is the girl who lives in Moscow, Idaho, and she was arrested for the death of the overdose in I can't remember the name of the town. Her and the 30-something man, Demetrius something, were arrested for the drugs. After the guy went to a party in Boise or something. I can't remember it all off the top of my head, but do you remember that incident now? Emma Bailey. She was somehow associated with the Idaho 4. I don't know if she was friends with them, but I think she had a friend that was a mutual friend of the Idaho 4. Jammers, you remember now? So, seems she got a DUI in February, and we have the body cam of the stop and of the arrest. So we're going to be watching that at lunchtime. And as far as I know, she's still sitting in the clinker because I signed up for alerts through Vine. And it looks like she's still there. But she got pulled over in Pullman back in February for a DUI. And that was the first time she had ever been in trouble. So then now she's got these drug charges and a death, possible homicide charges. Crazy. You saw what, CR? The body cam or the stuff about Emma Bailey? Because I haven't watched that channel in a long time, so I don't know if she has the body cam too. But I know she talked about Emma Bailey in this story, if that's what you're talking about. But yeah, that's our surprise lunchtime viewing. So yeah, get your popcorn. It's quite interesting. It's about an hour long too, so it should take up most of our lunchtime recess. It's pretty long. Quartz, I'm not sure she's connected to them, but I know on social media she has connections to friends of theirs. So I don't have any information on direct connections. All I have is like acquaintances, you know, friends, mutual friends, I guess you could say. Mutual friends is what I've seen. But it's a small town, and this girl grew up there. She's never lived anywhere else. You'll hear her tell the cop. She's like, I grew up here my whole life. He's like, you go to school? She's like, nope. So she doesn't even go to the college. But get this. When she calls her sister to come get her out of jail, she has a freaking safe. And she's like, hey, go in my safe and get $500 and take a little extra for yourself for the inconvenience.
Right. Court will call 20 CR
I'm like,
1358.
oh my God, this girl's
Letecia
giving it
Stauch.
away.
Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom.
This girl's giving it away that she's got freaking drug money in a safe in her house. It's crazy.
We'll still be running the video through the podium here.
Okay. You should be fine to go. Defense?
No, Your Honor. The prosecution approached just a little while ago with some admitted exhibits that didn't match up with yours. I don't think we're going to have an objection to that as
Okay.
the defense, but just give me a couple minutes. I think
Sure.
we'll stipulate that they came in.
Okay. And I can check back too. I am like 99% positive that both of them came in.
I am too. So I remember some of the stuff they showed me. I specifically remember coming in, like the cell bride of Harley's phone and stuff like that. So I don't think it's going to be a problem, but
Okay.
I can just have a couple minutes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And if necessary, we can check the record. I mean, we're talking about 48 pages of exhibit listings, and we're only off by 2 exhibits. That's pretty good.
I agree. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Okay. All right. And do we need to wait for Mr. Tellini?
No, we can start, Your Honor.
Okay. And do we have, and
Mr.
there's
Tellini?
Mr. Grusing in the back?
Yes, he's.
Okay. And do we have everybody?
We good?
Okay. All right. Then let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Stand up.
I will advise lawyers, you know it as well as I do, we have an adverse weather event from tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. I don't know whether that's going to impact on anything or not.
It looks like it's going to be mostly northern El Paso County, is at least the projections that I've seen.
Snow.
Okay.
So
Yuck.
at least as long as people can get downtown, we should be okay.
Yeah, and I don't know which of our jurors it may potentially impact, but I'll have a discussion with them about it.
Yeah. Rockies.
Yep. Gotta love Colorado.
Mr. Tortellini, they're waiting on. I think Mr. Tortellini is the other lawyer. He's like, no, we
All
can
right,
just
for the
start
jury,
without
please.
him. He's a tool. Oh, she looks extra haggardly. I think she actually washed this weekend. Her hair is poofy. Poofy. She washed. She's feeling very uncomfortable because she's actually clean. She's uncomfortable in her own skin right now. No, they're not wearing matching shirts.
You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's is present in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies
Who's
and
she
gentlemen.
looking at? Her sister? She's like,
couple
hey,
of things. We anticipate that there may be an adverse weather event sometime. I think it's supposed to be tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. So make sure 2 things. You have that contact information for me, my card, so that you know how to call us if you need to. Number 2, if there's an issue or you're concerned or you have a question, 719-520-SNOW, and that will tell you if there is a delay here at the courthouse. If it says that there is
digits.
a 2-hour delay, be here at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. So not 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. That should resolve that issue. I think it's primarily supposed to get more of the mountains and North Palmer Divide. I don't know how many of you may be up near that area, so just keep an eye on that. And then I have the question that you've all heard before. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Friday, we were in the midst of testimony from John Grusing. I think that's where we're resuming.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
And we don't need it just yet, Judge, but at some point here in just a minute or so, we're going to need the screens turned on as well. Good morning, Mr. Grusing. Did you have a good weekend?
I did. Thank you.
Good. When we last had you on the stand, we had just played the portion of the video where you're talking with the defendant about the board that was found up in southern Douglas County. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you used a word in your question, thrown, and then you got quite a challenge from the defendant. Was that consistent where she would challenge you on things that were maybe peripheral?
Yes.
Can you give examples of that and what that meant to you during this interview?
Well, she used words like she was giving us keys, and then if I wasn't correct on my guesses, which I had asked her not to have me guess since I didn't know all the answers, she would get upset if I didn't guess correctly on whether it's Gannon's location or what she was doing when her phone was off, those sorts of things.
What do you mean by guesses? And give examples of what you mean when you use the word guesses.
So, especially during this later part of the interview, when I was asking her about the blood, more than once, she would say that if I knew enough about this investigation, I should be able to say either where Gannon is or more details about what was going on that I couldn't guess too. So it was an effective way really for her to not answer my question and tell me that she knew things I didn't know.
Did that indicate to you fairly high intellect?
It did, and forward thinking, and that she knew that the questions that I was asking her would require a difficult answer, and so she was requiring the same out of me, something that was actually impossible for me to answer because I didn't know what she knew.
And as it relates to that, are you talking about Gannon's location at this particular time?
Yes.
Okay. Just after that portion of video where we were watching you asking her about the board with blood being found up in southern Douglas County, did you ask her, or I guess confront her with other pieces of evidence as well?
Yes.
All right. So the next section we're going to play is a shorter section. It's at 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 13 seconds through 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds.
Do you know why I told you about that? I normally don't do this. Tell everybody all the evidence against them. Why do you think?
I don't know.
Because I think if you're to weigh this on, there's enough probable cause. A judge in Colorado Springs in El Paso has signed a probable cause warrant for first-degree murder. And all this evidence, and I'm telling you about the ones that I know about, and that's before you do, you know, all the phone stuff, et cetera, and then versus you taking a chance that you're going to get out. It's
I'm not taking a chance for nothing because I didn't do anything, sir. Okay, sir.
If you say you didn't do anything, do you know what an innocent person would do? I have had plenty of innocent people sitting in your chair. Do you know what an innocent person would do? They would be freaking out.
No.
You are not freaking out.
Yeah, right. You think I haven't freaked out?
I heard
for,
you
like,
freak out on
days?
the phone one time.
Think I haven't freaked out for days? You can't judge the way I freak something out one way and another way.
I have had the wrong person in a room like this before,
Okay.
and trust me, if they had any idea who did it, they would tell me.
Okay, well,
That makes no sense.
I guess
And no
that's
jury
what
will
you're-
buy, no jury's gonna buy
Okay.
that you sit here with an answer that somebody else took Gannon, that all this head wound and all this stuff happened in there. Do you think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Sir, I never question anything.
Well, you must, because you're taking a huge chance, Letecia.
Sir, I'm not taking any chance
How are you not taking
because
a chance?
I know the man upstairs knows I did not do anything.
Well, he's not gonna be on the jury.
Okay. All right, we're not going to go there with that. We're not going to go
We're
there.
going to sensible people who we're going to present evidence in front of.
Let me tell you what. There's a higher power.
There
That
is.
higher power will make sure.
I believe in the higher power as well.
I'm glad you did. That really makes me feel a lot better. It really does. I'm serious. You know.
But Letecia, if this comes down to common sense,
I do have
and these
common
prosecutors, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about who you're going to be sitting in front of.
Okay.
And if you're going to take a chance that they're not going to listen to all this evidence, all this blood, all these stories that you told about Gannon, and that you have the key to finding him and you don't do it, there's nobody else to prosecute.
Okay.
Why won't you go there?
Why am I, what else am I going to say?
The easiest thing to tell me is the last time you saw Gannon.
I've already. I've already told you I did not hurt you. Okay.
But then what do I need to go through again the other things that might have happened again? Where did you gently place Gannon?
What?
I don't know how to phrase it.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, because I don't know where he is. If you want me to use a different verb or whatever, I'm struggling.
I've got it paused at 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds. Why have you shifted tactics here to trying to now find Gannon's location as to getting descriptions of what happened to him?
Well, she seems to be more reluctant to answer questions now. And she showed me with the particle board. She got upset when I said she threw it. And as I said earlier, she gets upset if I guess. So I tried different verbs like placing it, setting it, those sorts of things. And then she will settle back down. So that's why I'm trying different ways to get her to communicate to me any other clue that might have happened with Gannon. So I'm just trying yet a different tactic again.
Including clues potentially towards his location?
Yes.
Okay. When you go down this particular path of talking about last place that she may have seen Gannon, did she give you any keys that helped find Gannon?
No. And I had already asked her in the previous section who the last person was with Gannon, since she was saying it wasn't her. We had been through the angel routine, and then I was trying to see if she would push it to anybody else, and she's not. So since she's not pushing it to anybody else, she's basically saying it's her. So I just want her to say where she last saw him, whether it was in the house, whether it was at the Petco, whether it was at Palmer Lake, to give us some sort of clue of her last sighting of him.
You made a statement in that section that you don't normally tell people that you're interviewing about all of the evidence. One, why do you not typically do that?
We don't typically do that because we don't want the defendant or whoever we're in front of to testify falsely to something in case we give them too much evidence and then they say something they didn't do. Also, we don't want them to know what we know because I want their statement to be pure in that they're not just repeating what I say. With this interview, we had gone far enough to where we would do something called the collaborative interview, to where we bring the person in with us and we share as much as we can to try to get them to collaborate and cooperate with us, since I'm working towards a solution and I'm trying to bring her in almost as an investigator to help me find out what happened to Gannon. So the more facts that I introduce to her slowly, I'm hoping that she'll start cooperating with me.
So you anticipated my follow-up question is why were you doing that in this case, but you just answered that. As this discussion sort of develops, does she then talk about faith in God and that kind of thing?
She does.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and play that. It's basically from this point forward to 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Letecia, this is not about you. You're the one caught up in it, though. You're the one with all the evidence stacked against you.
Okay, well,
Help yourself right now.
okay, though.
Why would you not?
How did that do?
To tell me what happened.
So what happened? Well, I don't know.
The way you
So I'm
described.
going to stand up for a moment.
Absolutely. The wounds that you described to him don't even come close to the blood in the
then
house.
if that's what you think, then
No, it's not.
Okay.
This is what people that do this for a living tell me.
Okay.
Again, I wasn't there, but a little gash on his head
Okay. So,
doesn't explain at all that stuff that's in there.
okay.
But do you want to go with that? Because when you walk out of here, the last thing on record you're going to have is what you told me. And I would love to be your storyteller.
Okay.
I would love to tell the true story. It will help you. You believe in that higher power you
Oh,
said?
I do. That's why. You
What
want to know
about the
why?
truth? Do you study the truth?
You want to know why I'm not sitting here like going crazy, freaking out, putting on an emotional show like I've seen people involved in this situation put on fake cries and all that? because I know God knows.
Okay.
I mean,
But what about the truth? You study the same Bible, the same God. It tells a lot about truth in there, and you have not told many truths in this whole thing.
well, I don't know that. Guess what? But let me tell you what happened this morning when I woke up. When I woke up this morning, I watched a story about Ron Miller. So he started this show. He ended up like getting talked down to, bullied online, treated like crap, accused of things he didn't do. And that's where he went to the accusation part. And so he went down this whole trail talking about how accusation, how this did to him, what he had to go through, and all that.
Okay.
But in the end, he kept his faith in Jesus Christ. You know about the story of Paul, you know about Saul in the Bible. Okay, I can walk you through a lot in the Bible. If you know what I'm talking about. So he turned those accusations into just keeping steadfast and staying strong, and to believing God's going to do this and keeping whatever. Because, in the Bible, they persecuted a lot of Christians, right? A lot of them for things they didn't do right. But, there's a lot of stories where God made sure they were okay. So when I woke up this morning, I literally decided, God, you can take this, and you can either A, bring Gannon home, bring him to the front step, drop him off, so that I can please never have to worry about this again.
Right.
Or you can let me stay focused on believing in you, as in him, and just the truth will come out. And it's okay, because I don't want to sit here and accuse all these people of whatever. I'm not going to turn those same accusations against them for saying this and saying that, not believing this, not believing that. I'm just going to just sit there and say, I know I did not hurt Gannon.
With that, I get.
So I've got it paused at 4 hours, 14 minutes and 6 seconds. Did you go on from this basically to then try to get her to tell you more details about when she last saw Gannon?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to jump to that section at 4 hours, 17 minutes and 18 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 20 minutes and 3 seconds.
Go a different way. If you did something bad to Gannon.
I did not.
I'm saying we go if. If you did something bad to Gannon, could you ever admit it?
I'm not going to go.
This is not a trick.
But I'm not going to go answer that question, because I did not do anything bad.
The reason why I ask you that is the people that I've worked with are actually put in prison for life. I've told them, and I've told people, the families of these victims, I said, if you put Harold in a room and you take everybody else out, we have absolute evidence that he pushed his wife off a cliff and that he dropped a car on his little wife, and he was convicted. I said, even if you clear everybody out and you just have Harold in a mirror, Harold was a God follower, Christ Christian like you are. I said he could never admit that he did that to either wife.
Well, I'm sorry that, what's his name, Harold? Harold is that type of person. Because a God follower, I'm not judging him, I'm saying, in order for you have to repent your sins to God, okay? And you have to put yourself there. And in order to repent your sins to God, it means also you have to lay them all down on the cross. And my sins are laid down. And it is not involving hurting, harming, killing you. So I'm sorry that Harold or whatever his name is has a different approach.
Well, I think you have probably a more serious problem than Harold does. You know where an 11-year-old is, and I am here telling you we could go find him, and you are not giving us his location, alive or dead. So what Harold did was push a 50-year-old woman off the cliff. It was an awful thing, and the parents hated losing Tony. But Tony had lived a full life, as full as you can till 50. It was still tragic. Gannon's 11. Gannon,
that doesn't matter age, you're right. It's tragic, right?
Yeah.
You just said
and
that.
if you had the answer, you would give it to us.
I don't know where he is.
But you won't answer my question about the last time you saw him.
Listen, sir, anything I say to you, you're not going to listen to me. You're going to take.
I'm not going to twist things, Letecia.
To be honest with you, I can give you speculation.
Okay, give me
with everyone
speculation.
else.
Please.
I can give you
I'll take
speculation.
speculation.
Speculation is getting inside. Speculation is being with someone who is not willing to hurt him until they get something they want.
Why wouldn't they make a demand then? Why would they hold an 11-year-old kid? That's more sadistic.
So as we talked about, we stopped it at 4 hours, 20 minutes and 3 seconds. Why did you start this section out with asking, could she admit it? What was in your mind when you asked that question?
When it's a familial matter and someone that you really care about is the person that you've harmed. I haven't yet had someone who's admitted to me that they were responsible for that harm or homicide.
And so that's why you were asking that particular question?
Yes.
Okay. And then does it devolve back into now he's been kidnapped by some group?
Yes.
All right. Did you then confront her again about the blood on the wall?
Yes.
Does she bring up a miscarriage that she apparently had had sometime prior?
She does.
All right, let's watch that section. It starts at 4 hours, 21 minutes and 47 seconds and goes through 4 hours, 23 minutes and 47 seconds.
And Your Honor, could Mr. Allen and I
All right.
All right.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Picking up from where we left off, we were going to jump to the confrontation about blood on the wall and being compared to a miscarriage, and it's going to jump to 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 47 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 47 seconds. So exactly 2 minutes worth of video.
If you had nothing to do with harming Gannon, why would you clean up the blood that's on the wall?
So you're saying you've never had anything happen in your house and you cleaned it up? Never. Like, you've never had, like...
Why would you cut out the carpet?
Nosebleeds. The carpet?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was going to get more carpet. It doesn't... The carpet has nothing to do with cutting it out. It's getting smell. It stunk. I couldn't breathe. None of us could breathe.
Did you say that Lena helped you clean up some of the blood on the wall?
Lena always helps us clean up everything. Lena helped us clean up the light switch. Lena helped us clean up when Gannon had a nosebleed. Okay?
But for this occasion, she helped with that.
Now you're going to walk me back through what we've already talked about. So you're now going to go be like, oh, an 8-year-old this and an 8-year-old that. Come on. There was all the time. Gannon was bleeding all the time. He'd have a nosebleed randomly at the drop of a dime. He'd bite his fingers, bleed all the time.
Would it help if I gave you a picture of the wall of what all showed up on it?
Sir, that's not going to get me to say anything to you because I didn't do anything.
Well, what I'm trying to appeal to, though, is, again, you weighing your options right now before we're gone.
Sir?
Because you're taking a big risk, Letecia.
Sir, I believe in higher power. And that higher power is going to show the entire world. And when it does, I would never have to work a day in my life again. And that's going to happen. Guaranteed. Because I did not hurt, I did not dispose, kill, whatever you want to call these things that you're going to name out as verbs.
So why did you confront her with the blood cleanup and, for instance, the carpet cutout?
We had talked about it before, but this is what I'm left with to speak with her about, is the evidence in the case to see if she'll move from where she was.
Were you trying to give her an opening to give you more details?
Yes, and I don't remember if I had brought up before Lena's participation in this, but I wanted to see...
Lena, you mean?
Yeah, Lena's participation, and to see how she would react to that.
Again, is it consistent throughout the interview that she would resist those opportunities when it related to the specifics of the crime itself?
Yes, and again, she said she sees the pathway where these questions would be going, and she says she's not going to go there.
Appreciating where you want to get to.
Correct.
From your perception, was that logical thought process?
Very.
Shortly after this portion of the video, do you confront her with trying to get information about, hey, there's a boy out there. Help me find him. Help me get him home.
Yes.
Let's jump to that section. 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 50 seconds. So about 8 minutes. Judge, I'm not sure if you want to allow Mr. Grusing to step down during this 8-minute portion.
Thanks.
So starting it at 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds.
And about why would you act like this when there's a boy out there?
I want Gannon home.
Then tell me how to do it.
I want to help you. I don't know. I don't.
But see, that's where easy questions should be easy to answer.
I just said I don't know. That's an easy answer.
The easy answer is tell me the very last time you laid eyes on him. Where was he? Was he laying down? Was he standing up? Was he sitting? Was he walking to a car? Where was Give me your very last image of Gannon. That's an easy question. You have to remember your last image of Gannon. Letecia, what was he doing? Why would you not answer that?
Because I've given you.
No, you haven't told me exactly what you saw when you saw him for the very last time. Did you see the back of his head? Did you see his face? What was his expression? Did he say goodbye to you? Tell me of your last, you know, I wish I could see in your head right now. Your very last image is there, but you won't tell me. Why won't you tell me?
Because it's nothing bad to
Well,
tell
then
you.
tell me. If it's nothing bad, you would tell me. Image of Gannon.
I don't
Please.
have any bad images of Gannon.
I didn't say it was bad.
I don't have any.
What's the very last picture of seeing Gannon alive or not alive that you have in your brain?
He is alive. I'm not
Then
going to say
tell me the last time you saw him. What did you see? Letecia, that's like you said earlier.
Okay.
Being
so
a good person, you didn't hurt him, you didn't do all this. I'm repeating it back to you. Why could you not tell me then? If that all that is true, you know the last time you saw him. What would that hurt to tell me? Do you kind of think?
No, I don't.
Well, then tell me.
I don't need any kinds of.
What is wrong with that question?
There's nothing wrong with the question. I've already made it clear that I wasn't going to answer more questions
You've never answered this one.
because you have already predetermined what you want in your brain, along with everyone else.
Why do you care about what's in my brain?
So you just asked me about mine.
Yeah, because your brain's the only one that counts here. It doesn't matter what's in my brain. The very last time you saw Gannon, where was he? What was he doing?
Did y'all put a reward out?
There's no need to put it. Can you please answer that?
You automatically have a predetermined thing in your brain.
If you give me something else, I'll go
Yeah,
there.
no, that. Wow.
Why do you care about my brain, Letecia? Yours is the one that matters. What's the last thing
I'm
you
gonna
saw?
tell you one more time. I did not hurt.
I didn't ask
harm,
that.
do
I did not
anything
ask
wrong.
that. I don't care. What is the last
I
image
think
you have?
all these places I've been.
Why don't you answer that question?
Why don't you
I'm just
answer me?
curious.
Have you checked all these places I've been and where was Gannon? Was he there? Doesn't that have to like sneak it in the brain for a little bit to say?
You're going to live with
Gannon
it for the
is
rest of your life, Letecia. Why don't you tell me today?
I'm not living with anything horrible in my brain. I'm not.
Okay, well then it should be an easy question.
I've given you the answer.
Of the last time you saw him? No, you haven't. But I'm afraid it's not the image that you want to be left with.
What? Sir, that's not going to convince me to say something that I didn't do.
Okay, then maybe it is the image. Then tell me. Why else would you not tell me?
Because you keep going with the same question, and if you've already
And you won't answer it.
but you predetermined yourself.
No.
When I thought you were going to help, that was different. But you predetermined yourself.
You didn't
what
tell
to
me
think.
what the last thing you saw was, even with your answer there. And that's fine. If you want to tell me the thing with Angel,
I'm
I don't
not going
care.
to say anything other than saying, it will shock everyone. But I will promise you, I won't have to worry about nothing the rest of my life because I didn't do it.
But you did. What's going to come out? That you didn't tell the FBI who took Gannon, if that's your deal? How is that going to shock everybody?
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
I didn't think you were guilty until you don't answer the last time you saw him.
Sir,
I
you
have-
came in this
listen.
morning
No, I did not.
and you automatically thought that. You automatically thought that already.
I was willing to listen if you were going to give me evidence to the contrary. But I have talked to many people who have seen someone disappear It never goes away. That last image.
Oh, well.
It
you
never
know,
goes away, and you've got it in your mind, and you won't tell me.
Right.
There's only one
is-
reason you won't tell me.
You're right. People do have, when people do bad things, their images stay in their brain. You're right.
Bad or good. A lot of these dads didn't know when the last time they were going to see their daughter.
I mean,
And they still remember it like it was yesterday, 14 years later.
oh yeah.
You remember the last time you saw Gannon.
Yeah.
So tell me what you saw.
Nothing negative.
So tell me what you saw.
I saw nothing negative. I saw nothing again.
You're telling me nothing. You're saying nothing.
Okay.
Just tell me what you did see, the positive.
Winning.
Where was he? Was he
No,
standing?
you said tell me what I see. I'm just going to tell you
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
how Gannon was.
Okay.
Okay. Gannon was fine. Gannon, nothing was wrong with him. Gannon was happy. Gannon is my favorite stepchild. My favorite. I know everybody says they have favorites and things like that, or they say not really necessarily favored or whatever, but he was.
Do you remember how we talked earlier?
Definitely.
Remember how we
Always.
talked earlier about when I ask you a question and you go around?
I'm not answering that question for
You're saying, you're
because
giving me qualities of Gannon. You're not saying what
I'm
you
not.
saw.
I'm
You're
not.
saying he's a favorite stepson.
Sir.
What did you see?
Sir.
Was he standing or sitting?
I didn't do anything to Gannon.
I didn't say you did. I said your last memory.
Okay, well, I didn't do anything to Gannon, so.
Do you have it in your mind right now?
Nope.
Seeing him for the last time.
Oh, well, it's not going to be the last time that I see him.
The last time you saw him. Do you
Not
have
gonna be
that?
the last time
Do you
I
have
see him.
that picture in your mind?
Sure.
Yes or no?
I know you're really good at what you do. I appreciate that. I know that, but I didn't do this.
So why don't you tell me the answer to that question?
Because
It's not-
why would
I'm
I
not con-
answer questions for you?
But that is not a hard question to answer. I'm not saying did you kill him. I'm not saying did you put him in a forest. I'm not saying did you put him in a dumpster. This is just your last image. You've got to have it.
My images are happy lives. That's what it will
That's not
always
what you
be.
see in your brain.
Okay. Well, see, now you know my brain.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
You have an image of the last time you saw Gannon.
Okay.
If you didn't hurt him, why won't you tell me?
I already told you I didn't hurt it.
I know, but if you didn't, why would that image be a problem for you?
No, I don't have a problem with anything.
Then tell me. I'm not accusing you of anything, Letecia. Just tell me the last time you saw him.
At the very beginning, I'm sorry.
Not up yet.
Oh.
You go ahead.
I'm going to ask the empty chair, Judge.
Okay.
The voice from behind me would have been interesting. Mr. Grusing, at the very beginning of this portion of the video, you start out with easy questions and easy answers. What was your purpose of that statement?
What do you mean? Easy questions, easy answers?
Well, easy questions should be easy to answer, basically.
Yeah, again, if she's saying that she's innocent of this, then the questions that I'm asking should be very easy for her to answer.
Did she give you any of these easy answers?
No.
Again, here, it appears that you're sort of pushing back when she's saying, well, what's in your mind? Did she appear to be throughout this entire interview preoccupied with what other people were thinking about her?
Yes, and that was consistent with the phone calls. And what I'm trying to keep her from doing is manipulating her answer to see what I want to hear. I just want to hear what she knows to be true.
This whole issue about did you all put out a reward, that kind of stuff. This entire section, was this another example of her deflecting away from the thrust of information you're trying to gather?
Yes.
Right after this, does she then actually challenge you about, are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
All right, let's watch that portion. Basically, from this section on through 4 hours, 35 minutes and 56 seconds. So just a couple of minutes. So if you're okay sitting there so I don't ask an empty chair questions.
This is an easy question compared to all the other ones we've done.
Oh.
Please.
Are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
Well, I would rather spend our time doing that because I don't have him. I didn't do anything with him, to him, or hurt him.
Okay.
And I appreciate all your work.
You can help us more than anybody on this planet. You can help me right now find Gannon. Let's start with the one question I asked you.
I don't trust anymore for you because.
Well, just tell me why you don't want to answer that.
Because I've already, it doesn't matter. I can tell you I last saw Gannon when I went to the store this morning, and it could be legit true, and you would still be like, he was not in the store. I mean,
I will be able to tell if you'd say what he's wearing, or not even what he's wearing, how he was walking, you will remember this. And just you not answering it means you remember it.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you now are a psychologist.
No, it's behavior analysis.
Okay, good. I'm glad you have behavior analysis. Okay. I appreciate you having behavior. What else do you want me to say or do? I mean, what else?
So you don't want to answer that one.
I don't want to tell you anything else because
Why? If it helps find Gannon, why would you not tell?
because you already predetermined.
I didn't say you
what
hurt him or
you think.
anything. I think you know where he is, though.
You already predetermined this. You have.
The scene does tell the story,
Okay,
yes.
so if that's your story, then I'm not going to keep saying anything because I know that is not the case. So if I keep saying anything to you, you're just going to keep blah, 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 blah about it. And I've been nothing but respectful to you. So I'm trying to remain respectful to you overall because I don't have any disrespect for you. I don't treat people like that. But putting me in a situation where I'm like saying to you, I cannot say anything else because you've expressed you predetermined what you think. You've already done that. So no matter what I say, I legit could take you right to Gannon and he would be standing there and you would still say to me, well, that's not him. Or you would say something else. Just
Do you know how good that would be for you?
Oh, trust me. Yes.
Then why do you care what I
You know
think?
how good that would be for me? Absolutely.
Why do you care what I think? You should not care at all what I think. You said I wouldn't think. If you could take us to Gannon right now, that.
So this idea where she's saying she doesn't have him, did you later learn that that was actually a true statement?
Yes,
Because of where Gannon was ultimately found?
correct.
Later on in this interview, did you confront her with her ability to dodge questions and spin stories?
Yes.
All right, let's jump to that section at 4 hours and 39 minutes and 33 seconds. Bless you. And we will play through 4 hours and 46 minutes and 21 seconds. So about 7 minutes if he's allowed to come down, Judge.
Up to him.
I think I can handle it this time.
Okay.
You got away with spinning stories and dodging questions your whole life.
Because now you know me my whole life.
I can look back a little bit. I don't know you when you were 5 or 13 or 16. But I think something bad happened and you've been able to avoid trouble. But that doesn't happen in this case.
Okay, sir.
These stories that you told are much worse for you than if you had just said, the best thing you could have said is, Gannon just went, and that's it. I'm not saying anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But you describing all these injuries to him, even to us today, is awful.
There's not injuries like that.
Yes, you talked about it in head.
There's all the time. You raise children and they never got hurt. Like they never.
Not all on the last day they're seen alive.
Was. You're making it out to be like some whatever. That's not even how it was.
Tell me how it was then.
Gannon and I are very close. Okay?
But see, that's what you don't do. You say generalizations when I ask you, how was it? And
why? I don't even know what you're asking me.
The injury that caused that pool in the corner. It's not a little scratch on his
Okay, why
head.
don't you test it and see what day it came from? If that's what you're telling me, why don't you test it and see what day?
So it didn't happen on Monday.
No, I'm
It happened
asking
on
you.
Saturday.
I'm asking you. You are the one who are telling me, no matter what I say, you're telling me it's your way or no way. So why don't you tell me?
Well, I'm saying it's a significant enough injury that he was not going to be normal after that.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
That's what they told me.
Okay, well, that is awful that people aren't normal after anything like that.
It's a significant
Because I had
injury.
puddles of blood. I remember that I had
We're
puddles
not
of
talking
blood
about you. We're talking
I
about
know.
11.
that I did, and there was no significant injury that I died.
Do you not find that coincidental?
Right.
That the
What?
blood on the wall and by his bed.
The
and on
blood.
the mattress.
The blood that you or your team allowed people to be in the house.
That has no
Okay.
bearing on it.
Okay, well, if it doesn't, then okay.
It doesn't.
Okay, so, okay. Maybe check one of them.
Are you ready to tell me that?
Maybe check one of them. Because
I bet you they can tell me the last time they saw Gannon, even though it was
that's not
months
the
before.
question.
I bet Al can tell you the last time he saw Gannon, even though he didn't know that was going to be the last time. I guarantee you he's got an image of Gannon. Did you were the last time with Letecia?
Okay.
What do I need to say to help you? I'm serious.
You do not want to help me.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You want me to tell you what you want to hear. That's what you want.
No,
Yes.
I have never wanted people to tell me what I want to hear. If it doesn't lead me to finding Gannon or the truth of this matter, I could care less what it is. Like I said, most of the time, I'm wrong. I have to have people like you tell me the truth. You didn't have anything to hide. You tell me your last
Don't
image of me.
have anything to hide.
Then tell me. That's not a guilt or innocence question. Just your last image of Gannon. Okay, now you don't have to tell me the last time you saw him. Just your last image in your head. What's the last image in your head you have of him? No. Where was he?
Yeah, you said that's image. That's the image.
I mean, was he sitting? Is he standing? Is he laying down? What's he doing?
Walking
Towards you or away from you?
away.
Do you have any questions for me?
Hmm?
Any questions for me? No, that's for me. Have I not asked you a question that I should be asking you? Anything? I don't have the answers to these. No, feelings that I can't talk about right now. Really? Anything?
No.
Anything?
Anything.
Is there anything I need to ask you that I haven't?
Mm-hmm.
Just be if I don't think they'll need anything.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Sure.
Well,
Let's pause now at 4 hours, 46 minutes and 21 seconds. As to when you both leave the room and are off camera, what happened outside in the hallway?
I believe she went to the bathroom.
Do you then come back into the room with her?
We might have opened the door, but I don't think we do any more interviews in this room.
Okay. Why'd you go down this path of confronting her with dodging questions and spinning stories?
We had talked about it before, and she had told me that she has done that in the past, as far as talking in circles, dodging questions, and I just wanted to bring that back around. Something that she had told me to see if we could go straight forward just once with this last image question I had.
Did she ever give you a straightforward answer to the last image in her head?
No.
Throughout this long interview, did she exhibit that same sort of trait of dodging questions or spinning stories?
Yes.
That's appeared to you in your perception to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Your final contact with her is back in this room, and it starts at 4:47:43 and then goes through 4:49:17. We'll jump to that now.
T-shirt. And here, like I said, you're going to have to go to whatever the jail that holds you in. Colorado's got the warrant, so they're going to transport you.
Okay.
You have anything else for me? We can do today, but if you have something you want to say, I'll sit here for another 4 hours.
Where's the warrant?
The warrant's in the system. It's in the NCIC is what they call it. That's what they picked you up on today, was the arrest warrant.
Okay.
So you're going to be going back there. Anything else?
Yeah.
First degree murder for Gannon stuff. That's what I was trying to come in here with you to help you. If we find Gannon, that makes a big difference.
Okay.
We'll let you go.
Be
If he's alive, you might as well try it. I can't speak for the district attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm an investigator. If he's alive and you can get us Gannon, yes. Good things will happen to you today versus getting shipped back to Colorado.
I'm going to talk to you about that.
So we're now at the end of that recorded interview, essentially. Is she trying to have another off-camera discussion with you?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, have a short discussion with her off-camera?
Yes.
What happened in that discussion?
Right outside the door, we now had police officers waiting to transport. So there were probably 4 or 5 law enforcement around us. And she said something in a small voice about North Carolina that I couldn't hear. And I asked her to repeat it. And she said that she and I should go to North Carolina. And I asked her, is Gannon in North Carolina? And she didn't answer.
Was that basically the extent of that interaction?
Yes, what I recall.
Okay. In looking back at your, even your recorded phone calls that we've heard throughout this trial and in this long interview, are there any, I guess, regrets that you have as to your approaches, ways that you may have been able to get more information about what happened again?
She brought up Quincy Brown to me, I think, within an hour or so of our interview. And then she said something to the effect of, if I wasn't going to talk about that, then it wasn't any use going forward. And in looking at the phone calls with Al, that's where she described most of Gannon's injuries, or a lot of them. And looking back and playing it through, maybe I should have gone more down the Quincy Brown angle to see if she would have been willing to disclose more things. That's the only thing I can think of.
The short portions that we didn't play through your direct examination here, were there any surprises in those portions that are different from the stuff that we saw in the video that we did watch?
No.
Did she act consistently in those portions to what we saw here?
Yes.
You, in two different sections that we watched, you delved into mental health questions. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Throughout all of your interaction with her, both through those recorded phone calls and in this interview, did she ever express any history with severe mental health issues, diseases, defects, anything like that?
She did not.
Did she ever talk about sexual abuse that she allegedly suffered as a child?
No.
Did she ever point to specific people in her life, family, that she alleged carried out sexual abuse against her?
No.
Did she ever give you any descriptions of any commitments to hospitals?
No.
Did she appear to understand the gravity of the situation when you were talking with her, that this is a first-degree murder charge?
Very well.
In what ways were you able to develop that idea?
Well, as I said earlier, she's able to see where different lines of questioning go and what would be damaging for her to answer truthfully. So, whether we're talking about evidence in the case or what happened to Gannon or her role or involvement, she stops that line of questioning before it goes down something that would be damning towards her in testimony.
So are you saying resisting giving more incriminating statements about the crime itself?
Correct.
Did that appear to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Throughout your entire interaction with her, both through the consensual recorded phone calls and this long interview, did you ever observe her to change personalities?
No.
Did she ever talk in a Spanish accent?
No.
Did she ever demand to be called any other names besides the name that you knew her as?
No.
Did she ever use the name Taylor?
No.
Jasmine?
No.
Harmony?
No.
Christina?
No.
Little Lucia?
No.
Maria Sanchez?
No.
May I have just a moment, Ron?
You may.
And that's all I have. I just need to disconnect this computer from here so that Mr. Cook has a clean podium.
Okay.
And you can, I was going to say turn off the screen if you'd like.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Pearson, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good. Thank you.
So how long did you work for the FBI?
A few months short of 25 years.
25 years. Were you always in the Colorado office, or were you like a lot of other agents early in your career, you were in different states?
Always Colorado.
Always. Okay. And at one point near the end of the interview, Miss Stauch referred to you as something, and you corrected herself. You corrected her and said you're a behavior analysis.
She said something like, I'm a psychologist.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I'm in behavior analysis.
Okay. And is that generally what you did throughout the majority of your career?
No.
Okay. What else were your other assignments? And I know you already told Mr. Allen this, but I have to hear things a few times before they sink
No
in.
worries. Yeah, so I was a special agent, and I was assigned to the criminal side for the FBI. There's a terrorism side or counterintelligence and a criminal side. And for my last 23 years, I was a criminal agent for them. So I was never a supervisor, it would be similar to being a detective for a local police department.
Okay. Now, you told Ms. Stout during the interview that you had been contacted by the main office for the FBI and told to go do this interview with her in South Carolina. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I told her, I was asked by the Colorado Springs office to come investigate initially and then also to go out to South Carolina.
Okay. Whose decision was it to you be the one that goes in and does this almost 5-hour interview?
I think it was up in the air early, whether it would be El Paso investigator and myself or just myself. And I don't remember how it came just to be me, but it ended up just being me.
Okay. And have you done a lot of these interviews over your career?
Yes.
Now, before we got into the audio videotape interview, we were listening to some additional phone calls with Gannon's father and Miss Stout.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall in one of these interviews, it looks like it was February 19th, 2020. It began about 12:10 p.m. Do you recall that interview that was recorded?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And were you there for that one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember at the end of that conversation, it said, Letecia said that her guess would be that Gannon was not in Colorado. When asked how she knew, she said, quote, because Tisha didn't hurt him, didn't dispose of him or anything like that, okay? It goes on, so Tisha was in Colorado with nothing, and you guys have run up all these places where y'all think I did or whatever, and you haven't found Gannon. Do you recall her at one point referring to herself as Tisha?
I do.
Okay. Now, generally, somebody in that conversation would say I, but in this situation, she's referring to herself in the third person?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find that a little bit off?
Not really.
Okay. Well, what if I started questioning you right here instead of saying, I've got a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing? What if I said, Mr. Cook has a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing? Mr. Cook would like to proceed. Would that be a little bit off?
It depends on who you are and how well I knew you.
So it'd be kind of strange if I was up here cross-examining you and I was using the third person to refer to myself.
It would be unusual, yes.
Mr. Cook has some more questions for you.
Sounds good.
Couldn't help it. Now, with respect to the Google searches we talked about, or you talked about with Letecia, I don't like my stepson, you recall those. And
I do.
Discussing that with Mr. Allen. Were you able to pull up the content that was retrieved during these searches, or what is the scope of what information you were able to pull up in this metadata or whatever it is?
So yeah, I was quite a bit removed from that. We had a computer specialist that was looking into her phone and would send us sanitized results.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't see what the kickback was or
That's correct.
anything. You just could see the search. Okay. And you don't know when these searches were made.
I
correct?
don't.
Okay, and that's not because you didn't look, it's just because that information was not saved.
Yeah, I was told they didn't know when you're talking about when her actual search happened on her phone?
Yeah, when she, Googled in, I don't like my stepson, what do I do about it? Like if that was in 2018 or was it,
Correct. Yeah, it was no timestamp date was given to me for those searches.
Okay. So some of these searches could have been January 27th of 2020, and some of them could have been in 2018, or some of them could have been actually after January 27th.
Correct.
But before the phone was seized.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any searches coming back saying, what do I do if I don't like my stepson? And the answer being, stab him 17 times, bludgeon force, strike him 4 times in the head and shoot him in the head?
No.
That'd be some pretty bad advice, wouldn't it?
That would not be good advice. You're right.
Now, sometimes, how many different stories did Miss Stout tell? I hear at one point you said you were asking her on the video and told her that she's told you about 7 different stories. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I think I was throwing out an approximate number.
Okay. And then Mr. Allen asked you one time, and he said you can't even count how many stories she gave.
Yes, because he brought up variations of stories, which would legitimately count as another stories.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about an infinite number of stories. I mean, you could go back and
Correct.
basically
We could count them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there were, between 5 and 10 main theme stories we're dealing with.
That sounds correct.
And one interview, something may change a little bit, but there was 5 to 10 main theme stories.
Sounds right.
Okay. Now, during some of the interviews, Ms. Stauch or Letecia, she seemed like she made a lot of eye contact, was pretty engaged near the beginning. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then there was a part for about 30 minutes or so in the middle where she didn't even look up. She hung her head the whole time. Do you recall that part?
Yes.
And her voice was a lot lower. You could hardly even hear her. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is almost 5 hours a long time to be in an interview room like that?
It just depends on the situation.
What was your goal when you went into this interview room with Letecia? Was it to find out what Gannon was? Was it to get a confession to be used to prosecute her later? Both? I mean, what was the actual game plan when you went in?
Yeah, probably both. I would say primarily is to find what happened to Gannon. And as she had spoken with Al on the phone, that she had given hints or clues. And even if we were to get some of those, that would be worth the 5 hours.
And would you say that you came away from this interview as far as getting the confession and being able to find Gannon more or less empty-handed?
It went about as I expected it would.
And you weren't able to get enough information or any information out to be able to locate Gannon?
That's correct.
Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
Me?
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
You
Thank you,
ready?
Mr. Gruson.
Thank you.
Mr. Grissing, you were asked about the references that the defendant used third person to say her name.
Yes,
Have you been around other people who are self-absorbed who also talk about themselves in the third person?
I have.
Does that indicate in your mind any concerns about mental health capacity?
No,
Did that cause you any concern about this defendant as to her mental health capacity?
it did not.
Did it indicate in your mind that she was exhibiting a separate personality
No,
or acting as a separate person?
no.
You were asked about the demeanor change of the defendant in the interview, where in the beginning she's making lots of eye contact, perhaps even almost flirting with you. How would you attribute her demeanor at the beginning?
Conversational, I would even say hopeful on her part that she might be able to provide me with a story that I might take away.
Potentially hoping to manipulate your involvement in the investigation.
Leading.
Yeah, sustained, you can rephrase.
Sure. Any other indicators for you as to what she may have been trying to get done there?
Yes, as I told her throughout, she was more concerned about what I was thinking than telling me what was happening. And she continued to do that throughout the interview, and I continued to admonish her to just tell me what she knew, not what she thought I was thinking.
Okay. You were asked at the very end of the cross-examination, did you come out empty-handed in this interview? Did you actually get useful information out of this interview?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what useful information you got out of it?
Well, Letecia continued to exhibit no concern for Gannon as she did in the phone calls with Al. Anytime I would try to speak with her about Gannon, an 11-year-old being missing, however I could phrase that, she would turn it back around to herself. Even at the end, she was saying about, instead of him being found, it's her being exonerated and people would be sorry. Everything focused around her. And that's why her referencing her in the third person was not a surprising thing to me. As far as coming out empty-handed, her not being able to articulate a last image of Gannon was very indicative that image was awful, and I told her that multiple times. So to me, I didn't come away with a confession, but I came away with more of a certainty that something really bad had happened to Gannon and that she had witnessed it. As you saw, I probably asked her 30 times, maybe more, about her last image and gave her multiple outs. And the other thing that she kept not wanting to accept is that this was an accident. And normally in a case like this, a person who has last been with a loved one, whether it's accident or something homicidal, they will accept accident, and she would not accept that.
And then what about demonstrating her ability to recall? Were you able to develop that as well?
Her ability to recall
information?
Yes. Anything that was not inculpatory towards the disappearance and homicide, she could recall easily. Dates, times, movements, homework, those sorts of things. It was pretty easy for her to articulate those.
Was it your perception that she was refusing to recall data as to what actually happened to Gannon?
Yes.
Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Were you able to develop information about her intellect, her ability to communicate and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And why is that helpful towards the investigation?
That she is a articulate, intelligent, perceptive, and intuitive person. And that also helped her evade law enforcement while we as a team were trying to find out what happened to Gannon. while she was even still in Colorado. So just seeing her organized thought patterns there and how adept she was at shifting and deceiving and using some sort of alternative mechanism, it showed us that she was able to carry out what we thought she was able to carry out, and that is hide Gannon when there were multiple people looking for him.
What about the her lack of any prior mental health concerns? Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Why?
Because we saw that she knew what she was doing. And we saw that even in her own words, she made this a 3-day ordeal, saying it started on Saturday, it went through Sunday, and there was all sorts of planning and premeditation involved, whether it's the call in to the school or not using her phone, using Gannon's phone. She explained to us that this was a prolonged event.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Grusing? Looks like we have one. Just write it down, pass it forward. Just one. Okay. Counsel approach, please. Back to this case. With that, if I can have everyone ready to go at 10:35, we should be able to start at that time. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Judge. What time did you say to come back?
10:35.
Okay.
Defense, anything from defense? Mr.
Guys.
Salini or Mr. Cook?
Nothing yet.
Okay, court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Oh my God, my mic was open that whole time. I wasn't in here, but hang on. Let's go to our break screen. Yo. Oh, man. So you guys, what a blow, man. What a blow. I don't really, you can send it on the J is for Justice page messenger, Jerry. A platform called Kick. I hate starting new things like that. I wish there was a way that I could, you know, like, not monetize the channel, but like, I don't know, like affiliate marketing or something instead of relying on AdSense. But what I'm going to do is I've got some help. Thank you, Potato. We're going to go through all the videos. We're going to go through all the videos, and the ones that don't have any voiceover, we're going to delete. And then we're going to try again because I'm not a quitter. No, I didn't do this for 5 years to quit. I mean, you know, but I do have to sustain. You know, if I want to be able to put in the time that I put into this, I have to be able to sustain, you know, paying bills and being able to live. And as it is, like, I was already paycheck to paycheck, getting paid once a month, and they took the last paycheck. So it wasn't even like, oh, hey, you get a last check. But no, you don't get that final check. They took the whole prior months away. They're fuckers. I know Tucker is no longer with Fox. What is going on in the world? I mean, can I even play the fucking video, or is that against the rules? I mean, Jesus Christ. Tucker. There's nothing on YouTube yet. How can there be nothing? I got a news break. Oh, here it is. Oh, News Nation, fuck you. This is a gut punch. President Biden expected to announce his 2024 re-election in a pre-taped video on Tuesday. Tucker Carlson mocks herd mentality in address delivered 3 days before sudden Fox News departure. Ooh, this is 25 minutes long. I haven't seen this. Have you guys seen this?
That I thought, I've just got to take some time off and think about why I was so unbelievably wrong. So I went pheasant hunting. Not that it was the pheasant's fault, but that is kind of a way to clear your head. And I wound up, because bird hunting really is, again, not good for the birds, but very good for you. And I wound up in South Dakota with Kevin, among other people, including a couple of my college roommates. And I was so impressed by him as a person, and really having spent my life in Washington. $14,000 a year plus a $100 bill for Christmas, which Dr. Fulner gave out personally to the entire staff, at least half of whom went downstairs.
What is
part
so
of our politics, as
controversial
you
about
well
this?
remember, those of you my age and older.
Uh-oh.
Remember, every part of our politics revolved around that central conflict. That's the first lesson of history. You know, nothing is permanent except our own demise and God. But we didn't kind of get that. You know, if you told me then that this week the Department of Justice would have indicted a group of people I don't agree with, by the way, on a lot of different issues, black nationalist socialists from Florida, okay, kind of not my demographic, but would have indicted them for criticizing the U.S. position, the Biden administration's position on the war in Ukraine, and charged them with felonies for which they're each facing 10 years in prison. If you told me that could happen here, I would have laughed at you. No. We have a First Amendment. That can't happen here, but it has. That and a lot of other things, which are gravely unsettling, actually, and people who were rooted in the Cold War story and the reality of the Cold War, again, my age, 53, kind of know where that goes. So the purpose of my talk, which by the way, I will keep brief. I'm an inveterate talker. I can literally talk forever. You can't even imagine my capacity for loquacious. How could you go along with this? You know it's not true, but you're saying it anyway? You're so disappointed in people. You know you are, and you realize that the herd instinct is maybe the strongest instinct. I mean, it may be stronger than the hunger and sex instincts, actually. The instinct, which again is inherent to be like everybody else and not to be cast out of the group, not to be shunned, that's a very strong impulse in all of us from birth. And it takes over, unfortunately, in moments like this, and it's harnessed, in fact, by bad people in moments like this, to produce uniformity. And you see people going along with this, and you lose respect for them. And that's certainly happened to me at scale over the past 3 years. I'm not mad at people, I'm just sad, I'm disappointed. How could you go along with this? You know it's not true, but you're saying it anyway? Really, you're putting your pronouns in your email? You're ridiculous. You know, but no one else thinks it's ridiculous. Oh no, it's the pronouns in the email. What does that even mean? What does it even mean? You're saying things you can't define. LBGTQIA plus? Who's the plus? The plus is invited on my show anytime. Find a plus and I'll interview him. What's it like to be a plus? Am I a plus? I'm serious. I feel like I'm an addition. Does that make me a plus? No one even knows what it is. And the whole society, LGBTQIA plus. All right, what's the plus? Oh, shut up, racist. Okay.
I mean, I think what he's trying to drive home is that we've all become so ultra sensitive. Everything has a fucking label. But does this have to do with him leaving Fox? You guys can watch this whole thing on Forbes. It's 25 minutes long. Is there a quick thing on here? The hell?
Anchor, being someone ideologically connected to Trumpist populism and Trump's foreign policy and all of those issues. This is huge news, totally unexpected. Obviously, we had the Dominion settlement last week, so we can just speculate about why this is. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of speculation that this is connected to the Dominion lawsuit, although really Lou Dobbs, who no longer works at Fox News, and Maria Bartiromo, who still does for now, and Janine Pirro, another Fox person, were more significant in the Dominion.
Okay, so are we going to see a bunch of people from Fox get fired? I mean, he shares the same views as a lot of us. So Fox News was sued because of putting out, like, I don't know, really. I didn't look into the whole lawsuit, but I think Mary P. did, if she's here. It's something along the lines of putting out fake news about the election or something. And then they got sued. And then they ended up settling out of court last week for like billions and billions. Like tens of thousands. Maybe he's going to be DeSantis's running mate. Or Trump's running mate. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but Fox doesn't follow that narrative. So are we going to see other people get fired, or did he specifically do something? Effective immediately. So was he asked to leave, or did he leave? Let's see the very beginning.
Media news. Tucker Carlson is out at Fox News. They just released a statement. His last show was last Friday, so there will be no episode.
His last show was last Friday. We won't have Tucker Carlson tonight. It says Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. We thank him for his service to the network as a host and prior to that, a news contributor. Sounds to me like maybe had something to do with that lawsuit. You know, it's kind of like when they say, okay, you can resign, you know, kind of like Como. Trump's Speaker of the House, says Decibel. I guess we'll see. I mean, whatever he does, he's going to be fantastic at it because people love him.
Episodes of Tucker Carlson tonight or any other night. He is parting ways with Fox News entirely. Brianna, this is...
The far left loves it, too. They love it. That's how freaking split our country is. This is huge news, though. And meanwhile, they have videos on Hunter Biden scandals and... Isn't it funny how certain people get put on blast and certain people don't? Tennessee shooter manifesto must be released.
We're talking about Tennessee. Let's bring in the Republican senator from the great state of
Biden hosts Tennessee 3 at what? Who's the Tennessee 3?
Tennessee, Bill Hagerty. Senator, good morning to you.
Morning. Good morning.
So what do you think of the president inviting the so-called Tennessee 3 to the White House today?
You know, I understand that this White House is focused entirely on politics. I'm certainly focused on the covenants that those who lost their lives. We're doing what we can to put in place legislation to harden schools, to protect these children, to protect the most vulnerable. And political stunts really are secondary in mind, I think, to everyone, certainly in Tennessee, that cares about the situation at Covenant School.
I guess I'm lost on this. I'm lost on that whole thing. Who's the Tennessee 3? Oh my God. I just want to go back to Legrecia. Judge, open up the cameras, please. Please. I got too much in my head already. I know. That's why I turned it off. Oopsie loopsie. Oh, okay. Thanks, Casey. Quartz. If you discovered another YouTube channel reusing your content, how do you report that channel? Well, it's not really called reusing your content. That would be considered a copyright, and that would be a copyright issue. CR, why do you have so many different names, girl? You were green a second ago. I know, I just would rather watch Legrecia. It's terrible. Yeah, I don't like watching the news either. I try to keep up on it. I mean, I want to know what's going on, but like, I don't get worked up on it anymore because I think on both sides it's bullshit. So what's the use in getting worked up one side or the other, because they're both full of bullshit. Get rid of them both and go right down the middle and just be good fucking people. Although that's unrealistic. I was having a conversation with my neighbor the other day, and he's a war veteran. He had a military career, and you know, we started talking about this stuff, and I just think that sometimes You really got to take a step back and look at what you believe and what you've been told, and look at what the real truth is. And like I said to him, I said, you know what I would love to see? I said, you may not like to hear this as a vet. I said, and he said, what's that? And I said, I'd like to see nobody need a military. Because he was talking about how we don't, we're not giving enough money in the military right now. And, the military has been defunded and all this stuff. And I said, I would love to see no country need a military and everybody just mind their own business. And he said, well, yeah, I guess in a perfect world. And I said, why does it have to be perfect? Like, it doesn't have to be a perfect world.
Thank you. May all be seated.
Is it too much to ask to not kill one another and not put our young people on the
1358
front
People
lines?
versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right.
CR, I could have sworn you were green
Selected in their seats.
yesterday.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
My apologies. We're kept down by the powers that be. That's all. All right, let's go back to our courtroom. Lucretia's eating her hands. She's like, oh my God, I can't. My hands smell too clean. They smell like soap. She's like, oh, it doesn't feel the same when I run my hair through. Clean hair, you just can't do that, babe. Very greasy. So you were this morning and now it went away in that, like... No, you don't have to be sorry. It's just weird. It usually doesn't do that.
All rise for the jury, please.
You guys figure it out. You do them first.
I believe she showered, yeah. It looks like she showered. And look at, she's like, I didn't brush it, though. I washed it, but I didn't brush it. Oh, come on. What are you doing? Oh, bitch she got knots in her hair. She's matted. Exactly, Flower Girl. If we were all on the same side,
okay?
Oh boy.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not
She
present
thinks
in the
she's a
courtroom.
rock star.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Special Agent David Donati.
David
While Mr.
Donati.
Donati's walking up to be sworn in, we've already put People's Exhibits 281 through 289 in the witness stand. Their photographs.
Welcome back, Donati. Someone give... what is she laughing
Sorry,
about?
Special Agent Donati, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please
Thank you,
watch your
Mr.
step as you step into
Donati.
the
Thank you,
stand.
Judge. See you guys in a few. See you at lunchtime. For more
Good morning, sir. How are you?
reused
Good morning.
content
Doing
at lunch.
fine. Thank you. Good. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is David Donati, spelled D as in David, Onati. I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
For 12 years now.
What are your responsibilities with the FBI?
Well, I've worked in a lot of different places. Currently, I work in the Minneapolis division doing criminal investigations. I started off my career in Lander, Wyoming, which is an RA or resident agency on the Wind River Indian Reservation. I spent 3.5 years there, and then I came to Colorado Springs and spent about 5 years here.
What were the years that you were in Colorado Springs?
2015, probably from April 2015 to September of 2020.
All right. What kind of cases have you investigated?
I've done a multitude of things, everything mostly in the violent crime aspect, everything from bank robberies to missing persons, homicide investigations, kidnappings, bank robberies.
Okay. What kind of training do you have that allows you to be a FBI agent?
To be an FBI agent, you attend the New Agent Academy, which is about 20 weeks at Quantico, Virginia. There we learn a series of different things, everything from interviewing to collecting of evidence to all the other duties that a special agent does. I've also attended other training during my service with the FBI, which is helps you to be better at your job and continuing training as collecting evidence and interviewing people.
As it relates to the case that we're here for, how did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Early on in the investigation, we were contacted by the El Paso County Sheriff's Office about a missing juvenile, and they asked our office to assist. And at the time, I was assigned as the case agent to help with that assist.
Did you at some point assist removing some items from a VW Tiguan?
Yes, I believe that was on February 7th of 2020.
So let's talk about the Tiguan, at least as far as you knew it. Did you understand that to be associated with the defendant in the case?
Yes, I understood it to be the vehicle that that she owned and that she drove.
What were you tasked to do as it relates to that particular vehicle?
On that particular vehicle, I was tasked to assist. I had other people that helped me collect the what is called the telematics system from the vehicle. And that's several different components that has the ability to store data of the vehicle while it's being operated.
Specifically, what kind of data were you looking for or hoping to get out of the telematics?
Well, every vehicle is different. Every manufacturer is different. But we do know that these systems do store everything from dates and times to actual GPS coordinates. And some vehicles do also store things like when the vehicle was in motion, when the vehicle was stopped, different systems on the car running, things like that. So like I said, depending on what that vehicle manufacturer and that data consisted of, it can tell you a lot. And some vehicles, it doesn't tell you much.
What does that process look like, removing the telematics from a vehicle?
So the telematics systems can be stored in several different places. There is items that are called the infotainment system, the electronic control modules that store this information. In this particular vehicle, there were 3 different items that we were looking for, and most of those are contained in the dash or under the dash somewhere.
Were you able to find those particular items for this particular vehicle on that February 7th date?
We did. We collected 3 different items from the vehicle, and that involved removing some sections of the dash to get to those.
Do you yourself then analyze those components to get this data that you're looking for or hoping to get?
No, that is then what I do is I collect those components as evidence. I enter them into our computer, and then I put them in FedEx shipping and ship them to Virginia, our headquarters, where the experts can then analyze the data.
Okay, is that what you did in this case?
I did.
So I want to direct your attention to the photographs that I put on the desk there in front of you. It should be People's Exhibits 281 through 289. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Will you please flip through those and then let me know when you're done looking at them?
I'm done.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
What are they of generally?
So the photographs of the Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe to be owned and driven by the defendant, it was located in the El Paso County's vehicle bay where they store their evidence.
And are those photographs fair and accurate representations as to what you saw and in the removal process of this infotainment center?
Absolutely, yes.
Sorry.
I actually took these photographs as we removed them from the vehicle.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for admission and permission to publish 281 through 289.
Defense?
No objection.
281 through 289 will be admitted. Are you
Thank
good?
you. We're connected back over here now, Judge. In just a moment, we're going to be projecting 281 up behind you. And just as a housekeeping matter, there should be a pointer there in the witness box and a telescoping pointer of some kind. You can either use that to point at the photograph itself, or you can just describe it by looking at the photo in front of you.
Okay.
Either one that you want to use. So we've got 281 up behind you. So let's look at the left side first. That's what looks like a shipping label. What is that?
That is exactly what you said. It's a FedEx shipping label where I package the items, use the FedEx computer system and entered the information on where I wanted to send it to. And I believe the date on that was February 10th. It's hard to see on the screen, but it's the shipping date.
And it's kind of awkward the way that we've got to do this. So if you stand up and, oops, go back, please. If you stand up and are talking about what's in the photograph, just make sure that our furthest jurors can hear you. The microphone doesn't pick it up very well.
Sorry about that. So this is the shipping label that I used, and I believe the date was February 10th when I shipped it out.
Is it typical to collect items and then ship them out a couple of days later?
It is. One, I have to enter everything into the computer. That document has to be signed by my supervisor before I get the numbers, which are our tracking, our evidence tracking ability. So sometimes that takes a day or 2 days. Then I can package it up and send it out for FedEx.
How is it stored in the meantime?
Our facility is a controlled storage for evidence collection.
Is there any opportunity for the data that's on these devices to be altered or changed while you're waiting that shipment process?
No, there's not.
Okay. And then on the right side of People's Exhibit 281, is that the vehicle?
Yes, this is the 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe the defendant to be driving.
Was that belief based off of information that you had gathered during the course of this investigation?
It was.
All right, 282? What's in 282?
In this picture, we're more centered on this, the glove compartment area. And this would be the information electronic control module that will be removed. It sits right here. It has kind of a plastic cover, but once we remove it, I think there's another photograph of that.
When you're going through this process, are you basically just gaining access to the thing and then unplugging it and pulling it out?
Yeah, there's basically that's it. In some situations, like around the display module, there's molding that comes on everybody's dash that is popped out or removed. It's usually in by clips. Every once in a while, there's a screw or something like that that needs to be removed.
And then just so that we're understanding what's happening in this photograph, why does it appear that there's white powder on everything in there?
This vehicle had gone through a previous evidence collection, and I forget what the name of that is, but that's like a luminol.
Blue Star?
Is Blue Star.
Okay.
That's used to under lights to detect evidence of other types of evidence like blood or other things like that.
So is that basically just the residue of the Blue Star, what it looks like once it dries?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
283?
And this box here, the front is what you saw in the other picture would be on this side of this silver box. And then all the cables come like very similar to a computer component. They can be unplugged and pulled out.
Did you in fact unplug this unit and pull it out? And that's one of the things that was shipped off to Quantico, Virginia?
Yes.
All right. 284?
And this is the item sitting on the bench top just to get a better focused picture of it.
Same item that was in.
Same item that we've just talked about.
Okay, perfect. 285?
This is the infotainment display. This is usually on vehicles where your radio is seen, or if you have a backup camera, things like that. So this piece that is removed here was the venting above it, and the piece that we are collecting as evidence is this display system. You see a knob right here.
Okay. 286?
This is the back of that unit. The face would be facing the gear shift right there.
So is that on the face that's sort of facing down towards the gear shift, or is that basically that touch screen that's in a lot of modern cars?
Exactly. It's a touch screen that, like I said, usually allows you to change the radio or do the air conditioning, a lot of other features. Some of them have mapping systems, things like that.
287?
This is a little bit harder to see, but this would be the emergency call module. It is located inside the dash behind the steering wheel.
Okay.
You'll see a better picture when we actually get it out.
288?
And this is that same item, the emergency call module.
So that comes out of the left side of the dashboard, left of the steering wheel?
It comes out of I couldn't tell you exactly which side of the steering wheel from memory, but yes, it's the left side. It's the driver's side of the vehicle, kind of back behind the steering wheel. So you had to remove some components of the dash to get to it.
And then should be 288. That's up there now. So let's look at 289.
And this is that same item on the table where you can see it a little bit better.
Okay. You can go ahead and sit back down. So tell the jury, you mentioned that this will go into a temporary storage at your facility, and then you will package it up to ship it. How do you ensure that what you're shipping and what is received is the same thing?
Good question. We have several ways of doing that. We have an evidence tracking form that goes with it that talks about who handled that product. But the items itself actually get packaged inside a box. It gets the red evidence tape over the top so that during shipping, there's anybody that would tamper with it, that tape would be ripped, the box would be open. So we can say that if it gets there and that tape is secure, that the item was not tampered with during shipment.
Once an item gets analyzed, do you know what happens with the data that may or may not come off of these units when you ship them off to Quantico?
Whenever that evidence is finalized and they get some information off, they would then send it back to us in a similar manner. It would be packaged with red evidence tape and put in FedEx and sent back to us.
If there is location data that's included in the data that's pulled off of that, is that made available to other members of the FBI to potentially map that information?
Yes. So when they pull that information off, they can send it to us. That helps us because we're in the middle of an investigation. And as soon as we can get that information, it definitely helps us quicker. A lot of times we get information sent via email or something like that. It would show us data points or GPS coordinates that we could plot on a map on a computer system and overlay it with like something that you'd be familiar with is like Google Maps with different points plotted on it.
Did that happen in this case where information came back from Quantico with location data for this particular vehicle?
It did. It came back relatively quickly, but that information is kind of raw data, and they tell us that it's not has not been certified or verified yet. So they tell us to look at it and use other means to try to corroborate that information. But I did get the data points early on in the investigation.
Did you give that information then to Special Agent Kevin Hoyland to go through that mapping process that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And do you know whether that was successfully done or not?
Yes, it was successfully done.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
That's all I have. No
Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Special Agent Donati? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Special Agent Dwight Falkowski. I'm going to place this on the witness stand. Go ahead and pull those photos out.
Okay.
And before Mr. Falkowski takes the stand, would it be possible for defense and I to approach just briefly?
Oh, sure. Right. Agent Delkowski, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Step on up a
Yeah,
little
you
bit.
can come right up in here.
It's all right. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name is spelled Falkofske.
Mr. Falkowski, who do you work for?
I work for the FBI.
What do you do for the FBI?
I work as an automotive forensic specialist, and I want to expound on that.
Yes, please.
So that involves taking parts from vehicles, cars that have been that are brought to us, and we go in and find the data inside the vehicles, and we extract the data and then recraft it into a format that's human readable, so we can find out stuff that the car has contained, such as location data or phones or devices that have been connected to the car and the data associated with those things.
All right. So what kind of training allows you to do that job?
I'm an electrical engineer by a bachelor's of science from Virginia Tech. I have other items on my CV that I could put out for you for FBI training if you'd like.
Sure. Yeah. So let's start with that, the FBI training.
Okay. Let me pull up my CV.
Okay.
Okay, with the FBI, I've taken DEMS training, that's Digital Evidence Management Systems, digital evidence handling, legal ethics training, CDART mentorship and proficiency testing. That is a specialized internal thing. A little explanation there is previously I worked for the FBI as a contractor that allowed contractors to handle evidence in their facility. And also I have testified as an expert witness now twice.
Okay. How long have you, you said, I think, an electrical engineer. How long have you been an electrical engineer?
My degree was from Virginia Tech in 1992.
Okay. What's your investigative experience? How many different investigations have you been involved with?
More than I can contend with at the moment. I have an estimate on my CV. Like, one moment.
Sure.
Let's see. I've listed over 70 devices that I've examined since 2018.
Okay. What kind of devices have you examined? And I'm not asking you to give us an exhaustive list, but just a generalized idea of what kind of devices that you've worked on in your role as an FBI agent.
Okay, I'll give you the primary two pieces that I typically see from vehicles. And one is the infotainment system, which is the center portion of your car that provides you with information about, like, if you're navigating or what music you're playing, that hardware. Also, another piece of hardware that we pull from the cars is a telematics device. This is a piece that typically talks back to the corporation that's providing connected services.
Okay. And you mentioned that you've testified as an expert witness. What jurisdictions were those expert witness testimonies provided in?
Both were in South Carolina.
Okay. Was that with the Alex Murdaugh case?
Yes, one with the Murdaugh case.
Okay. What was your assignment back in 2020? Same assignment as what you're testifying to today?
Clarify, please.
What was your assignment with the FBI in 2020?
In 2020.
Yes.
So 2020, I was doing the same work as a contractor with
Okay.
the FBI.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to work on some devices as it relates to the Gannon Stauch investigation?
Yes.
Before I do that, Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to qualify this witness as an expert witness in automotive forensic specialists.
Defense?
I don't have an objection. That's fine.
All right, the witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So as it relates to the devices that you examined in this case, what devices did you look at?
There were 4 pieces that I examined, and I have, I don't have the list of them in front of me, but there were 4 pieces from the vehicle. I knew that some pieces that we had worked on were not valuable in extracting data from, but there were one in particular, the infotainment system from that car was probably the primary one we looked at.
Okay. When you say 4 pieces, does that mean that one of the modules had an SD card in it or something like that, that expanded it out to 4?
No.
Okay.
The 4 physical pieces, and it should be listed in the hardware list or on the in the evidence that I provided, the digital evidence, derivative evidence. There are 4 listings there, and it shows explicitly on each piece what was provided, and it includes pictures.
Okay. And then as it relates to your work, did you have 2 different efforts towards gathering this information? One that was an initial uncertified basically result, and then a second that was more in-depth?
Yes. So I'll go ahead and explain the situation around that, if that's okay.
Yes.
So it came to us initially as an active search for a missing child, and in which case we prioritized something like that and put it, we're working on that now. And so when we initially got the pieces in, it was from a vehicle that we had not previously looked at, so we had no idea of what it might contain or the data in it. So we provided a very fast analysis on the system at that point and was able to extract location data out of that vehicle. But then part of our standard process is when we develop tools to get data off of vehicles, we have to validate them later, which requires a much more exhaustive effort to show that the data that we're putting on a system is exactly what we're getting off. So when I say this data point represents the vehicle in this location, that is accurate. So it took us an additional approximate year or so to finish that validation process.
Okay. So when you have that initial effort that you get that unvalidated data, what did you do with it, that unvalidated data?
We provided it as preliminary data back to the field.
Okay. And then that secondary effort that you mentioned was roughly a year down the road from that first effort. Was that data, did that basically validate all the data, including the data that you had sent the first time?
That's correct. And there were also, I believe there was a little bit of additional data provided as we found more data on the system over time.
Okay. Was there any discrepancy in the data? And what I mean by that is that the initial data that you provided early on, was any of that data that you provided to the investigation proven wrong based on the secondary release of data?
No, that data proved accurate.
Okay. So when we're talking about the item that was given fruitful information towards this investigation, what was that particular device?
The head unit, there was 4 devices. I believe it's the item that ends with 04. Is that what you're looking?
You're the expert. I can't.
Okay.
I don't know where it came from. All I know is it magically appears.
All right, give me a moment. Let me pull out some records and so I can find what we're looking for. Okay, I do have the list here.
Okay.
So you want me to go through all 4 pieces or just this one?
Well, so let me ask you just a clarifying question before we go
Okay.
down that path. Did you look at all of the items that you received from Colorado Springs to see if there was going to be any useful information on all of them?
Yes, we evaluated each piece.
And then through that evaluation, did you determine, based on what you've already said, that only one was going to provide any useful location data?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about that one then.
Okay.
What particular item are we talking about that provided useful location data for this investigation?
Okay, it was the information ECM, that's electronic control module, basically the head unit that I explained before, from a 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan.
Who did you receive these items from?
From our internal evidence control facility.
Okay, but when you get it from your internal evidence control facility, can you tell like what case it's being sent from?
The case number is with it, yes.
Okay, and can you verify that it belongs to a Volkswagen Tiguan that was seized in Colorado Springs as opposed to, let's say, Seattle, Washington?
Yes, we have a chain of evidence maintained in the digital evidence management system.
And the information that we're talking about here, was that in relation to this specific case that we're having you testify on?
All right, I'm sorry, say one more time.
The evidence that we're talking about here, the
Yes.
location data that you were able to pull, can you verify that that information relates to our case that you're testifying in today?
Yes.
Okay. So tell the jury, how do you get the information off of this electronic control module head unit?
You want to go into specifics?
Yeah. Tell the
Okay.
jury how that works.
I'm going to pull out my notes from that. Okay, when I'm processing the evidence, this is what we did to this particular piece of evidence. We first labeled the evidence with the evidence item number and took photographs of it in its state as received. Then we disassembled the specimen, removed the circuit boards, and removed some of the memory flash chips from the circuit board that was inside. And from the flash chips, then we were able to read those flash chips using a tool so that we would have what was a binary image provided that represents the data that was inside those flash chips. Now that data is in a digital format, readable by computers and not necessarily understandable by humans. And so this is where our processes continue.
So let me break in there just so that we're understanding.
Okay.
When you say that you pull a chip off and then you read it, do you mean that you're physically looking at it and reading information off of it?
We have specialized tools that access the chip and can read the chip in its proper protocols to be able to pull the data off correctly.
And were you able to successfully do that in this particular case?
Yes, for 2 chips.
For 2 chips off of this electronic control module circuit board?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you then look at the data before you send it back to the investigative arm or area?
Yes. So this case, at this point in the stage, you've only got a binary image with no understanding of what the data means.
Okay.
And so there was processing performed at this point.
So tell us about the processing.
Okay. So part of this is we were able to extract logical file systems from the image. And from the logical file systems, we combed the files that we found for information that might be related to location of the vehicle, because that was stated as an item of interest. And from that, we found, a moment. We quickly found that there was some location data available in some computer logs that were on there in a textual format that were very easy to access, which allowed us to quickly, within 1 day, write a parsing tool that would go out and pull that data from those logs. And that data was represented with coordinates and timestamps.
And when you say coordinates, do you mean like GPS coordinates?
Yeah, geocoordinates.
Geocoordinates?
Yeah.
When you get those geocoordinates out of that log that you're describing, what do you do with it?
So we prepare it into a format that is usable for us humans. I can give you a coordinate, but then you're going to have to go out and type those coordinates into a thing like Google Earth to be able to see them. So we take that and provide, the parser takes the information and puts it into a file that you can just throw into Google Earth. It's called a KML file. And that file will automatically populate the locations and times of the vehicle on a map.
Okay. So how do you get that information back to the originating investigative region?
So in this case, we also provided let me just add that because of the nature of the search, we went ahead and looked at some of the data and provided a PDF as well, along with the KML file to say, here's some points of interest you may want to go look at. And that was, I'm just seeing which method was provided back. It was provided back to the field. I believe that was over electronic communication.
Okay. Do you know who you provided it to?
So I wrote down here the case agent, which I guess at the time that might have been Donati.
Okay. So Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Okay. What day did you provide that to him? Do you have that information?
I have the date that I had the review. February 12th, 2020.
Okay. And then is it common for field agents to then potentially give that information to other potential experts, FBI or not FBI, to then do some sort of mapping with this data that you're providing?
Absolutely. It's their call what they do with the data.
Okay. The should be up there on the desk with you. I put the exhibit envelope. Should be People's Exhibit 291. Do you see that?
This thing?
Yep.
Okay.
You see that? Do you recognize it?
Is there something inside I need to look at?
Well, do you recognize it or not?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, did you put the information on some sort of a card, or SD card or something like that?
I put on an SD card, yes.
Okay. The information that was contained in that SD card, was that provided back to the field to Special Agent David Donati?
That was provided, yes, at a later time.
Okay. How was that provided to him?
Okay, so that as I was speaking earlier, we had about a year's time pass where we provided the validation of the data. So when our evaluation of the whole process was complete to our satisfaction, then we provided this evidence in totality and in confidence back to the field through the SD card.
Okay. And so what we have in People's Exhibit 291, is that the information that you provided back to the field based on your extraction of the data from those modules?
I see it says SD card, but I don't see the SD card here. So.
Okay. So do you remember prior to you getting on the stand, me asking if you'd had a chance to look at this item or?
I looked at the SD card and I initialed the SD card. Is that not available?
Okay. So that should be in that envelope.
In the envelope. Okay. I just wanted to check.
There should be some scissors there to your left.
Okay. I will open the envelope.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Is that what you looked at?
That is what I looked at.
Okay.
This is the evidence we provided.
All right.
I did not recognize the package it was in.
Okay. So is that the same SD card that was provided in this investigation that contained that location data that you sent back to the field investigator, Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that data that you recovered from that electronic control module back on February 12th of 2020?
Yes, I verified it just shortly before
Okay.
this meeting.
Your Honor, at this time, I move forward mission of People's Exhibit 291.
Defense?
Can I ask just what a couple questions?
On authenticity? Yes,
The
go ahead.
exhibit.
Go ahead.
Yes. Special Agent, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Just quickly, this SD card information you have, is this the verified stuff that came approximately a year after February 2020?
That's correct.
Okay, this isn't the initial.
This is not the preliminary data.
Okay.
It does include the preliminary data that we provided at that time as well.
Okay. And how is the preliminary data different from the final data that you got at a year later?
So the preliminary data was what we initially found during a compressed timeline to try to locate a missing child, and later on proved to be accurate in its totality. There were some potential additions to the data as we continued to process it over that year.
Okay. Were there any discrepancies or inconsistencies between the preliminary data and the final data that was published or released a year later?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have an objection.
All right, Exhibit 291 will be admitted. Mr. Allen, go ahead.
And that was the some of my questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook?
No, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Falkowski? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Before you get down, we just put that SD card back.
It is in the envelope. It is not sealed. Here's.
Counsel, approach for a moment. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, trials are sort of a dicey business. Sometimes witnesses go faster than you think, and sometimes they take longer than what you think. The good news and the bad news here is the same, which is these witnesses are going a little bit faster, which means that there's about 45 minutes that we would normally use that we're not going to. So what that means is that you're going to have a longer lunch. We will have all of these witnesses coming in at 1:30. So if you can come back or be back in the jury room at 1:30 and be ready to proceed at that point in time, we should be able to start on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of your case. With that, all rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Judge, just to expand a little bit on that issue as far as witnesses, just looking ahead a little bit. So we've got two witnesses scheduled to finish out today, Judge. They're local witnesses. And then our next witnesses are, I think, not available until tomorrow morning. We have three witnesses lined up for tomorrow morning. One of which is Dr. Grimmett, who now lives in Hawaii. I think flew in maybe. Okay, she flew in at 6 a.m. this morning. Special Agent Kevin Hoyland from the FBI is from the East Coast. He's actually flying in today. I'm not sure exactly what time he gets in. And then Dr. Moore from the jail is where she used to work. She does no longer works there, I don't believe. Is that right?
She's in Kansas.
She lives in Kansas now.
Okay.
And just along those same lines, we've got what appears to be 7-ish witnesses left, Judge.
Okay. Okay. Well, if we have some holes or some gaps here and there, I mean, you guys have done a good job in being efficient and moving things along. So I think we're ahead of schedule, and I understand when we get towards the end of trial, that's usually where the holes start to appear because you've got a limited number of witnesses that you're trying to get to rearrange and schedule. So I get that.
Yeah.
Is Dr. Grimmett the only one that you're going to call from CMHIP? Or are you
No,
Torres or Gray?
Torres is also from CMHIP.
And you're going to call her?
I believe so, Judge.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And then just for scheduling your, we thought about bringing Dr. Lewis in to testify on Friday, but based upon the district attorney not being sure they're going to be done before then, we've pushed it back, flying in this weekend. The idea they should be testifying on Monday.
Okay. So it's possible that Friday may be a down day.
We may have Friday afternoon.
Well, we can,
but I don't know.
we can talk about jury instructions, see where we are then. We ought to have some idea. We ought to be pretty close because it sounds to me like most likely will be done sometime next week. That's fair?
Yes, I would say that's very fair.
Okay. So we can talk about jury instructions on Friday and see where we are. They look to be in pretty good shape, frankly. Mr. Tellini, can you get me a theory of defense by Friday?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can have Thursday, because I've kind of cruised through them, but I haven't looked at them specifically. So I'll have any defense instructions or any other instructions from the defense by Friday.
Yeah, just give me some idea so that, okay. Okay, then we will see everybody at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
All right.
Hey guys, welcome to intermission time. You know what that means? It means it's video time. We have body cam to watch. Let's switch accounts here. No, that's not it. We are going to be watching Emma Bailey, who is somehow associated with the Idaho 4. Not directly that we know of, but possibly through mutual friends. At any rate, she was arrested back in February for a DUI, and we're going to watch that video now. So, hold your horses. But this girl is currently incarcerated for being a part of selling drugs to a UI student who died from those drugs. Okay, 2 hours and 10 minutes. We're back at 3. We're back at 3 o'clock their time, or my time. Court will, let's change that. Resume. Oops. Damn it. Today is not my day. I thought Don Lemon was gone from CNN a long time ago. And Tucker Carlson is out from Fox, if you haven't heard. All right, guys, here is your body cam of Moscow, Idaho's Emma Bailey being arrested for a DUI in Pullman.
much have you had to drink tonight, Emma?
None.
You've had something.
Some?
Yeah, you've had some.
Not enough to drive.
Okay. Hop out for me, would you?
Okay.
So the reason I ask is I can smell odor of alcohol coming from inside the
Right.
car, okay? So I want to make sure you're okay to drive.
Of course, of course.
So I can't tell if it's
I was
you
just driving
or if
to
it's them
Emporium.
that's been drinking,
Right.
I see you're wearing a wristband. Where's the wristband from?
Emporium.
From
Timber.
Timber. Okay.
We're going from Emporium right now.
Okay. Have you had any alcohol tonight?
I have.
Okay. How much have you had to drink tonight?
1 beer.
How long ago?
At like 9 p.m.
Okay.
At Timber here. And then
Okay.
I was driving them to Emporium, and then we came back to Timber to get their car.
Okay. Would you mind doing some voluntary field sobriety tests to make
course,
sure you're
yes.
safe to drive?
Yes. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1009. Oh, sorry. My balance is off. 1008, 1010, 1011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, 2015, 2016.
You can stop. Go ahead and put your foot
Sorry,
down.
I don't have good balance.
I get it. I get it.
Do you guys have an echo or is it just me?
It's a little cold out here too,
My
huh?
apologies.
So, we're here. What do you have?
Hello, Deputy Miller Sheriff's Office.
Hello.
Driver's license, vehicle registration. Reason we're chatting is running the red light.
Oh, was it red?
Mine was green when you cleared the intersection.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was yellow when I went, so I'm sorry.
You got no bad.
It was yellow when I went. I'm sorry if it turned red.
What does yellow usually mean?
Go slow.
Yeah, because it's changing. You gotta come to a stop.
My apologies. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're correct.
Do you have your vehicle registration?
Yes, I do.
Where are we coming from tonight?
Oh, just the over in Emporium.
Okay.
We're a little concerned.
Do you hear someone talking in the background, though? It sounds like someone's talking in the background, or is it just me?
All right. How much have you had to drink tonight, Emma?
None.
You've had something.
Some?
Yeah, you've had some.
Not enough to drive.
Okay. Hop out for me, would you?
Okay.
Is your buddy in the back seat okay there? He's just head bobbing over there.
Well, that's why we're concerned because it just was kind of weird.
It is very weird. Do you want me to turn my car off, or?
You can leave it run for them.
Okay.
You got your stuff fell out there, just so you're aware.
Sorry, my head came fell off.
Okay. Just come stand right here for me. I'm just going to knock those lights down for just a minute. They're super bright. Alright. So the reason I ask is I can smell odor of alcohol coming from inside the
Right.
car, okay? So I want to make sure you're okay to drive.
Of course, of course.
So I can't tell if it's
I was
you
just driving
or if
to
it's them
Emporium.
that's been drinking,
Right.
I see you're wearing a wristband. Where's the wristband from?
Emporium.
From
Timber.
Timber. Okay.
We're going from Emporium right now.
Okay. Have you had any alcohol tonight?
I have.
Okay. How much have you had to drink tonight?
1 beer.
How long ago?
At like 9 p.m.
Okay.
At Timber here. And then
Okay.
I was driving them to Emporium, and then we came back to Timber to get their car.
Okay. Would you mind doing some voluntary field sobriety tests to make
course,
sure you're
yes.
safe to drive?
Yes.
Do you have a jacket by chance?
I have
It's
one
chilly
here,
out here and
yes.
it's going to take a few minutes.
Yes.
You can put your jacket on if you want
Okay,
to.
thank you.
16 out testing.
Okay, thank you. That's what I need. The paternal grandmother.
16 out testing. We're gonna step up here on the sidewalk.
So I had an
That way we're out of the road.
She was trying to. What happened was.
Okay. So like I said, these are all voluntary. Have you had any head trauma in the last 24 hours?
No.
Been in any car wrecks or anything?
No.
Okay. I'm going to have you put both feet together, hands at your side, and I want you to remain in this position while we do this first one, okay?
$1 million when he does.
Do you wear contact lenses or glasses?
No.
Okay. You see the tip of the pen right there?
Yes.
Can you follow it with your eyes and your eyes only for me?
She was going to try to sue me for him or... Yeah, because she now has this $1 million, so she can hire people to help him, and I have nothing.
But you have legal custody.
He's my son. I adopted
Is it okay if I
him.
blink?
Yeah.
We had him from the time he was 8 months old till 2 years old. So she does nothing that wants to cause me trouble. So I don't tell people the truth about where we are and what we're doing because of those reasons. So I look like a suspect, but I am not a good person. Raised all of my kids. I've done everything that I'm supposed to do in life, but everyone is causing me trouble here. So.
We don't want to cause a lot of trouble. How long have you been here?
We've only been here since September. We moved up here in September. My daughter would go to BYUI.
Your daughter goes to BYUI?
Yeah.
Does she live here?
So it's been amazing. But I'm going to go back to Arizona and go back to
All right, for this last one, we're going to go up. Same thing, keep your head still just with your eyes.
drag him out of the car, like,
You guys, it's Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow is in the background, and I don't know why. I have nothing open from Lori Vallow, so I don't know if that's from my recording. How did that even happen? It's definitely in this video, though, right? All right, I'm just gonna keep rolling it. Whatever. It's not that loud.
I just don't tell people where I am. I don't tell her where I am ever.
The portal is open.
She doesn't have any legal rights to anything. Like, she's been horrible to me since I was a
My understanding, she never called you to try to.
So for this next one, we're going to, imagine a straight line out in front of you.
Okay.
Your left foot's on that line right now. I want you to put your right foot in front of it, touching heel to toe, just like I am right now.
Okay.
Can you do this for me? Keep your hands at your side, and I want you to remain in that position while I explain and demonstrate the next test, okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps down that line. You're going to take a series of small steps to turn around, come back the way you are, and take 9 more
So
heel-to-toe
9 steps, then turn around.
Yep, and then 9 heel-to-toe steps back. It's going to look like this. 1, 2, 3, and so on. Go ahead and get back in that position for me. There you go. So you're going to take 9 steps. I took 3. When you get to that 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps around your lead foot, and you're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps back.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, and so on until you get to 9.
Okay.
During this one, I want you to look down at your toes, count each step out loud, keep your arms at your side, and once you begin the test, don't stop until you're completed.
Okay.
Do you understand those instructions?
So,
For the love of Christ. Good thing we have a long lunch today, because guess what? I'm going to stop this because I can't focus. I can't focus. So hold on a second.
How much have you had to drink tonight, Emma?
All right, I think we are straight now. Let's do this. All right, we are good.
How much have you had to drink tonight, Emma?
none.
You've had something.
Some?
Yeah, you've had some.
Not enough to drive.
Okay. Hop out for me, would you?
Okay.
So the reason I ask is I can smell odor of alcohol coming from inside the
Right.
car, okay? So I want to make sure you're okay to drive.
Of course, of course.
So I can't tell if it's
I was
you
just driving
or if
to
it's them
Emporium.
that's been drinking,
Right.
I see you're wearing a wristband. Where's the wristband from?
Emporium.
From
Timber.
Timber. Okay.
We're going from Emporium right now.
Okay. Have you had any alcohol
I
tonight?
have.
Okay. How much have you had to drink tonight?
1 beer.
How long ago?
At like 8, 9 p.m.
Okay.
At Timber here. And then
Okay.
I was driving them to Emporium, and then we came back to Timber to get their car.
Okay. Would you mind doing some voluntary field sobriety tests to make
course,
sure you're
yes.
safe to drive?
Yes. 1001. 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1009. Oh, sorry. My balance is off. 1008, 1010, 1011, 1012, 1013, 1014, 1014, 1015, 1015, 1016.
You can stop.
Okay.
Go ahead and put your foot
Sorry,
down.
I don't have good balance.
I get it. I get it. It's a little cold out here too,
My
huh?
apologies.
Hello, Deputy Miller Sheriff's Office.
Hello.
Driver's license, vehicle registration. Reason we're chatting is running the red light.
Yeah. Oh, was it red?
Mine was green when you cleared the intersection.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was yellow when I went, so I'm sorry. It was yellow when I went. I'm sorry if it turned red.
What does yellow usually mean?
Go slow.
Yeah, because it's changing. You gotta come to a stop.
My apologies. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're correct.
Do you have your vehicle registration?
Yes, I do.
Where are we coming from tonight?
Oh, just the, over in Emporium.
Okay.
In Pullman.
All right. How much have you had to drink tonight, Emma?
None.
You've had something.
Some?
Yeah, you've had some.
Not enough to drive.
Okay. Hop out for me, would you?
Okay.
Is your buddy in the back seat okay there? He's just head bobbing over there.
Oh, no, he should be fine. Sorry. Do you want me to turn my car off, or?
You can leave it run for them.
Okay.
You got your stuff fell out there, just so you're aware.
Sorry, my head thing fell off.
Okay. Just come stand right here for me. I'm just going to knock those lights down for just a minute. They're super bright. Alright, so the reason I ask is I can smell odor of alcohol coming from inside the car, okay? So I want to make sure you're okay to drive.
Of course, of course.
So I can't tell if it's
I was
you
driving
or if
to
it's them
Emporium.
that's been drinking,
Right.
I see you're wearing a wristband. Where's the wristband from?
Emporium.
From
Timber.
Timber, okay.
We're going from Emporium right now.
Okay, have you had any alcohol tonight?
I have.
Okay, how much have you had to drink tonight?
1 beer.
How long ago?
At like 9 p.m.
Okay.
At Timber here. And then
Okay.
I was driving them to Emporium, and then we came back to Timber to get their car.
Okay. Would you mind doing some voluntary field sobriety tests to make
course,
sure you're
yes.
safe to drive?
Yes.
Do you have a jacket by chance?
I have
It's
one
chilly
here,
out here and
yes.
it's going to take a few minutes.
Yes.
You can put your jacket on if you want
Okay,
to.
thank you.
16 out testing. 16 out testing. We're gonna step up here on the sidewalk.
Okay.
That way we're out of the road. Okay. So like I said, these are all voluntary.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had any head trauma in the last 24 hours?
No.
Been in any car wrecks or anything?
No.
Okay. I'm going to have you put both feet together, hands at your side, and I want you to remain in this position while we
Okay.
do this first one, okay? Do you wear contact lenses or glasses?
I do not.
Okay. You see the tip of the pen right there?
Yes.
Can you follow it with your eyes and your eyes only for me?
Yes. Is it okay if I blink?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, for this last one, we're going to go up. Same thing, keep your head still just with your eyes. Okay. So for this next one, we're gonna, imagine a straight line out in front of you.
Okay.
Your left foot's on that line right now. I want you to put your right foot in front of it, touching heel to toe, just like I am right now.
Okay.
Can you do this for me? Keep your hands at your side, and I want you to remain in that position while I explain and demonstrate the next test, okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps down that line. You're going to take a series of small steps to turn around, come back the way you are, and take 9 more
So
heel-to-toe.
9 steps, then turn around.
Yep, and then 9 heel-to-toe steps back. It's going to look like this. 1, 2, 3, and so on. Go ahead and get back in that position for me. There you go. So you're going to take 9 steps. I took 3. When you get to that 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps around your lead foot, and you're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps back.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, and so on until you get to 9.
Okay.
During this one, I want you to look down at your toes, count each step out loud, keep your arms at your side, and once you begin the test, don't stop until you're completed.
Okay.
Do you understand those instructions?
So go 9 forward, then come 9 back.
Yep. So 9 heel-to-toe steps down, turn as I instructed, and 9 heel-to-toe steps back. Okay. I can demonstrate again if you'd like me to.
No, I think I understand.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yep, and that's fine. I have no problems with asking questions.
Okay.
You may begin. All right.
Good?
Yep. Go ahead and turn and face back towards me. So we're going to go back to that first position again, feet together, hands at your side. The next one's a one-leg stand.
Okay.
Pick a leg of your choice, raise it approximately 6 inches off the ground. You're going to keep your toe pointed so your foot's flat to the ground, and you're going to look at your toe and count out loud, 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop.
Okay.
During this one, I want you to look down at your toe, count as instructed, arms at your side, and keep your legs straight.
Okay.
Do you have any questions on that one?
No, just until you stop.
Yep.
Okay.
Give me just a second here. Which leg are you going to raise up?
My right.
Okay. You may begin.
1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1009. Oh, sorry. My balance is off. 1008, 1010, 1011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, 2015, 2016.
You can stop.
Okay.
Go ahead and put your foot
Sorry,
down.
I don't have good balance.
I get it. I get it. It's a little cold out here too,
My
huh?
apologies.
Oh, get the pocket undone here. So the last one is called the preliminary breath test. Okay. It's not in lieu of the evidentiary breath test. It's like blowing up a balloon. Deep breath in and blow out.
Okay.
All right. Deep breath in and blow. Keep blowing, keep blowing, keep blowing. So you got to blow hard, okay? Not super hard, but...
My apologies. So I've never done this before, so...
Right, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you. So
okay.
You got to have a consistent like pressure out, okay?
Okay.
Deep breath in and blow. There you go. All right. How old are you?
22.
22. Okay. How long ago was your last drink?
About an hour ago.
Okay.
I left from Emporium. I'm supposed to be DDing for my friends here.
Okay. If you had to guess, what is the legal limit?
I have no idea.
It's 0.08.
What does that
Because you're
mean?
over 21.
What does that mean?
And right now you're at a 0.166. Okay?
So
right now
can you tell me what that means,
right now
please?
you're under arrest for DUI.
Okay.
I'll explain everything to you as we go. Is anybody in the car sober to drive? Okay. The one in the back right seat was head bobbing, barely keeping his head up.
Okay.
All right. So first things first here, I got to read you your rights, okay? So right now you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to the presence of an attorney during questioning, and if you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you prior to questioning if you so desire. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not make any statements or answer any questions. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Okay. Just so you're aware, I am recording as well.
Okay.
Do you have anything in your pockets? Is there any pockets?
No, I have
Okay.
nothing.
All right.
So, what does a DUI look like? Like, I don't understand. Like, I've never had a DUI, so I don't know.
We'll explain all that when we get there. So we're going to go to Pullman Police Department, and that's where we go through the DUI process, okay? So we're going to go back here to my car. Go ahead and have a seat there. Is this your car?
Yes.
Okay. So if nobody in the car is sober to drive, what do you want us to do?
So everything in the car pretty much is Marilyn's.
Okay.
And then...
And Marilyn's in the car?
Yeah, she's in the front.
Okay.
So that's her stuff.
Okay. So if no one in that car...
I just drove them home.
Okay, so it's her car.
No, it's my car.
It's your car, okay.
Yes.
So if nobody can drive, can I safely park your car in the parking lot here?
Of course.
If
And
they
then
can
it
find
gets
a ride?
towed, or?
No, I'm not going to tow it.
Okay.
I'm trying to find a safe place to park it off the roadway so it doesn't get towed.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Hang tight for me.
Thank you.
Stop Paul 16, one at custody DUI if I can get a case, and I've got one to run and attach.
I copy one in custody in 207.
Yes.
All right.
Last Bailey. Boy, Adam, Ida, Lincoln, Edward, Young, first Emma, Edward, Mary, Adam, middle M, Mary, 121900, female Idaho.
You said you were good to drive. Well, yeah,
Do you have a phone in the car that I need to get for you?
No.
You don't have a phone? Not in the car? Okay.
No.
And I have your ID.
Oh, do you have my... Can I grab it for you, or...?
No, I have your ID.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I just
you
wanted
have my
to.
ID. You have my ID.
Yep. I just wanted
Sorry,
to grab
this
your.
is like the first time I've
just
ever been
wanted to grab
arrested,
your
so I
wallet.
want to make sure.
I just wanted to grab your phone if you had it in the
I do
car.
not. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Here's the deal. You guys don't want to...
She has no sober drivers.
She has no phone. Is this her phone?
That's what she said.
Oh, she just said she doesn't have a phone with her. Go ahead. Is that your phone?
You have a phone?
Marilyn says that's yours.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, I thought I lost it at the club.
Okay. Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay.
We live in Pullman. She lives in Moscow. So
Where do you guys live at in Pullman? 1, 2, 3. I bet you all three could fit in his car, and he would love to give you guys a ride home.
Okay, that works fine. So
She's
can
giving.
I ask you a question?
He's pretty cute.
She's given permission to park the car here, so it's off the
Can
roadway.
I ask you something?
Sure, you can ask whatever you want.
She's going to jail.
That's correct.
How much is it going to get her out?
Does she have a prior DUI?
Can you tell me?
I don't know. I haven't looked.
Has she ever been arrested for DUI before?
No,
Okay,
absolutely not.
so it's-
I'm surprised she's getting arrested right now. Just being
She's
honest.
like 2 times the legal limit.
She's twice the legal limit
Okay.
right now.
So,
okay.
so it's $500 for bail.
Okay.
But she can be in clear.
Paul 16,
Right now.
still out.
Not right this second, but
For like tonight?
yeah, at some point she'll be in cold back.
So can I get her before she goes to Colback?
Here's my suggestion.
She's licensed and clear.
Till morning. She's bigger on the rock. Yes. She has no way to get there.
No, yeah.
So wait till morning.
Okay.
Like around 9 or 10 in the morning.
Okay.
It's going to take you guys a while to come down from where
So
you're at.
if we have a sober driver at our home, can we go get her? Okay.
In about 3
It'll be
hours.
3 to 4 hours.
Okay. Okay.
But how about we give you guys a ride home? I will move the car into here.
So my car is actually at Timber.
Okay,
I
well,
just need to grab my purse and stuff quick.
Oh,
That's why they were up at Emporium and came back down for
back
that.
to our
Okay,
car.
do this. How about, do you have your keys?
Yes.
How about run there, get your purse, take a guy with you so you're not walking by yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you're too drunk. You can't walk.
Well, can I go with her at least?
Dude, you're too drunk. How
He's
about this
the
guy?
boyfriend though.
That guy's way more sober than
I'm
you.
not gonna argue with
You're
you.
hammered, dude.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Okay.
You good if I go?
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I'll
okay,
go with
yeah.
Drake real
All
quick.
right.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Thank you.
We'll hang out here. Go get your stuff.
Okay, so my partner is going to give them a ride back to their house.
Okay.
And my other partner is going to park your car in the parking lot right here.
Okay.
And then he'll bring me your keys.
What will happen to my car?
He's just going to park it here so it doesn't get towed tonight.
Okay.
Okay?
So it just stays here until I figure it out? Or?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Let me move the car and give you the keys.
Okay. I thought you were just going to bring him over.
That's fine. You're fine. Just don't fall down and...
Okay, no, can I just follow them now?
Sure. Okay.
Sorry, I've never been arrested before.
You're okay.
so I'm not really quite sure.
Thank you. I get that.
If you're not there, I'll put them by your computer.
Okay, sounds good. I get that.
I don't mean to be a problem.
You're not. You're not. Step to Paul 16, being around to Pullman PD with female for the test, beginning mileage.
Good.
90512.1.
Good letter.
Step to Paul 16, MDC.
214.
All right, come on out. We're going to go right in those double doors right there. Watch your step on the curb. Come around on your left side.
Sorry.
There. You're okay. See the doors at the end there?
Yes.
We're going to go to the door on the right.
Okay.
So this is a little pass-through room. You're going to hang out in there, and I'll come around to the other side. I'll see you in just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. I'm recording. She's attached. Thank you. Come on through. Got the counter. We're going to have a seat right here in this chair. All right. Somebody didn't clean up very nicely.
It's hard. I have an itch in some places I can't get.
The handcuffs are annoying. I get it.
I appreciate you for being so, understanding and, accommodating.
So here's what we have to do. So we're going to go through what's called the DUI packet.
Okay.
So there's a lot of stuff to read. So I'm going to work on reading that to you as we go through this, okay? Let me get it opened up here. Okay, first things first, because we're in here now. I know I read you your constitutional rights out there. I have to read them again now that we're inside here, okay? So right now you have the right to remain silent. You have the right at this time to an attorney. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. If you are under the age of 18, anything you say can be used against you in a juvenile court prosecution for a juvenile offense and can also be used against you in an adult court criminal prosecution if the juvenile court decides that you are to be tried as an adult. You have the right to talk to an attorney before answering any questions. You have the right to have an attorney present during the questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you without cost if you so desire. You can exercise these rights at any time. Do you understand these rights?
I have a question.
Okay.
So the juvenile versus the adult attorney, whatever you just said.
Okay.
Can you repeat that again?
So that would be if you are under the age of 18, anything you say can be used against you in juvenile court prosecution.
That's what I had a question on, the juvenile part. What did you bring that up for? Or
Well, it's part of the rights. So I read.
If I'm a juvenile?
Right. So
okay,
I
just
read.
didn't understand that part. My bad.
I read top to bottom here. One of those included is the juvenile portion of it.
Okay, that was my question.
You're not under the age of 18, so that one
Correct.
would not apply to you.
Okay, I was
However,
just
it's
wondering.
part of the form, so I read it.
Okay, thank you.
Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Okay. It says here, I have read or have had read to me the above explanation of my constitutional rights, and I understand these. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Right here it says subject signature. Because you're in handcuffs, I'm going to write handcuffed right there.
Okay.
If you want to go back later and sign it, we can do that, okay?
Okay, thank you. How do I do that? I contact you or?
Well, we can do it at the end of this here.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry, I'm new
You're
to
okay.
this, so
You're okay.
I'm learning as I
So
go.
part of the reason you're still in handcuffs, and the reason I do that, is because in order to do the breath test, there's more things I have to go through, but in order to do the breath test, we have to have a 15-minute observation time. And during that time, you can't touch your mouth, no vomiting or anything like that. And when I tell somebody they can't touch their mouth, they want to touch their mouth. So the way I process anybody that I'm going through a DUI investigation with is I leave them in handcuffs. That way they can't touch their face
Correct.
during this process.
Okay. Makes sense.
There's your car keys. He's dropping your car keys in the
thank
window. Do you have anything in your mouth right now?
I do not.
Okay. Can you open your mouth for me and I'll look? Tongue up. Perfect. All right. 0221. Okay. So the next part of this is what's called implied consent warnings for breath. So warning, you are under arrest for RCW 4661-502 or RCW 4661-504. Driving, hang on, let me back up here. I skipped a part, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
In reference to the constitutional rights, you acknowledged that you understand your constitutional rights.
Correct.
This next portion here says, I understand my constitutional rights. I have decided not to exercise these rights at this time. Any statements made by me are made freely, voluntarily, and without threats or promises of any kind.
Could you, say that? I don't quite understand what that means.
Okay.
Could you understand?
Do you want to talk to an attorney right now?
Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Could you read it to me again?
Do you want to exercise your rights at this time?
That means, do I want to talk to an attorney?
Correct.
Okay.
So that's what this is. By reading this and signing here, it's saying right now you do not want to exercise your rights and speak with an attorney right now.
What is the difference? I'm sorry, I don't know if you're the
So,
person to ask or not. But I never looked at this. So.
I cannot give you legal advice.
Okay.
I can reread things that are on this form, but I cannot give you legal advice.
Can you tell me what would happen if I did or did not talk to an attorney?
If you want to speak with an attorney, I'll call one and we'll go in that room and you'll talk to an attorney on the phone.
Are they available at this hour?
Yep, 24 hours a day. We always have an on-call attorney.
Could I speak to one?
Yep.
Are they able to give me legal advice?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I just want to learn, so.
Yep. All right. All right, here's the deal. You've been cooperative, so go ahead and stand up and I'll take you out of handcuffs while we go in the other room. Just turn and face that way for me. while you go in here and talk to the attorney. I'll put you out of handcuffs for now.
Okay, I appreciate it.
I know they're not comfortable.
I know.
Right on in there.
Thank you. And I just asked them the questions. I'm asking you.
Whatever you want to ask them, they will be able to help
Okay.
answer those questions.
Okay.
That's not, oh, there it is, up top. You can have a seat in that chair right there.
What was the question again? I'm not even sure what I'm asking.
So I will explain to them that you're under
I don't
arrest.
understand all the words and everything.
Attorney at law. I'm sorry, I'm available.
I will do my best. They're really good at answering your questions.
Okay, I just didn't understand what the question or I didn't understand what it was.
It's okay. It's okay.
I don't know what to ask.
They will be able to explain the process legally and what your rights are for you. Okay.
I'm not big on government or anything like that.
Steve Mornick.
Hi, Steve. Deputy Miller with the Sheriff's Office. I currently have Emma in custody at Pullman Police Department for DUI. I read the constitutional rights, and when I read, she understands her rights, and when I asked if she wanted to waive them, she had lots of questions for me, so I felt that it was best to put her on the phone with an attorney. So this is Emma, and I'm going to step out of the room. This is Attorney Steve Martnick, okay? When you're done with the phone call, just come knock on the window, okay? All right. Just starting. She's on the phone with the attorney.
Alrighty.
Sorry.
We need the second drink. Alright, so until she comes out, I'll have you sit in that chair, and then we'll switch places.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm totally good with it.
As soon as she comes out, that stays all over. Alright, so the first thing that you do is to open your mouth. Can you open your mouth for me? Look with your tongue.
Nope, you're good. You're good. I was grabbing her car keys out of there.
Alright, so I have some paperwork to read you. Okay. And the state asks that we not elaborate on this at all. We can read it for you if you have questions, but aside from that, I can't try to explain it in my own words. Alright, so the first thing is just the same rights that I read to you earlier. Okay, so you have the right to remain silent. You have the right at this time to an attorney. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. If you are under the age of 18, anything you say can be used against you in a juvenile court prosecution for a juvenile offense and can also be used against you in an adult court criminal prosecution if the juvenile court decides that you are to be tried as an adult. You have the right to talk to an attorney before answering any questions. You have the right to have an attorney present during the questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you without cost if you so desire. You can exercise these rights at any time. Do you understand these rights? The Department of Licensing for at least 1 year.
Go ahead and have a seat there.
That's literally
We're gonna
some
stay
dude
in
she's
here.
processing. That's all.
She's processing somebody as well, so. Okay.
I guess I didn't really understand what to ask you too much.
Well, he knows the process,
Okay.
so I hope he answered your questions for you. Let's see. 0232. Okay, so even though you've talked to him on the phone, I'm going to go back through and reread your rights before we can continue with the process. I won't. The only thing I'm going to ask you, there's one question, and it's will you take the breath test? And I'll get to that later, okay? So don't answer it now.
Okay, quick update. This is body cam footage from Pullman PD. This girl's name is Emma Bailey. She was recently arrested for providing drugs to an overdosed, dead UI student. She was pulled over in February for a DUI. This is her. But this came before the drug arrest.
But right now you have the right to remain silent. You have the right at this time to an attorney. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. If you are under the age of 18, anything you say can be used against you in a juvenile court prosecution for a juvenile offense and can also be used against you in an adult court criminal prosecution if the juvenile court decides that you are to be tried as an adult. You have the right to talk to an attorney before answering any questions. You have the right to have an attorney present during the questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you without cost if you so desire. You can exercise these rights at any time. Do you understand these rights?
Yes. As far as I know.
Okay. I'm just going to put a new timestamp on here. Whoops. I hit the space bar and made the page go down. Come back. Okay, we're going to do that mouth check again because you've been in here by yourself. I don't think you probably put anything in your mouth.
Of course not.
Before we do that, I'm going to. Do you want to switch? Okay.
So we're going to go in here real quick while they get through their part.
Come on out.
Okay. Yes, please.
We're going to come over here, let him wander in there.
We're just going to switch you guys out real quick.
You want to sit on
All right, I'm going to put you back in those handcuffs again. We'll do the mouth check. And we'll continue on, okay? All right, go ahead and have a seat there. Okay. Do you have anything in your mouth? Any foreign objects or anything?
I do not.
Okay. We're going to look again. Tongue up. Perfect. 0236. Oops. 0236. Okay. So now we're going to read that implied consent. It's a long portion here. Do you like to follow along with me?
Sure.
Okay.
Can I switch up closer?
Yeah, if you want to.
I'll try.
Can you do it yourself or you want some help?
I think I can. Okay.
Okay. So it says, implied consent warnings for breath. Warning, you are under arrest for RCW 4661502 or RCW 4661504. Driving or being in actual physical control of a motor vehicle while under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or drugs. Further, you are now being asked to submit to a test of your breath, which consists of 2 separate samples of your breath. Oh, I moved my mouse. Taken independently to determine alcohol concentration. 1, you are now advised that you have the right to refuse this breath test, and that if you refuse, A, your driver's license, permit, or privilege to drive will be revoked or denied by the Department of Licensing for at least 1 year, and B, your refusal to submit to this test may be used in a criminal trial. 2, you are further advised that if you submit to the breath test and the test is administered, your driver's license, permit, or privilege to drive will be suspended, revoked, or denied by the Department of Licensing for at least 90 days if you are A, age 21 and over, and the test indicates the alcohol concentration of your breath is 0.08 or more, or you are in violation of RCW 4661502, driving under the influence, or RCW 4661504, physical control of a vehicle under the influence, or B, under age 21, and the test indicates the alcohol concentration of your breath is 0.02 or more, or you are in violation of RCW 4661.502, driving under the influence, or RCW 4661.504, physical control of a vehicle under the influence. 3. If your driver's license, permit, or privilege to drive is suspended, revoked, or denied, you may be eligible to immediately apply for an ignition interlock driver's license. 4. You have the right to additional tests administered by any qualified person of your choosing. For those not driving a commercial motor vehicle at the time of the arrest, if your driver's license is suspended or revoked, your commercial driver's license, if any, will be disqualified. For those driving a commercial motor vehicle at the time of the arrest, if you either A, refuse this test, or B, submit to this test and the test indicates your alcohol concentration of 0.04 or more, you will be disqualified by the Department of Licensing from driving a commercial motor vehicle.
Can I ask questions?
I cannot explain anything. I can reread this,
Okay.
but that was the phone call with the attorney. Hopefully he should have answered these for you.
Okay, no.
Do you want me to reread any of this?
Yes, 2 and 3.
Okay. So 2, you are further advised that if you submit to this breath test and the test is administered, your driver's license, permit, or privilege to drive will be suspended, revoked, or denied by the Department of Licensing for at least 90 days if you are A, age 21 or over, and the test indicates the alcohol concentration of your breath is 0.08 or more, or you're in violation of RCW 4661.502, driving under the influence, or RCW 4661.504, physical control of a vehicle under the influence. Or B, under age 21, and the test indicates the alcohol concentration of your breath is 0.02 or more, or you are in violation of RCW 4661.502, driving under the influence, or RCW 4661.504, physical control of a vehicle under the influence. 3. If your driver's license, permit, or privilege to drive is suspended, revoked, or denied, you may be eligible to immediately apply for an ignition interlock driver's license.
Okay.
So this statement here says, I have read or have had read to me the above statements. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to write handcuffed there again. Like I said, if you want to go back later and sign this, we can. Okay. Will you now submit to a breath test?
Yes.
Do you have any confusion regarding the implied consent warnings? That's the ones we just read.
I do, but
Okay. What kind of confusion?
if I give the breath test, if it's not pliable, what will happen?
I can't. So
Because I can't tell you what, because obviously we're in here because of the breath test, but if it's
So,
not accurate
the
still,
one,
how many days?
the one we did out there was
Of
a
course.
preliminary breath test, and it's not
Okay.
in lieu of the evidentiary breath test. This here is the evidentiary breath test.
Okay.
Does that better explain it?
What is the evidentiary?
This is the one that can be used in the court.
Okay. So if it's not legal still, what will happen then is I guess what I'm asking.
What do you mean not legal?
Like if I'm not able to drive then, which is what you're looking for, correct?
I believe you're impaired, which is why
Okay.
you're under arrest.
Yes.
And this helps determine what level of impairment you are.
So based off of the level of impairment, it shows me how long will I spend incarcerated is what I'm saying.
It depends on the whole portion of the investigation.
Okay.
I can't answer that question right now.
But further, that
I
question will be answered?
can refer
That's
you.
my question.
I can refer you back to this, but that's all I can refer you to.
Until.
That's an attorney question. Because you've spoken with an attorney, I
Okay.
can't go over
I didn't
anything
see-
more.
Okay, I didn't know about the breath test or anything when I was asking.
But he should have explained that to you.
Okay.
He knew
I
why
guess-
you were under
okay.
arrest, which is where he should have explained these processes to you, which I can't give you legal advice. I can tell you why I arrested you, which I did. I believed you're impaired. That breath test out there was a preliminary one, not in
Okay.
lieu of the evidentiary. This one here is the evidentiary. So
Okay.
I can give you those explanations.
Okay.
But as far as how long you go to jail, if you go to jail, I don't know. It's the totality of everything.
Do you know if I would go to jail, how long it would be before I would be able to ask these questions again to an attorney? Or whoever?
Yes. No, I don't. I can't. Because it depends if you have a previous DUI or not.
I do not.
So
This is my first ever adult situation.
Okay. Yep, we can get that taken care of after all of this. I can better explain that.
Okay. Okay. After the.
So your question, your confusion is not about implied consent. It's about the totality of the process.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so remember I mentioned that 15-minute observation period? So we started that at 2:36 and we have to wait 15 minutes, okay? So with that being said, is your primary language English?
Yes.
Okay. Is this your current address?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to input some information into here, and then I have to input mine and your information into this machine, and then we will do 2 breath tests. Okay. So what that consists of is the machine, after I put all of our information into the machine, it will 0236, 0230. It does what's called a system check, and it purges and checks itself and makes sure it's ready to go.
Okay.
We'll put a mouthpiece on there, and just like out in the field, we got to have that big, long breath, okay? You'll take a big, deep breath in, wrap your lips around the end of this, and you'll blow through it until I tell you to stop. A big, long breath. It wants about 15 to 20 seconds of air.
Okay.
After the first one, it's going to do a self-check again, and then we'll do a second one, same exact thing. As soon as that second one is
Back to
completed,
back?
well, after it self-checks again, and then after that, once we do the second one, I'll take you out of the handcuffs.
Okay.
Okay?
Sorry, I'm learning.
Yep, and I'm trying to explain the process to you, okay? But in the meantime, we have to wait for that process, the 15-minute observation time to ensure that there's been enough time.
Okay.
And because you've spoken with an attorney, I can't ask you any more questions about the situation tonight. But I can make small talk, and that's about it.
Okay.
How long you lived in Moscow?
Pretty much my whole life.
Okay.
It's been a long time. I'm ready to get out of here. Small town.
How much longer do you have on your waiting period?
4 minutes.
I'll wait till you're done.
Okay.
Could you give me his driver's license?
Somebody will be in with you in just a minute. You're okay.
You want to see if Will needs anything?
Yeah.
Is he just talking?
He wants to know when he gets his phone call.
He doesn't know. He can get when he goes to jail.
That's what he's
Hey,
asking.
Will, how's it going? Yeah, you got a question?
Are you going to school?
No.
Graduated?
No, I just live here.
Okay.
Grew up here.
It's the DV restroom earlier.
All right. Have you smoked, vomited, or put anything in your mouth since we've been here?
No.
Okay, that's all the information. It's going to go through and do a self-check real quick.
Okay.
Any questions on the breath portion?
No.
Okay. For this one, you can stand or sit, whatever works for you. Obviously, I'm going to hang on to it because you're still in handcuffs, okay? Those things don't come off very nicely. There we go. All right, big deep breath in. Wrap your lips around and blow. Keep blowing, a little bit harder. Okay, hang on. It says take a breath.
Okay.
We got to have a little bit more air volume, okay? So that means blow a little bit harder. Go ahead and blow. Keep blowing. Nope.
Oh, sorry. Should I go again?
Okay.
Sorry, my bad.
So this machine can tell how hard you're blowing and if you're sucking in at all.
My bad.
Okay. So the big thing is you got to do one solid, consistent breath. And if I say harder, it's got a graph that shows me how hard you're blowing, and you got to be above a line. Okay. So
Okay.
that's why I'm telling you to blow harder.
Okay.
Okay. Big deep breath and blow. Keep blowing. Keep blowing. Keep blowing. There you go. Keep blowing. Keep blowing. Keep blowing. Keep blowing. We're about halfway there. Keep blowing. Keep blowing. Keep blowing.
Good.
So let's take breath. All right. Blow. Can you blow harder for me? There you go. Keep blowing, keep blowing, keep blowing. Harder. There we go. All right, you can stop. So that's how hard we have to blow. Is you're right at the very bottom of it, okay?
Okay.
It's going to do its self-check again. So the second one, we got to blow a little bit harder, okay?
Okay.
It's going to do its self-check here. Blow the machine out. Sometimes I wish you guys could see the graph chart so you understand why I'm
Right.
saying what I'm saying.
I tried.
But they always set it up this way. All of them are that way. All of them are that way.
Well,
We
I
see
guess it's
them.
not for me to see, so.
Hang on to that. My intention here, as soon as it prints, we'll swap and I'll go in there and finish explaining and wrapping up so she can come out. No, I'm just letting her know. It's that way you can let her know as soon as it prints. I'll get out of her way for her.
Yeah, we're
Okay. Second one. All right. Big deep breath and blow. There you go. Keep blowing, keep blowing, keep blowing, keep blowing, keep blowing. And good. Hello. Yep, I'm working on it.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
Oh, I literally just need to print. So we'll swap completely.
Okay. You want to come on out?
We're going to stand up and go in the other room. As soon as he steps out of here, when we go in there, I'll take your handcuffs off in just a second, okay?
Okay.
He's going to come out and take that chair.
Why do all these guys look like deer in headlights? Cracks me up. Welcome, guys. If you're still here watching, we are watching Emma Bailey's body cam of her DUI arrest. She is someone who has just recently been arrested for trafficking drugs, specifically linked to an overdose death of a UI student.
And you're going to go in the room there. Get your handcuffs off first. So hang tight right there. Relax your hand for me. There you go. Okay. All right, go ahead and have a seat in the chair. I'm going to grab our paperwork and I'll be right back in, okay?
Thank you.
I just noticed her jacket is Nike. It's actually really cute. For a first-time arrest, she's pretty calm. But I think that the reason her alcohol limit was so high was because she was on some pills, like probably ecstasy or something. Or coke. I hear you can drink a lot when you're on those things. And you don't, like, feel the effects like you would if you weren't on those things.
Okay. So
Just
printed
2
out
times
your
a week. I
results.
think she'd be staggering
So
everywhere.
it looks at your breath 2 different ways. It's called IR and EC. This first one is your first breath sample. This one here is your second breath sample. So your first result was a 0.180, and your second one is a 0.179. Okay, so you're more than double the legal limit. Okay, so one of these copies will be yours.
I mean, for twice the legal limit.
So the other portion of this is in that implied consent. If your breath sample is over the 0.08, the Department of Licensing is going to suspend your driver's license, okay? I know your license is through Idaho,
Yes.
but the state of Washington is going to suspend your license.
What does that mean?
I
can't drive in Washington?
So there's 2 portions to a DUI. There's
So I
what's
can't drive in
called
Washington.
Criminal investigation, which is the court process, and then there's a civil side of it.
Okay.
This portion of suspending your driver's license.
No, babe,
is
you
the
can't drive
civil side of
anywhere.
it.
Okay.
And so DOL, this form explains what to do in order to contest the suspension of your driver's license. Because you're out of state, I don't know the process of how that works.
What does contest? You said contest? What does that
Contest
mean?
means argue.
Argue?
Argue.
Argue. Okay,
Right?
okay,
Like
okay.
you don't agree your license should be suspended.
Okay, okay.
That's what this form does, is it allows you to contest the suspension.
But because you're in out of state,
It's just
I would recommend
a test.
calling Department of Licensing. I'm going to give you this form so that you can call them, okay? So there's one piece on the top here that says, notice of right to hearing. That's what this form is. I have been given written notice of my right to hearing, including the steps required to obtain a hearing, and understand that the notice of suspension, revocation, or denial of license will be mailed to the address of record on file with the Department of License.
Does that mean the ticket or?
Nope, that means that when Washington suspends your license, if they do, they will mail it to your driver's license address, whatever address is on your license. That's where they're going to send it.
And that's all
So this statement here says, I've been given this form, including the steps required to obtain a hearing, and I understand that the notice of suspension, revocation, or denial of license will be mailed to the address of record on file with Department of Licensing.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm looking for is a signature on this line right here stating that you got a copy of this. You don't have to sign it. It's totally up to you if you want to sign it.
Okay. I'm just saying.
All it's saying is that you got a copy of this.
Okay.
I'm going to put today's date, 2/12, on there.
Okay.
At least she's not being disrespectful.
All right. So what the next step is you are going to be booked into the jail, which means we got to take a trip over to Colfax, okay?
Okay.
You've never been arrested for DUI before?
No, I've never
Okay.
been arrested.
So
at
if
all.
this is your first offense,
So she got like a double whammy on arrests this year. So pay attention when she's driving to Colfax or whatever they call it. She gets on her phone and calls her house. She originally calls her dad. And then when she can't reach her dad and she tells her sister, Dad hasn't gotten back to me in a couple days. So her sister is coming to get her, but she says, go in my safe. Here's the combination. Get $500 and take some extra for yourself for the inconvenience. And then she goes on to talk about how she's going to pay her more, for getting her out. It's just crazy. What 21, how old is she? 21-year-old girl has a safe. We know later she gets arrested for drugs. So crazy.
have the ability to bail out. It'll be $500, and they'll have you sign a promise
Like 2
to appear
months.
in court, and they will give you your court date of when you need to be back.
No,
in court.
1 month. I think that happened in
Do you
March.
know roughly how long I would get out without bail?
Usually it's going to be Monday
22.
afternoon is going to be court.
Okay. Which would be when I would get out, or
No, you could bail out and have somebody pick you up this morning within 3 to 4 hours.
but that's the bond versus the
Yep.
bail, correct? So my
Bail
bail
bond.
is 5,000.
Bail, bond are the same thing.
Oh, I thought bail was like, I say if I was 500 bond, it would be 5,000 bail.
Nope, it's $500 cash because it's a gross misdemeanor.
Okay.
It's $500 cash to get out of jail.
Okay.
And that's your money saying, I'm gonna come back to court.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
But if I would not do that,
If you
it'd
do
be-
not-
I would go to court on
If you
Monday,
do not post bail, you go to court on Monday and
And-
see a judge.
and then they would issue me when I get out.
Yep, and then the judge would determine when you get out and if there's bail or not.
Do you know roughly, like, for my first offense of a DUI or
The
anything?
judge does what the judge does. I don't have any say or knowledge of that.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna hang on to these documents. You've been more than cooperative with me, and I appreciate that, so you're not gonna go back in handcuffs, okay?
Thank you.
You stay cool with me, no handcuffs. You've been cool with me,
Appreciate it. I
okay?
appreciate that.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk back over to that door.
and we're gonna go back out to my car.
Could I ask you, so my car, is it gonna get towed or?
I can't guarantee that it's not, but I moved it off of the roadway.
So it's in the parking lot?
It's in the gravel parking lot by those grain
whatever
bins.
the town does with it.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
So it's not up to you, it's up to the town.
It's up to.
Okay, so let's break this down. BB Mommy says, do you think she's being trafficked? I think that in our research, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't it come out that her dad works for UI in some capacity? I just think that we automatically we see a white girl arrested with a 30-something black man and we think she's being trafficked. How do we know she didn't make a choice to, started dealing maybe marijuana and it got deeper? I don't know. I think that if her dad works at the college and stuff, I don't think that she had she wasn't abandoned as a child or ran away from home or something like that.
City. Usually they won't tow them. They know they can see back through the cases that your car is attached to a DUI tonight. Okay. Usually they don't tow it the next day. Okay. I have your car key right here. Perfect. So we'll get that over there as well, okay? And I have your phone in the car.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to go right back to that pass-through door, and I will see you on the other side, okay?
Thank you.
Just, you walking out now?
No, I wasn't coming at you, BB, at all.
Of course.
I didn't see what Joe said.
Walk out the door, too.
Let me go back.
Everybody's got to do it at once, right? Well, if my camera was going to make it to Colfax, I wouldn't care, but there's no way it's making it to Colfax tonight.
I don't even see Joe in chat, which is weird.
All right, come on out. We're going to go right back to my car.
How come I don't see Joe? Oh, there she is. She was arrested with a man who is an ex-felon with history of abuse and violence to women. Oh, right. Well, I wouldn't think that a drug dealer would be on the up and up.
Couldn't have a seat there. I'll be right back with you in just a minute, okay?
She had a few kids in the car, yeah. Oh, I'm
Perfect.
sure he does.
Thank you.
Most
Appreciate
drug dealers do.
All right. All right.
BB,
Just
I
so you
didn't
know,
think
my
you
camera's
were
up here
judging.
recording still. Do you want your phone to make a phone call?
Okay, here we go with the calls.
Can I make a phone call now?
You can.
Okay.
So, let's get your seatbelt on first.
Hi, Alex.
Perfect.
And then you can make a phone call.
About the bail or cash?
Yep, if somebody can come bail you out, they can use credit.
Can I make it like 2 phone calls? I have 2 people to call and I don't know if they're going to answer.
You can use your phone all the way until we get to Colfax.
I appreciate you.
Okay?
Thank you.
It's
He's
about
really
15
nice
minutes.
to her,
You've been
too.
cooperative, so you can use your phone. When we get to the jail, I take your phone back. You have to go through I have to go upstairs and do paperwork, which takes about an hour to 2 to get you through the booking process, and then they'll let you make the phone call then if you need to later on, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate this.
All right.
Dad doesn't answer. She calls Dad first. This is Emma Bailey from Moscow, Idaho. Yeah, Demetrius Robinson, Tacoma, Washington is the guy she got arrested with. Selling drugs, and someone died. Nope, this is Pullman. She's from Moscow, but this is Pullman PD. Are you talking to me, BB?
It's 500, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Stuck to call 16 MDC.
Well, when she first, if you notice, when she first got arrested, she said to the cop, she's like, oh, when she knew she was going to jail, she's like, oh, everything in that car is Miranda or whatever the girl in her car's name is. She's like, everything in there is hers. And he's like, but it's your car? She's like, yeah, it's my car. But everything in the car is hers. Whatever that meant. So I don't know what she thought they were going to find in the car, maybe. I'm not sure.
313.
Joe, I was thinking Dad might be shady, too.
Hello? Hi, are you sleeping? Okay, it's important. I need you to listen. I got arrested for a DUI. So my bail is $500 cash. If you could get that out of my
Cash or card. They can bring card
then
too.
I can get bailed out. Women. So I'm in the police car now. I'm getting transported to Colfax.
Yep.
But they gave me my phone to contact anybody until I get to Colfax. So I'm going to jail right now.
She's very calm. Very calm.
In jail.
So I kind of suspected, hang on. I kind of suspected something was up with the dad as well because that was the first person she called. And if I get a DUI, I'm going to call my sister first and Dad second. You know? That's what kind of struck me as a little odd.
But if you could get the money out of my yes, to Colfax. And just so if you go to Dad's house and you have your key and then my safe number. No, he didn't answer. Called him first. But if you my safe number is
Okay, wait a minute. So she says go to Dad's house. So sister doesn't live at Dad's house, but apparently she does because that's where the safe is. But it sounds like sister doesn't live there. So perhaps there's something going on in that house, and maybe that's why she called Dad first and sister second. And the weepiness sounds a little fake to me because she hasn't been weepy at all. Not at all.
bail me out in Colfax. Do you have the key? Okay. I won't have my phone once I get to Colfax. So it's in Pullman by Timber, which is a club. Yeah, so, excuse me?
Yep.
Should I be able to get my phone and my key if I get bailed out?
Yep.
Okay, so I should be able to get my phone and my key once I'm bailed out, and then I'll be able to drive to my car and then have my phone as well. Well,
yeah.
yes, but I'll be able to get to my car, or have my key to get there. I'm driving to Colfax right now in the police car.
She's got really thick eyebrows.
So
too.
you have the key to Dad's house, correct? Okay, do you remember the passcode to my safe? Yes, pound. And then grab cash, whatever you need out of there, and then just come to Colfax. And if you need extra money for yourself because it's an inconvenience, then that's okay.
Okay, this isn't her sister at all, is it? This isn't her dad and her sister at all. Mandy, Big Daddy, and maybe another dealer.
sorry. I called Dad first, but he didn't answer. I haven't seen him for like 2 days, and he hasn't been answering me for 2 days, so. Okay. Well, you know, Colfax, I'll be there until you come with the bail.
Just to confirm, DUI is 500 bail.
Just type in Colfax. So
Perfect, thank you.
So where you would park normally, and then walk in where it looks like the courtyard is, and then you walk to the right, and then you walk in, and then you just ask for who you like, Emma Bailey.
She sure knows exactly how to get to the jail. What? It's not cult leader. What? She's like, where you normally park, you know, to go visit your jail buddies. You go there and then just go up to the thing and ask for me, because that's what I do when I go visit our friends.
And then you give them the cash sign, and then I should be able to get out.
Oh yeah, she's all about the cash money.
Okay.
She knows exactly what to do. How many people has she
remember
bailed
the
out?
passcode again? Yes. Not the, so like hashtag sign. That's what it is. Pound. Hashtag sign. It's in, my safe is next to my bed on the bench. Okay. And if you can't.
My safe is next to my bed on the bench. So she played dumb with this officer, like, what does that mean? What do you mean, juvenile? Like, what does that mean? And then he gets in the car with her phone, and she's street smart as all hell.
And then I'll just give you whatever you want afterwards. You don't even, like, I'll just give you extra money or whatever.
I'll give you whatever you want.
Okay, okay. I love you. Thank you so much.
One of these stays in here.
This is also butcher redacted. Wait, what just Mike? Let's go back. She referred to herself in the third person. How far back do I need to go?
Whitman. So I'm in the police car now. I'm getting transported to Colfax.
Yep.
But they gave me my phone to contact anybody until I get to Colfax. So I'm going to jail right now. In jail. No. But if you can get the money out of my yes, to Colfax.
Oh, she was just telling
so
him
if you
what
go
to
to
say,
Dad's
okay.
house and you have your key, and then my safe number. No, he didn't answer. Called him first. But if my safe number is.
I think though she just was saying this is what you need to say when you come in here.
Bail me out in Colfax. Do you have the key? Okay. I won't have my phone once I get to Colfax. So it's in Pullman by Timber, which is a club. Yeah. So excuse me.
Yep.
Should I be able to get my phone and my key if I get bailed out?
So she needed.
Okay, so I should be able.
She needed to tell her sister that was a club. Don't you find that to be a little sus?
My phone and my key once I'm bailed out, and then I'll be able to drive to my car and then have my phone as well. Well, yes, but I'll be able to get to my car or have my key to get there. I'm driving to Colfax right now in the police car. And so you have the key to Dad's house, correct? Okay, do you remember the passcode to my safe? Yes, pound. And then grab cash, whatever you need out of there, and then just come to Colfax. And if you need extra money for yourself because it's an inconvenience, then that's okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I called Dad first, but he didn't answer. I haven't seen him for like 2 days, and he hasn't been answering me for 2 days, so. Okay. Well, you know, Colfax, I'll be there until you come with the bail.
Just to confirm, DUI is 500 bail.
Just type in Colfax. So
perfect, thank you.
So where you would park normally, and then walk in where it looks like the courtyard is, and then you walk to the right, and then you walk in, and then you just ask for who you like, Emma Bailey, and then you give them the cash sign, and then I should be able to get out. Remember the passcode again? Yes. So like hashtag sign. That's what it is. Pound. Hashtag sign.
Redacted.
It's in my safe is next to my bed on the bench. Okay. And if you can't find it, then I'll just give you whatever you want afterwards. You don't even, like, I'll just give you extra money or whatever.
If you can't find it, if you can't find what? The safe on the bench? What is she talking about? What is she talking about in code here?
Okay. I love you. Thank you so much.
One of these stays in here. All that is your property.
She thinks she's a badass, too. I knew there was a reason she was so calm. She knew exactly what she was doing. Damn car. Did you see that? Nasty. Throw your trash away, dude.
Take your phone back. We're just going to go stand by the wall right there, and one of the guys will come out and chat with us. They got some questions before you go inside.
You just gave yourself away.
Sounds like you have somebody coming over to bail you out?
Yes.
Okay.
With cash.
He's on their way right now.
Okay. It'll probably be about 2 hours still.
Okay.
Because I have to go upstairs. Yeah, I have to go upstairs and do type a report, what's called probable cause affidavit, to give to them why I arrested you, and then they have to go through the booking process with you. As soon as that's completed, then you can mail out.
Okay.
I've got a few questions before you come in. Have you had any breathing difficulties?
God, they look like they're the
Have you
same
experienced
age.
loss of taste or smell?
No.
Have you experienced nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea?
No.
Have you been in contact with anyone diagnosed with COVID-19 or who's been placed in quarantine?
No.
Is there any possibility that you could be pregnant?
No.
Okay, I'm going to check. Okay, listen to this next part carefully. All inmates will be body scanned to check for contraband. All property items will be searched. Introduction of contraband such as controlled substances, alcohol, marijuana, other intoxicants, cell phones, or other electronics into a correctional facility is a felony criminal offense. You will receive amnesty from criminal charges for introduction of contraband into a correctional facility if you honestly and accurately provide information about any contraband before entering the booking area. Do you have any contraband? Good.
We need to go to the restroom first.
Okay.
Yes.
Restroom is that door right there.
Okay, thank you. Just open?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
For you.
Thank you.
I wonder if she was searched before she got to go in that bathroom. So they just ask
Hi,
if you
sir.
have contraband and they just take your word?
I'm doing all right.
That's kind of weird. Who's that? Steve
Pullman
Doocy?
had two in holding. They sent one to the hospital. One's a DUI. So I don't
Who's
know.
her brother?
I don't know if they're both
Oh.
coming over or not. To be fair, the one that went to the hospital is the
You never
DV
know in
arrest,
this
I believe.
town.
So
Okay, I saw
I believe
that
that
one.
one's going to have to come eventually.
Okay.
So
That would be day shift's problem.
yeah, eventually.
Hey, obsessed.
She does have somebody en route from Moscow to come do bail, which is why I called to confirm amount since they were coming from Moscow.
Did they say how they're paying?
Cash.
Oh, okay. And then 500 even. Because debit would be 502. And credit is 525.
Oh, she just flushed.
I'm just going to explain what I'm giving back to her, and then I'm going to bounce.
Alright.
She's been more than cooperative.
Good. I had a question. So, names.
Well, it was redacted too, Vicky, so we don't know. She could have been
Haven't
searched.
been in there, don't know.
There's an alert that I've never seen before.
Probably the one Brianna asked me about.
Did she did?
Brianna IM'd me.
Did you?
IM'd me.
I haven't looked yet.
Oh.
IM'd me. I'm gonna bounce. She IM'd me on AOL Instant Messenger.
All right. So this here, your driver's license, your vehicle registration back. This here's your criminal citation for DUI.
She
There's
gets her
no
license
court date
back?
set up here because I'm booking you into jail. Can you grab the towels for her there?
They give her license back?
You've got towels. Sorry about that.
Thank you. It's okay. I appreciate it.
There's no court date up here because you're being booked into jail tonight. Okay. So if you do bail out, he'll provide documentation for your promise to appear in court and when your court date and hearing will be. Okay. This is the breath results that I told you would be your copy. And then that is the DOL information in reference to your license getting suspended through, potentially getting suspended through Washington. Okay? So I just want to make sure you knew he's going to hang on to all these as your property.
Yep.
And then he'll go through a whole bunch of stuff with you. I'll go up and start working on paperwork so I don't delay you any more than I have to. Okay?
And if I get bailed, I have the key, my phone, and this.
Good thing you said that. I do. It's in here. I would have realized it when I got upstairs.
Can you take all your jewelry off?
Yes.
Put it in here.
So there is your key and there's your phone. So he has those. That was all I had.
I appreciate
Okay?
it. Thank you.
Awesome. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Thanks.
This one here?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Your door will be unlocked. I'll let them out.
Oh, you don't have to. I'm just kidding.
That's a lot of paperwork. All right.
Wow.
End of the line.
Crack up.
Oh, thank you. Yep. I'll let you out on your side.
This is them getting to her friend.
Perfect.
getting dropped
Thank you
off.
very much. All right. Thank you, sir. I do have a lot of snacks, but you can't have any.
What? Sorry, they're friends. They're all night. Thank
All
you.
right. Have a good night.
All right, that is it. That's the end of the body cam footage for her. And I know it felt weird to me too, you guys. It felt really weird. It's almost like, I mean, I know that cop was really nice, but like, was there a reason? Did he know her? It just seems to me that it would strike someone as odd that this young girl has, you know, that kind of cash in a safe in her house. So I don't know. All right, you guys. Sorry, I'm not in the best of moods today, so I'm actually trying to get my channel straightened around. So I'm gonna leave this up. We got about a half an hour until court resumes. So sorry I'm being a bummer, but it is what it is. I am looking forward to the Daybell audio tonight. I'll be doing weekly updates for you guys here on the 411. Just YouTube declined my request for monetization again. So now I'm back to the drawing board again. I'm just really tired of, I guess, the YouTube game of them, enforcing things and then not explaining what you can do to make it right, So it's like, it's just really frustrating because this is my job and it's like being, I don't know. I don't even want to get into it, but let me get the WebEx ready. I'm just tired and I just blah. I was actually feeling a little bit hopeful because I had deleted, I thought it was the shorts videos because they say reuse content. So that would definitely fall into the shorts category unless you're, on camera for shorts. And so I deleted every short. Fuck shorts, whatever. So I deleted them all and then reapplied. And I also deleted some videos that I thought were infringing. And apparently that wasn't the problem. So all the work that I put into those short videos, I think there's about 700 of them, I deleted and it still didn't help my case. So, I don't know. It's just frustrating. All right, let's go back to our court screen for a second. I'm going to get this set up again because this shut down. I had to rejoin the Cisco WebEx. So what's for dinner tonight, you guys? I am making BLTs. My tomatoes are coming in outside, and I was able to pick a couple tomatoes, and I'm going to make BLTs. And just FYI, if you've never made bacon in your air fryer, if you have an air fryer, I highly suggest trying it. I highly suggest it. It is hardly any, look at this, Werner. Why is he so big? It's no mess. It's amazing. I know, but then shorts wouldn't be shorts. I know. And the thing is, it's so weird because I never really did a whole lot of shorts. I did a few and then, well, no, I was doing shorts. And then they sent a thing starting in February. They're like, oh, hooray. You're going to be able to monetize your shorts. And then they were like, click here to agree to the terms. So I did. And then I thought, oh, shoot, is that what happened? Like, did they monetize the shorts and then go, oh, we can't monetize these? Why offer the monetization then? Thank you, Tough Tiff. I appreciate that. I'm just over it. I'd like to just record my podcast or go live and do my podcast and just be left the fuck alone by people, by other creators who have a bone to pick with me about something I don't know. It's just, it's a nasty world out there and I'm sick of it. I want nothing to do with any other creator on this platform. Nothing. Not one fucking thing. I want to be by myself in my own bubble, and that's where I want to remain. Because other people on this platform, they act like they want to, do good things, but they just want to fuck your life up. Because they feel like if they fuck your life up, it raises theirs somehow. So instead of putting in the hard work to build themselves on their own, they have to step on others to try to raise themselves up. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of playing this game. I'm sick of the runaround. I'm sick of YouTube not being clear. I mean, I'm on the cusp of 100,000 subscribers. And when you get to that point, you get someone who you can talk to. You get a personal person at YouTube. But not now. But I have given so many creators a chance and the benefit of the doubt. And all it's done is bite me in the ass. Every single person I've commingled with on this platform has backstabbed me. There's not one that hasn't. Not one. Not one that I hosted on my channel, promoted, gave props to, told everyone to subscribe to their new channel. Where are they now? Do you see any of those motherfuckers here? Not one. Not one of them. YouTube is not the place to make friends. Let me tell you that. I learned that the hard way. 5 years later, I'm sitting here still being nice to people. I'm done. I don't want anything to do with any motherfuckers anymore. Pardon my French, but you know what? Enough is enough. Losing a month of income is not fucking fun for me. It's not funny. It's not a game. People play with other people's lives and livelihoods and personal lives. I'm done with it. I don't want anything to do with it. No more. No more. No more. Nope. Because there's not people, they don't think like me, and I think they think like me, so I talk to them. And I befriend them. Because I think they think like me. And they don't. As much as I want them to think like me, they won't ever think like me. So I'm done, you know, it's like beating your head against a brick wall. When are you finally going to stop and say, that fucking hurts? I need to stop doing that. So I just think I really need to take a look at what I'm doing here and what I'm putting my time and efforts into to only have it taken away from me. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but it's just, this isn't social hour for me. This is me disregarding any social hour that I could have in my life and putting that time into the podcast, keeping up on cases, following the latest news stories, making videos, editing, getting music, paying for music, going live, getting new equipment, learning how to use the equipment. I mean, it goes on, and making thumbnails, typing descriptions, sharing to every platform. I mean, I don't do all that because I want to have drama with someone else and have them report me or, you know, take it away. I don't fucking want that. I've never wanted that. People go out of their way to send you fake shit because they want you to report it. So they can tee-hee. Get a fucking life, man. And that's what I'm saying. I love the engagement. I love you guys. I love you. Casey, Angie B, Lucia, BB Mommy, Olive Juice, Obsessed for Disneyland, Joe, Tough Tiff. You guys make Daisy Dead. You guys make this. So I want to come back. But like, it's the people that I guess the people that want to see you fail never stop wanting that. It's like my past podcast host who hasn't gotten over the fact that I don't want to be her friend for 5 years. That we just don't mesh. 5 years, the bitch can't let it go. I won't stop until J is for Justice is destroyed. These are the type of people I have to deal with. In a regular job, you're protected from that. You don't have to go to work and be bullied. by people at work. You don't have to go to work and people can't post your personal information because you know what? They'd be disciplined for that. But I don't have that protection here. I have no protection. I have put my entire life on display for anyone in the world to be a part of. My entire life. People have looked up my husband, my past husband, my family, contacted my family, contacted my job. I have no protection, but yet I sit here and I do this day after day. You know why? Because of you guys and because of my passion, and I love it. And I'm not trying to punish you guys for being, for being here and having to hear about these assholes that do things behind the scenes. Like file lawsuits so that they can get their personal text messages out there to get their side out. It's frivolous, it's bullshit, and it's wrong. And I'm going to be 50 years old, and I just don't have the patience. I don't. I just don't. My Facebook was hacked. Couldn't get it back. My kids' photos being used and fucked up photos being sent to me. I mean, it's just, it's never ending. I can't ever just breathe. That's all I want to do. I want to do what I enjoy, interact with the people that want to be here, that are like-minded and are my tribe. And that's it. And at the end of the day, if I have 136 viewers, that's what I have. Because I'm not here to blow smoke up anybody's ass. I'm not here to say I have this first. Because it's not about that to me. And when you open yourself up to more people on this platform, you open yourself up to more bullshit. There's a reason why the big creators don't go live, guys. If you look at the successful creators on this platform, do they go live? Nope. They don't. True crime creators that are successful, that have a lot of subscribers. Real subscribers. I'm talking about real subscribers, not purchased to make them look more interesting than they are. I'm talking about the true crime. I don't even know who has real subscribers anymore. But the true crime creators that you see that stay out of the madness, they don't do live streams. But you know what? They're also not interacting like I love to interact with you guys. I want to interact with you in real time. I don't only want to interact with you in a comment section. That's so impersonal. I want to interact with you guys in real time like this. I mean, I don't want to be one of those people that it's just not me. I don't think I would ever do that. I don't think I would ever sit in front of a camera and tell you guys a story. Nothing's wrong, Tracy. Welcome. I wouldn't be happy doing that. And I don't think that I would be able to do my thing that way. That just doesn't, unless I did literally recorded a live stream like this and played it. I mean, I don't know how else to do it other than to possibly go to audio only, Apple Podcasts, and, do a few podcasts a week. I don't know what else to do. I don't know. Got a lot to think about, though. I'm not giving up on YouTube on J is for Justice at all. I'm still fighting for that channel to get its monetization back. But in the meantime, I've got a lot of things to think about because if this can happen now, it can happen again. They could do this at any given moment with no warning, and we get paid once a month. So if they do it in the middle of the month, buy money. You don't get paid. Too bad, Paw Paw. Row. Oh, man. We'll figure it out. Because if it's not reused content, what's it going to be next? What terms of service are they going to decide to enforce next? I know, BB. Then you know what? I could do? I could do Apple Podcasts. Then I could do Patreon videos for subscribers of the podcast. I don't know. I want my J is for Justice back. And I just want Dan Bongino. Who's he? I'd have to see his face. Dan Bongino. I put Bongina. Oh, who cares? Who is this guy anyway? I've seen him on here. Who is he? I don't like him. He gives me the willies. I don't like this dude. I've seen him on Fox and I thought, who is this guy with his American flag t-shirt and his suit coat? Who is he? Where does he come from? He looks like a MMA fighter or something. Who is this dude? Who is he? I know there are, Mike. It's the most popular. And who is he? Like, where did he come from? He was a cop? Unfiltered with Dan Bongino. Wow, he had 1.179 million viewers last week, and he was dropped without warning. I know the feeling, Dan Bongino. A move described as a stunner to his fans and the fans of the top-rated cable giant. Two popular hosts possibly getting the axe in the wake of the Dominion settlement. So it must be him and Tucker. So they think this is going to fix their image. Well, I mean, I'm happy to say that I won't miss his show. Thank you, Gina Misty. Love your channel. Chin up. Your giggle. He's retired Secret Service. Ugh. Yikes. He looks like a drug tycoon. Is he like 5'4" too? You guys, I'm gonna go make my bacon when we get back in court. I'm gonna make my bacon. I'm gonna eat early. I'm hungry. Now, I know we never talk about political views, but I'm just going to be honest. Tucker was kind of my sanity. Like, I would go to Tucker for my sanity. He was, like, logical. He reminded me, like, of myself and how I think of things sometimes. And, ew, BB. That dude? Boingo? Betty Joe, thank you for your question. She said, I have a question. Is there any way that your subscribers can help with your channels getting your monetization back? I don't think so, but I appreciate you asking. I appreciate you asking, Betty Joe. Unfortunately, there's really no recourse other than me continuing to work with YouTube, I guess, and trying to figure it out. But I'll keep you guys posted every step of the way, you know. This is a learning curve for everybody. Maybe somebody else who comes across this problem in the future can revert back and learn something. I don't know. I'm not about making people fail in order to make myself look better. Cough, cough. Did you guys know that there is a true crime channel out there who has this guy that like runs it for her, and that they contacted Dateline NBC because she was so jealous. This was my second stint on Dateline, that her boyfriend contacted Dateline NBC and told them that I was racist, I was a homophobe, and my podcast was racist and homophobe, and sent fake screenshots. And guess who got the boot from Dateline NBC after 2 days of filming? That would be me. So I ask, this channel continues to buy subs and not put out much content, because you don't get subs if you're not putting out content. You quit putting out content for a week, your shit like slows down tremendously. You have to continuously sprint to be a creator. You don't stop. If you stop, you're fucked. You don't gain 50,000 subscribers in a 6-month period when you're not putting out content. You're not that good looking. It doesn't happen. It defies logic. But yeah, they did it. They did it. And they were so happy. They did a members only live stream, patting themselves on the back and laughing about it. Yep. 2 days. Dateline NBC had a crew in St. Petersburg, Florida, and filmed me for 2 days. These people don't want to see me do good. And I hate to say, oh, they're jealous, because I never think of anybody as being jealous of me. I'm not that pretty. I'm not that smart. I mean, I'm not ugly, but I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm some goddess to be jealous of. I'm intelligent, but I'm not any smarter than anybody else. So if someone else puts in the hard work, if I can do it, anybody can do it. Put in the hard work. That's what I did. It's ridiculous. I mean, I'm going on 50 years old. This is not stuff that I deal with or want to deal with. When I went on Dateline the first time, I took a girl who was part of taking me down on that second stint. I took her to New York City with me. Her name's Melissa B. Not the Melissa B here. A different Melissa B. I took her with me. The bitch cried and complained. I'm scared to fly. I'm scared to fly. Instead of just being grateful for a free trip to New York City. Made it all about her. Made it all about her. And then when she didn't get enough words in because she sat there like a baby pouting because the third girl I brought along, who doesn't talk to me either, but the third girl I brought along talked over her, so she sat there with her arms crossed and pouted like a fucking baby. And then when the premiere came out and it was showtime and we watched it, she said, I didn't get any words in. They didn't even have me in there. That's what it became about. It became about her and her not getting to talk. But that's because she sat there like a fucking baby. Because Christy, the other girl, talked over her once. She wasn't happy for me. She didn't give a damn about me. And then she was real quick to throw me under the bus when something got posted on my business page and I removed all administrators to find out what the fuck went on. And you know what she said? If you don't trust us, fuck you. And she took the other 2 with her. That was my thank you for taking that snotty, conceited, self-absorbed bitch to New York City where she didn't deserve to be. Because the whole time we were there, all she was worried about was her online boyfriend coming to see her, which he never did. A whole year of online boyfriend and the runaround. I can't tell you how many times he was going to road trip from Connecticut to Chicago to see her. He never did. But then we interviewed Steven Peterson. Yeah, you know, the killer. He killed, his dad killed 2 of his wives. Yeah, she met him on my podcast, and now she's living with him in the house that his dad and his dead wife lived in. They sleep on the same mattress. She actually did a live stream on the channel that got me off Dateline. You know that channel called Unmasked? Yeah, that channel. She did a live and they're members only. And you know what she said? This is Stacy's bed. While Stacy's kids were in and out of that room. And Melissa B., if you're listening, fuck you. You never deserved to go to New York City, ever. And then after she left my podcast, she had the audacity to tell people that she made that trip to New York. She got me there. This is why I'm frustrated. That's why I'm frustrated. So there's the truth. Thank you, Gregory. Saved by Gregory. Excuse my language.
We have witnesses?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Whew, all right. I'm glad I got that out. I've been holding that in for quite a while because I never publicly said why that bitch was such a user, but that's why she's a user. Because she doesn't give a fuck about anybody but herself. Yes, Drew Peterson. Steven Peterson is who she lives with. Drew Peterson's son, who hid money and guns for his wife killer father. And then she wants to show off Stacy Peterson's mattress. Who could sleep on the mattress that this girl and Drew Peterson slept on? Why do they have a mattress still in that house? It's gross. It's gross. Thank you, Mike Sanner. It's just ridiculous, man. I don't put people on blast. I don't do that to people. But I fucking had it. How about when Shane Culkin called in and she was like, he's like, oh, Jay, you're so pretty. And she's like, what about me? What about me? Like, what the fuck, dude? Do you have, I mean, if you have to have the attention of every man in the room, you might just be fucking insecure. Just saying. Her boyfriend from Connecticut, it was another lie of him coming to meet her. And he's like, we're in New York City. And like, we got to go to the train station to meet Richard. So and she met Richard in my chat, right? He lived at home with his dad. Would never meet her. It was like a year and a half of FaceTime sex, right? And we had to hear about this. Me and my team had to hear about FaceTime sex and how he wouldn't come there and see her and all this stuff. So he said he was getting on a train to come to New York City. So we had to hurry up and eat our New York style pizza, and we had to hurry up and get our World Trade Center visit out of the way because this bitch had to meet up with her fake boyfriend. And I didn't say anything. I was nice. Guess what? The motherfucker didn't show up. And you know what he told her? He told her that he brought Xanax for her and they were in his backpack and a drug sniffing dog came on the train and he sniffed him out and he got arrested. This bitch called the train station and said, hey, was there a bomb sniffing dog there? And did you arrest this guy? And they were like, what are you talking about? It was the biggest fucking joke, but this is what I sacrificed during my chance of a lifetime to go on Dateline NBC and get a trip to New York City. This bitch worried about getting dick from some guy she's never even met. Cutting off my pizza time, cutting off my World Trade Center time. Same, dad with a douchebag. He turned into a big cocksucker too. And then she quickly bounced from Richard to Steven Peterson and moved her kids in that house. Good God. Woohoo! This was a action-packed lunchtime. Thank you, Jeff Kent. These kinds of lives I never replay because I can't listen to myself rant. I hate it. I hate it. Sounds like everything this Melissa got, she got through you, Jay. You're so much better off without her in your life. I mean, someone who can, it's one thing to part ways. Like, not everybody sees eye to eye, and things happen. And if you say, you know what, I'm not seeing eye to eye, or I'm not liking how you're, where you're going with the podcast or whatever. It's one thing to part ways. This girl has the mentality of a 14-year-old. Okay. So it's one thing to part ways, but to people like that who still act like they're in junior high, they act like, I can't part ways and be cordial. Like, I have to part ways and I have to be a cunt. Like, I have to go for the jugular.
20 CR 1358
Thank you, Gregory.
people versus Letecia Stauch.
that
Record
just took
should
the
reflect
cake.
the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take
We
up
got
outside
triple
the presence of the
judged.
jury at this point?
Do you want
in time?
one, Jennifer?
Prosecution?
No,
Two
Your Honor,
Jennifers?
Defense?
You didn't hear that C word.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
I have no sound bites either. Mike Sanner, did you like that? Because I didn't. I'm not proud of myself.
Before I forget, if we have some time at the end of the day, I want to talk about Wednesday
Gregor.
in the event we
Gregor.
have to flex start
No,
time.
not this Melissa B.
Yeah.
Not this one.
I
No,
think
you
tomorrow's
don't.
fine.
You
I think
are the
Wednesday
good
is the
Melissa B.
issue.
You can be Melissa B all day long. You're not that bish. I'm just tired of it, guys. I don't know what to do anymore. Hold on, I got to get my windows back up for you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I offended anybody with that saying that. I didn't mean to. I respect all of you guys. I would never want to put you guys off like that. Ever. Just got a little heated. Just got a little heated there. Happens to everyone. It's okay. Thanks, Gregory. Happens to the best of us.
All rise for the jury, please.
Stand up. There's a full courtroom today. I wonder why there's so many people there today. Whew, I'm really sorry, guys. Thank you, Punani. Screw you, Melissa B. Not our Melissa B, the old Melissa B. The old crusty Melissa B. She's crusty like Letecia. Pillhead. Mm.
Just walked up and down. Got warm.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 people versus Letecia Stauch. It should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Yeah, are people call Sherry Holes to the stand?
Sherry Holes. Good thing this
Ms.
isn't the
Holes,
Daybell
if you would
case,
step forward and raise
'cause
your
we
right
don't need
hand,
a
please, ma'am.
hole. We've already got wood. We got
Do you
cocks.
swear
we
affirm the
got
testimony about given
woodcocks.
this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go
We've
ahead and have a
got
seat in the witness stand.
valleys,
Please watch your step.
bellows.
Step into the stand.
When I move, you move. Hell yeah. Hey, DJ, bring that back. We got to sing because we don't have our sound bites today. Dude, Janice, that just came out. It just came out. It just blurted right out.
Good afternoon, Ms. Holes. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Miss Holes.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Oh, Jesus.
Yes, my name is Sherry Holes. It's Sherrie, last of Holes, Holes.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed as a forensic serologist and DNA analyst at the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed such as?
I've been employed in that role approximately 4.5 years at the CSPD Crime Lab.
And what does a forensic serologist
Stop
do?
you for just a moment.
Oh, sure.
Uh-oh.
Can you move that so that it's on its side so it doesn't block the view of those two jurors right there?
When I move, you move.
Oh, let me just put it right here.
Or you can just lay it down on its side either way. Okay.
We'll just do that.
Heathen.
All right, go ahead.
I'm really sorry, you guys. I don't typically do that, and that's not me.
I think I was asking you what a forensic serologist does.
Yes, a forensic serologist examines evidence for the presence of biological fluids. Specifically in our lab, we look for blood, semen, saliva, and also we examine for other potential biological evidence that may be suitable for DNA analysis.
And what kind of experience of training do you have in the field of forensic serology?
Well, my training, first of all, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biological Sciences from University of California at Davis. I also have a Master's of Public Health with a specialty in Forensic Science from University of California, Berkeley. Prior to my employment in Colorado, I was employed in the same capacity for approximately 10 years. I was also a forensic DNA analyst and serologist in various crime labs in California. Most serology training actually does occur on the job. There are a few formal classes that I did take, such as microscopy of semen evidence, and mostly it was on the job training. In fact, when I came to Colorado Springs and was hired here, I spent about a year just going through a training protocol before I was deemed competent and able to begin casework.
And are you peer reviewed when you do a serology examination?
Yes, so all the reports that I write with my results are always technically reviewed by a second qualified analyst within the lab to make sure that they agree with the conclusions that I'm offering in the report. And then there's also another level of review called administrative review before the report goes out by another second qualified analyst, serology and DNA analyst.
And approximately how many forensic serology examinations have you conducted in your career?
Oh, in my career, it's well over 1,000.
You don't keep track each time you do one and say?
I usually average about 100 cases for serology a year. So over the course of almost 15 years, yeah, it's well over 1,000.
That was a bad attempt to try. I'm sorry. Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic serology in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've been qualified as an expert in this area approximately 40 times previously.
And are those both here and in California?
That's correct.
At this time, we'd ask that the court qualify Ms. Holes as an expert in the field of forensic serology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
Defense?
No objection to her being qualified.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So I want to kind of focus on your role as a forensic serologist here in Colorado Springs, the Metro Crime Lab. Were you asked to conduct several forensic serological exams?
Serological, correct, yeah.
And in this particular case of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch.
Yes, I was.
Could you give the jury a rundown on how you come about or how you became involved in this investigation?
So when we get a request from an agency, in this case, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, typically there's a couple of things that happen. One is they will write a cover letter with a description of the pertinent case details and some of the items of evidence that they would like examined. And then also typically there's a meeting between the submitting agency and our crime lab supervisor, our DNA technical supervisor.
and they make decisions as to these are the items that we will accept and which what are the priorities on which items will be tested.
And so is that common in any criminal investigation that the investigating agency will submit a letter asking you to perform analysis on certain items of evidence?
I can't speak to how other laboratories and agencies do it, but that is what we request, just so that we have some background knowledge of. It helps us decide of the case, so that helps us decide which evidence are best going to answer the questions being posed in the case and what is most probative, in other words, offering proof in the case circumstances.
And is it often in large investigations that you may actually meet with the detectives or other investigative officers to talk about what should be tested and why and that kind of thing?
Yes, definitely they try to do meetings before the first request comes in, but often in a large investigation, there can be several meetings that occur over time as more investigative details come to light or more questions are being answered in the case. And that is what happened in this particular case.
Can you describe that for the jury? Why did that happen in this particular case?
I was not involved in the actual meetings that were occurring. That was our crime lab manager and the DNA supervisor. But from my understanding, as more information was coming to light in the course of the investigation, more questions were being asked, more evidence was being collected on multiple different occasions, which then was coming into the lab with a request for examination.
And when you conduct your examinations, how do you get your results back to the investigating agency?
So once we have, and when I have issued a report and it's gone through the 2 layers of review, it is then released to the investigating detective, the lead detective on the case from one of our administrative staff.
And did you do several reports with regards to this investigation?
Yes, in this particular investigation, I released 7 reports.
And do you know why there were 7 different reports on, I'm assuming, 7 different dates?
Again, I think additional items were being collected, additional questions were being asked as additional evidence was being collected and during the course of the investigation. So they didn't have all of the evidence or even all of the information from that very first request. So again, as they were having more meetings with our lab management, it was decisions were being made that we need additional items tested.
And so what would be your role, just so you can explain to the jury, in the process of doing your analysis with regards to evidence in this particular case?
My role was to examine the items of evidence for the presence of, mostly for the presence of blood, and then also for other potential biological material that may be there, and consolidate any swabs or cuttings that I take, as well as documentation of the evidence. Documentation is done through photography and from note-taking of my observations of the evidence. And then any samples that I deem would be suitable to go on for DNA analysis, I'm then consolidating into what we call a DNA packet. DNA packet is just an envelope that has numerous tubes that I've prepared. The tubes have little pieces of cuttings or little swabs from the various items of evidence. Then that will go forward to the next step, which is the DNA analysis.
And with regards to this particular investigation, you indicated earlier that you may have been looking for blood or the presumptive presence of blood in these types of items. How would that impact your DNA packet, or whether or not you created a DNA packet with regards to what the results of your blood test was?
So when I am looking for blood, that's always starts with a visual exam. If I see staining that is consistent with visually looks like blood, we then do a chemical color test. It's a presumptive test for blood, meaning it's not a confirmatory test for blood, but it does indicate the presence of that. If I have a stain area that looks like blood, reacts to that chemical presumptive test, I typically will take a small cutting or a swabbing of that stain, trying to preserve additional stain, not take the whole sample when I can. And then that would go into a test tube. That test tube then goes into the DNA packet. I also do what we call trace swabbing, and trace swabbing is areas that may contain DNA cells or cells that have DNA. So many of our tests are so sensitive now in DNA analysis that we don't actually need to have a stain present. We can also get a DNA profile from just a very small number of just cells. Cells can be deposited just through touch or from wearing clothing, that kind of thing. So some of my serology examination is also doing trace swabbing. So areas in which I don't actually see a stain, but may be interested in DNA results from maybe through someone having touched an item per se.
Okay.
So
And we'll get to those as we go through the individual items. Did you have several individual physical pieces of evidence that you examined and performed a serological examination on those items?
Yes, I did.
And would you also receive swabs from various areas of a residence 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I did.
And would you, when you received all these items, were they all sealed in a protective way so that you know no one touched them in between the last person who opened the item?
Yes.
And rather than go through that with each item we go through, every item you looked at was sealed when you got it?
Yeah, if anything is not in a sealed condition, I note it, but I do not remember.
What does Tisha do in
receiving any
cyanide?
items in an unsealed manner, no.
And when you create a DNA packet, do you also seal that item and preserve it in a way so that the DNA will not be impacted?
Yes, I do. My envelope that I create that has all the little tubes from the cuttings and swabs, that gets an evidence tape seal once it's ready to go forward, and it's stored frozen for further analysis.
And is that why we don't admit them here in court, because they need to stay in the freezer, that kind of thing, to preserve that DNA?
Yeah, they are best maintained in a frozen manner, and literally it's just an envelope with the tubes inside. So it's best just not to bring it to court at all.
So to your right are a series of exhibits. And I'd like to go through these one by one, as painfully as that sounds, but I think we can go through it fairly quickly. The first exhibit that you'll see in that box on that table is Exhibit 182. Could you pull that out and tell us what that is?
Yes. This is labeled as the toothbrush belonging to Gannon Stauch.
And do you need to open that to see that that's the toothbrush in there?
I can see it from the bottom. It's been partially opened.
Okay. And when you received that, was it sealed, of course?
Yes, it was.
What did you do with that particular toothbrush?
This toothbrush was submitted as a possible secondary reference standard when we need to make DNA comparisons. We need a reference standard or a known sample from an individual. This was submitted as a possible secondary reference. Gannon was not present at the time, so they have a toothbrush, which hopefully would have his DNA on it. So I did some swabbing of the toothbrush. I also took some cuttings of the toothbrush bristles as well.
And was that done on February 8th of 2020?
The report was issued on February 8th, that work, yes.
It says that the request date was February 5th, 2020. So did you do the actual testing sometime in between those two dates?
Yes.
So Gannon's body had not been discovered yet.
Correct.
So you created a DNA packet for this item?
Not just for this item, but yes, this would be one of the items, those little cuttings of the toothbrush bristles and the swabs, those would go into test tubes and be included in the DNA packet with other samples that I collected.
Now, earlier you testified that you're also a forensic DNA analyst. Is there a reason why you didn't do DNA on this particular item versus creating a packet and sending it on?
Yeah, at this point in time, I was not a qualified DNA analyst at the lab here in Colorado Springs. So my only role was to do serology examinations.
So now you can do both, right?
I'm to a certain point in my DNA analysis training that I am qualified to up to a certain step, but there's always more training to be done.
Did this item and other items go on to Donna Minogue for further DNA testing?
Yes.
And I don't know if we want to just stick that back in the box, just that so it doesn't get cluttered up there. Or that works too. Okay. The next item in there is People's Exhibit 184. You could pull that out and tell us what that is.
Yes, DNA standards for Gannon's biological father.
And do you need to open that to see what's in there?
It's partially open. There's, here, I can take a look at this. Okay, there's just some swabs that are in here.
Are those buccal swabs from Mr. Eugene Stauch, also Al Stauch?
Yes, buccal swabs are swabs that are taken from the inside of the cheeks and the gum area, and those are taken as a reference standard or a known DNA standard that will be later on used for comparison purposes.
I guess while we're doing that, let's pull out 185 as well. What is People's Exhibit 185?
DNA standards for Gannon's biological mother, Landon. Okay. Yes, this also contains 2 sets of swabs.
And so are those buccal swabs as well from Gannon's mother?
Yes, these are buccal swabs also collected as reference standards from Gannon's mother.
Now, we're doing this together, but I'm assuming when you conduct the test, you're doing things individually, right? You're not mixing and matching items of evidence?
So we have yes, that's correct. We have a very set process on how we examine items of evidence in the lab. We always, before we even start any examination, we do a thorough cleaning of our workspace using bleach. We know that DNA, because it's so sensitive, our testing procedures are so sensitive, they are prone to contamination. So we have to be very careful, make sure we don't leave our own DNA on any evidence. So that involves wearing protective face coverings and hand coverings and gloves, hair coverings as well. And then we also want to make sure that there's no contaminating DNA on our work surfaces. So those are always bleached down in between every single item of evidence. We always lay out a fresh piece of like white butcher paper. So the evidence actually doesn't even touch any of our work surfaces. Any of our implements are cleaned as well. And then we always look at the order in which we look at items of evidence is also important. We try to look at evidence items that may have potentially low amounts of DNA before we would look at evidence items that have high amounts of DNA, something that would be very bloody, would have an expected high amount of DNA. We wouldn't want that to contaminate our work surfaces at all. So the order in which we examine is important. And then lastly, we always look at reference samples last, after looking at all the other evidence items.
And with regards to People's Exhibit 184 and 185, what did you do exactly to create a DNA packet for those 2 buccal swabs?
So the buccal swabs, individually, of course, one by one, examining those. My role was just to take a portion of one of the buccal swabs. I essentially it's like a long Q-tip, like a Q-tip head with a long stick. That's what the swab is. And I just take a sterile scalpel and I just portion
Guys, I'm
off
going crazy. I
one
can't
part
find
of
my
the swab. That
phone.
goes into a sterile tube, which is then labeled with the associated barcode number that we've given it. Then that tube that I've created goes into the DNA packet.
And I'm referencing your February 8th, 2020 report, if you need to refresh your recollection. But do you recall looking at a piece of tan carpet that was rolled up inside of another piece of carpet that was found in the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
And what were you looking at in regards to that carpet?
So I was looking for the possible presence of blood.
Did you see with your eye the presence of possible blood?
I did.
And what did you do upon seeing that?
So once I visually see staining that looks like it may be blood, I then do the chemical color presumptive test, which was positive for the presence of blood on the carpet. And then I do, actually on the back of that rolled up piece of carpet, I then swabbed a portion of that potential blood staining so that portion of that swab can go in the test tube and then into the DNA packet for further analysis.
And do you have People's Exhibit 386 there next in the list?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 386?
Let's see. This is 3 sets of possible blood swabs.
And what are those blood swabs from? Does it indicate on the envelope?
It does, yes. These were identified using placards A, B, and C, collected from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
And so What are these? Are these Q-tips or am I being too general here?
It's very much like a Q-tip. Their swabs come in sterile packaging. So typically there's a sterile wrapper, and within there are 2 swabs that they are, when our crime scene investigators are collecting these, they would open up the sterile packaging, take out these 2 swabs, which look like a Q-tip, but they have long wooden sticks. And then once they're finished swabbing these particular areas, they go back into the individual swab wrappers, and that's how I receive them. This one has 3 sets, meaning there'd be 3 separate collections then contained within this outer envelope.
Are the 3 sets labeled in a particular way?
I'm gonna need to refer to my notes. Let's see.
Now, page 2 of 4 of your
Thank you.
report.
Is that on my report or my notes?
It's in your report.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at my notes. Okay, let's see. Okay, so they actually, inside the outer envelope, inside there was 3 smaller tape-sealed manila envelopes. And each of those were labeled with either an A or a B or a C to indicate the placards that they had used during while they were collecting the evidence.
And does it say where these placards were located within the residence?
Let's see.
Was it in the garage?
Yeah, so the outermost barcode label, which they put on here, says from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
So with regards to these placards, if the jury wanted to, they can look at photographs and go to the garage and look for placards A, B, and C, and that would reference the swabs that we're talking about?
Yes, correct.
So what did you find with regards to placards A, B, and C, or at least the swabs from those areas in the garage?
So each of those swabs did show kind of a reddish discoloration, each set, A, B, and C. And I did my chemical presumptive testing for each set of placards A, B, C, and all were presumptive positive for blood.
And did those get forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yes, portions of those swabs were then cut and placed into test tubes, forwarded for DNA analysis.
Okay. I believe the next one, Your Honor, if I may have permission to look for an exhibit.
Might have to narrow it down a little bit more than that. That's okay.
Well, People's 451 is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Let me show you people's that's in admitted evidence 451. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
Okay. Do you need to look at that further?
Okay, I do, yes.
Okay. Obviously 451 is a piece of carpet, right?
Yes, that was a carpet, correct. Carpet 1 is how they designated that one.
So now while I'm up here, what did you find in People's Exhibit 451?
That piece of carpet, there was staining observed on both sides of the carpet that was presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
I did, yes. Or not the whole carpet. I did take samples from the carpet.
Now, People's Exhibit 503, in your report, it's labeled as 6839 SW2-01 period 01. Another piece of carpet. Do you recall seeing that?
So let's see. Carpet 1 is that item number that you just described. There was a second carpet, carpet 2, that was 6839 SW2-04.01. 01. Is it a different exhibit that you're referencing?
Yeah, I think 451 was a different one. So let me show you that again so you can look at the lab number.
Okay. So okay, so that's the -01. That's for carpet 1,
Okay.
right? Okay.
Is the next one carpet 2 then?
The next one should be carpet 2.
So same thing with carpet 2. What did you find on carpet 2, which is People's Exhibit 503?
Yes. Carpet 2 also had visible staining and also reacted positive to the presumptive test for blood.
And did you also look at the foam padding associated with People's Exhibit 503?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find in the foam padding of People's Exhibit 503?
Also, foam padding had visible staining and was positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
The next exhibit in the box to your right should be People's Exhibit 512. Can you pull that out?
Yes.
What do you see in People's Exhibit 512?
This one is labeled as the electrical outlet cover with possible blood. And it says collected from southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And what did you find after, did you conduct a presumptive test for blood on that item?
I did. I noted some visible staining on the electric outlet cover. I did the presumptive test for blood, which was positive.
And did you perform a DNA kit for that item?
Well, I did do some swabbing of the stained area that could then go on for DNA analysis, yes.
And so do you do that, for instance, if it's a physical piece of item that may have blood on it, would you actually swab the blood versus a CSI at the scene swabbing like the garage floor that we already talked about?
Yeah, typically when we train CSIs or law enforcement officers, we always suggest that if they can collect the item and bring it into the lab so the serologist can examine it, that's the best practice. If it's an item that is just not movable, such as a garage floor or just too unwieldy to collect, then they do some sampling as well. But we always prefer on anything that can be packaged and brought into the lab, we always would prefer to examine it ourselves and do all of the documentation and collection in the lab.
Is the swabbing the same process though? Same, keep referring to it as a Q-tip. Is there something else I should refer it to?
Yeah, swab or Q-tip, it's the same. We always have these, so we use the sterile package swabs that we open up, and then I label the swab wrapper as to what I'm going to be, what the barcode number is associated with it, and I swab it, I let it dry. Once it's dry, I can then take a portion of the swab, put it into a sterile test tube for DNA analysis.
We can put that back, and then the next item should be People's Exhibit 516. That?
Yes.
And what is People's Exhibit 516?
This is labeled as possible blood swabs collected from electrical socket in southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And do you know if that socket is related to People's Exhibit 512, the item we just looked at?
Yes, I believe that they did actually, I'm not sure who actually collected the swab, but that it was swabbed prior to being collected and submitted to the lab.
And what did you do with that particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit, I just noted some coloration on the swab, and then let's see, tested it with the presumptive test for blood, which was positive. I then took a portion of the swab, cut portion of the swab, put it into the test tube for DNA analysis.
The next time I want to talk to you about is in your report. It's People's Exhibit 504, but in your report you label as Carpet 2. Does that refresh your recollection a little bit about the three different carpets you looked at?
Okay, yes. So there was a carpet 1, there was a carpet 2, and then there was an unlabeled carpet rug. So,
right.
Okay,
right.
Yes.
So what did you find with regards to People's Exhibit 504, what you have labeled as Carpet 2 in your report?
Again, visible staining was present on the carpet. The chemical presumptive test for blood was positive.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
Yes, samples were taken from, on carpet 2, from the back side of the carpet. Swabs were taken, cuttings were taken, and even some of the stained fibers were taken, all to be forwarded for DNA analysis.
Did you do the same for the padding that was related to carpet 2, People's Exhibit 504?
Same process, did a visual exam, noted staining, which was presumptive positive for blood, and again, took a small cutting of the stained area that could be forwarded for DNA analysis.
And with regards to carpet 1 and carpet 2, do you know where this carpet came from with regards to 6627 Mandan Drive?
They were labeled as coming from the southeast room, also known as the child's room in the basement.
That been Gannon's room, or did you know?
That's my understanding, that they were from Gannon's room.
Was it your understanding that there was a large area of blood in the corner of his room underneath his bed?
Yes.
I now want to turn to your February 28th, 2020 report. And I believe the next item in the box will be People's Exhibit 371. Is that right?
That's 378.
Do you see 371 up there? Oh, I apologize. 371 is defendant's buccal swabs. Do you recall getting defendant's buccal swabs?
Let's see. Were they part of a kit? Let me take a look.
They're currently admitted into evidence, but they're in a freezer somewhere.
So I did actually get buccal swabs. They were part of an evidence collection kit taken from Letecia Stauch, which had fingernail scrapings and a buccal swab. So I did portion out some of the buccal swab from Letecia Stauch for DNA analysis.
Okay, and that went on to Donna Minogue's analysis?
Correct, yes.
All right. So now let's go to the shoes that you have there. People's Exhibit 378. Are those the shoes you looked at?
Yes, they are.
Is that People's Exhibit 378?
Correct, yes.
Now, earlier you testified about swabbing for DNA for the presence of things that are other than blood. Did you do that with this particular item?
Yes, I did. Again, we call that trace DNA swabbing. It's in areas that we don't see staining, but we may be interested in any, say, skin cells that may be left by, in these cases, shoes, maybe someone who wore the shoes. We could potentially still get DNA from swabbing, in this case, the inside soles of the shoes.
And so can you demonstrate, I know the shoes are in plastic, but can you kind of demonstrate for the jury where you swab these particular shoes in the hopes of finding DNA for the owner of those shoes?
Sure. So for the owner, I would expect that their DNA would be on the inside soles. So I actually, for each shoe individually, these are separate swabbings, I took the swabs together and I swabbed the insole, like reaching into the shoe, and then also the back heel area. And that was done separately for the right and left shoes.
And did that get forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Did you also swab any potential blood on the outside of those shoes?
Yes. On the right shoe, I did swab. It did react. The right shoe did react to the chemical presumptive test for blood on the outsole. So on the bottom of the shoe. So I actually just swabbed the entire outsole, including all of the recessed areas of the shoe as well.
Now, when you got these shoes, were you able to visibly see blood on them or what appeared to be blood?
So I did note that they had kind of an orangish, reddish coloration. I didn't, sometimes things can look like blood and they don't react, and other times, the blood potentially can take different colorations. Both shoes had that coloration, although the left shoe did not react to the presumptive presence of blood. So unclear if the coloration is due to potential blood staining, but the right shoe did react to the presumptive test for blood.
And what happens to blood if you put shoes in a washing machine and run the wash?
So what happens to blood? So blood obviously is going to, for the most part, be washed off, but within blood, there are cells. And cells can sometimes survive washing. We do know through actual studies that have been published that some DNA can survive washing. Of course, some would be lost to the wash process, but depending on various factors such as what type of substrate or surface the DNA was deposited on, what type of wash cycle, what type of detergents, or even if bleaches were used, those are all going to impact whether or not we would get recoverable amounts of DNA from something that has gone through the wash.
When you received these shoes, did you notice anything that was consistent with them being run through a washing machine?
I actually did note for these shoes that they had a strong, what I called clean odor.
And yet you still saw some discoloration that appeared to be blood to you on these shoes?
I did note discoloration on the soles of the shoe, the outsoles, and that's where I focused my attention as far as presumptive testing for blood, and was able to find positive results on the outsole of the right shoe.
Did you also receive a swab with regards to this case, which is People's Exhibit 246? Should be in that box there.
Let's see.
If it's not in that box, I can just ask you
I
about it.
actually found it. Yes. Okay.
What is People's Exhibit 246?
This is labeled as package of 2 swabs for woman's black and white Nike shoe. And then there's some indications on the bottom, handwritten, swabs from Nike shoes, laundry room, right shoe.
And so are those consistent with People's Exhibit 378, the Nike shoes that you just talked about?
Yeah, they actually were swabbed prior to being submitted into the lab. The outsole was swabbed.
And did you submit that on to DNA analysis?
I did. This, I believe I actually tested it for the presumptive presence of blood. I did, and that was positive. So yes, and then a portion was submitted on for DNA analysis.
You need help getting rid of some of those
No,
exhibits?
I got it.
Next one to go to People's Exhibit. Well, before we leave 378, did you talk about all the areas you swabbed, both outside and inside of the shoe?
Let me just refer to my report. Okay, so the right shoe, I did swab the entire outsole of the right shoe that had reacted positive for the presumptive presence of blood, even in all of those little recessed areas as well. I did swab the right shoelace as well. And then I took the trace swabs that we talked about for wearer DNA on the inside sole and the inside back heel area. The left shoe, I did not get any presumptive positives. They were all negatives. So I only did those trace swabs on the insole of the left shoe.
And were those individually packaged for DNA analysis? So when Donna Minogue did her DNA analysis, she knew exactly what she was doing based on your labeling.
Yes, I always label the swab wrappers with what I'm collecting. And then also the test tubes get the same itemization as well.
And does that apply to everything where you create a DNA packet? Do you label it so Donna Minogue, who does the DNA analysis, can then say, this is the item that Sherry Holes looked at?
Yes, that's our standard practice within the lab.
I next want to turn to People's Exhibit 459. Do you have that there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 459?
This is labeled as swabs of Blue Star presumptive positive reactions in garage and laundry room of 6627 Mandan Drive.
So what is the Blue Star? I know the jury has heard a lot about Blue Star, but what does Blue Star mean to you, and how do you treat that differently? For instance, a swab that says blood on the garage floor is A, B, and C said.
Sure. So Blue Star is another chemical presumptive test. It works in very much the same way as the chemical test I'm using in the lab. I use a different one, but it has the same process. Blue Star is used by our CSIs out at crime scenes, and it's typically used in areas in which they suspect there might be blood, or they're looking to see if there's blood, but it's really not visible to them. And they can spray this reagent onto an area. It will react. It's very, very sensitive. It will react even if an area has been cleaned, potentially. So it's chemiluminescent. Usually that's something that they do in a darkened room, and it's much like luminol. It glows, and they can take photographs of areas that are reacting. When they find a blue star positive area, then they swab it for us and they submit it into the lab. But because it's already gone through a chemical presumptive test, they don't need to now repeat another chemical presumptive test. It's already reacted positive to the blue star. It's the same process that my test would do. So when I get something labeled as blue star positive, my role is typically just to, like in this case, these are swabs, just go ahead and collect a portion of the swab into a test tube and forward it on for DNA analysis.
And is that what you did with 459?
Yes.
And did you do that with everything that was labeled blue star, at least swabbing of the blue star?
When things were swabbed, yes, there were a few items, larger items that said blue star positive that I did still, like carpeting. I did still do a visual exam, but swabs, I just took a portion. I didn't do further chemical presumptive testing.
So with regards to People's Exhibit 518, which should be the next exhibit, did you do the same things with that particular item?
Yes, this is labeled swabs of blue star positive reactions from the staircase between the main level and basement of 6627 Mandan Drive. Again, my role was just to take a sample using a scalpel, take off a small portion of the swabs, put them into the test tubes.
Is that 518 you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me, if I can approach her.
You may.
Sure.
Let's now jump to your March 17th, 2020 report. And I'm going to hand you what's been admitted into evidence as People's Exhibit 423.
Yes.
I can just hold it for you if you like.
Okay.
Do
Yes.
you recognize that?
I do recognize the label on it. I did not package it in this packaging, but yes, I recognize this is a plastic tub and lid with possible blood.
Did you examine this item?
I did.
Do you need to open it to look at it?
No, I don't.
Do you need me to open it?
No.
All right. What did you do with People's Exhibit 423?
This item was examined for the possible presence of blood, so I did do some visual examinations. That's how we always start all of our serology. And I did note that there was some red-brown staining on one short end of this plastic tub, on the tub and on the lid. I then did my chemical presumptive tests for blood, which were positive. I then took a number of different collections, swabs of these different blood stains or potential suspected blood stains, and those were then forwarded for the DNA analysis.
Can you just generally describe where you swabbed this item and how you labeled it for DNA analysis?
Sure. I collected, one collection was swabs of a suspected blood stain on the outside lip of the lid, short end of the tub with the label, meaning there was actually a sticker label on the tub. So I was differentiating that side from the other side, which did not have a sticker label. Second collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on outside corner of lid, short end of tub with label. The third collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on outside lip edge and side of container, short end of tub with label. And the fourth collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on the inside corner of the lid, short end of the tub with label.
And again, Donna Minogue would be able to know exactly what she's testing based on your labels?
Correct, yes.
You can go to your May 27th, 2020 report now. And I'll have you look at People's Exhibit 278, which should be in that box next to you there. Do you have that?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 278?
This is labeled as one package of 2 swabs from the bed located on east wall of Gannon's room.
Did you test that item for blood?
I did, yes.
And what was your results?
Presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also conduct analysis on other swabs within that People's Exhibit 278?
This is one package of swabs. There was a separate item submitted called additional package of swabs from bed. I don't believe it's contained within this exhibit, but there was a separate item, which we have a separate barcode for, also from the bed, also positive for blood, or presumptive positive for blood.
And did that also go on to DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
How about People's Exhibit 191? What is that, by the way?
This is labeled as a Brillo scrub brush.
And what did you do with that Brillo scrub brush?
I examined it visually for the possible presence of blood. I did note some staining on the brush, and I was then able to do get the positive presumptive test for blood, and then do some collections of the staining that could go for DNA analysis.
And assuming you forwarded that on to DNA analysis?
I did, yes.
Where did you see, where did it test positive for blood on that particular item? Do you have that in your notes?
I do. This particular item tested positive on this kind of, oh, you actually can see it. It's kind of a flat type scrub brush with a handle. It tested positive on the flat surface on that back side of the brush.
And did you see any indication that this item may have been washed?
May have been washed. Let me check my notes.
You can actually look at the exhibit. Can you see where that exhibit was recovered from?
It actually does not note. Let me see the notes on the. This one actually is just called Brillo scrub brush. That's all that it's denoted.
That's fine. How about People's Exhibit 192? Do you have that?
I do, yes.
What is People's Exhibit 192?
This one is called a blue and white scrub brush. Okay.
Go ahead and tell us what you did with that.
So also visually examined and did note staining on this scrub brush, which was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. I then was able to collect stains from 3 separate collections. I collected from the base of the scrub brush head, between and on the bristles. Suspected blood stains were also collected from the back of the scrub brush head, and suspected blood stain was collected on the actual scrub brush bristles themselves.
And did that get forwarded on to DNA for DNA analysis?
It did, yes.
How about People's Exhibit 193?
People's Exhibit 193 is labeled as scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
What did you do with that particular exhibit?
Same process. I did a visual exam, did note some suspected blood staining, and which reacted to the chemical presumptive test for blood. I then collected possible blood stains on the back of the flat scrub brush.
Went on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Next item is People's Exhibit 417. Do you have that up there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 417?
This is described as 3 sets of possible blood swabs, tested presumptive positive blue star, collected from basement living room carpet, pillow on north couch, and area rug.
And did you forward those 3 swabs on for DNA analysis?
Yes, these were 3 separate swabs from some blue star areas. These also were sampled, placed in the test tubes, forwarded on for DNA analysis.
People's Exhibit 519.
Okay, this item is labeled swabs of blue star presumptive positive reactions from basement. Let's see, base of stairs and southeast child's room.
And how many swabs total are in that particular exhibit?
Let's see. This particular exhibit has, let's see, 6 different collections in it.
And I'm assuming those are packaged in 6 different tubes?
So of these, let's see, are they packaged in separate tubes when I do my packaging or how I receive them?
When you receive them.
So when I receive them, they typically are in, let me just check my notes. They actually were in 6 separate tape sealed manila envelopes. And each of the envelopes then had a description of where it had been collected from.
And since these are Blue Star swabs, did you just prepare these for DNA analysis?
Yeah, my preparation is just to sample or cut a portion of a swab to forward it on to DNA analysis.
We can go to your June 17th report now and have you look at People's Exhibit 361.
Okay.
Well, I've got that here. If I can approach you.
You may go ahead.
I'm going to pull out a suitcase that's been entered in evidence and speaking with it. 361. You recognize this item?
I do.
You need to put some gloves on, which I
Oh,
probably should put some
I
gloves
have
on.
gloves. Yeah.
Because I'd like to have you demonstrate where you swab this particular item, okay?
Sure.
Eric, can the witness come out here and I'll hold this
That's fine.
while she does that? So, did you swab this item for blood?
I did on the inside of this.
Open this suitcase and show the jury where you swabbed it?
I noted staining in this area, this reddish brown staining, which did react to the presumptive test for blood. And this was the area that was swabbed.
You'll see staining there?
I can't.
Is that your circle that's on this suitcase?
Yeah, I circled the stain area. That's just for when I take photographs. I've also noted LMG positive. LMG is just shorthand for leukomalachite green. That's, I'm sorry, leuko, L-E-U-C-O. That's too fast. It's the chemical presumptive test that I'm using in the lab. This LMG positive means it has reacted, and then I take photographs of this stain from various angles and with a scale. And I always like to have that notation in my photographs.
Are there areas within this suitcase that you noted and swabbed?
There are other areas that I noted. I had seen other potential stains. Like, for example, there's one on the lining. Actually, there's 2 that I have noted staining, but I've circled and said LMG negative, meaning I did do the chemical presumptive test, but it did not react. So I don't swab stains that don't react to the presumptive test.
I'll be back just afterwards.
That's fine.
Did you forward these swabs from the suitcase on for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also look at a blanket, People's Exhibit 365?
I did, yes.
Can you show you People's Exhibit 365? I think you can just use this in the plastic if you don't mind.
Yeah, press. Okay.
I'm going to hold it if you wouldn't mind coming.
Sure,
over
sure,
here.
sure.
Can you see the areas where you swab this blue blanket? On the other side?
One's on the dark blue side, it's on the light side and the dark side. Okay. Yes. So right here. Yeah, flip that I can see it on the.
All right, I'll hold it while you point things out for the jury.
So I examined the entire blanket and I did note in this area right here. And there's kind of some reddish brown staining, which I circled, multiple different stains that did react to that presumptive test for blood. So I actually took, you can kind of see these tiny little squares. That's where I took cuttings from this. Because it's together, I was able to combine those into one test tube. And so that's the only area sampled on the blanket for DNA.
Did that test positive for blood?
It did.
Do you know whether or not this blanket was inside this suitcase when it was recovered?
Yes, I did put that in my report. Blue blanket recovered from within suitcase.
And those swabs, again, were forwarded on for DNA analysis.
Yeah, those were cuttings put into a test tube that was forwarded for DNA analysis.
Now, we don't have an exhibit that's titled Gannon's fingernails, but did you have an opportunity to examine the fingernails from autopsy from Gannon Stauch?
I did, yes.
What did you do with those particular fingernails?
Just going to refer to my report and notes. Okay. So of the right hand, I received 2 entire fingernails. From the left hand, I also received 2 entire fingernails. Separately, I examined them and I did swab the undersides of the distal ends, meaning the ends furthest from, like, I guess, the knuckle. I did swab separately the right undersides and the left undersides of those fingernails. And for each case, for both the right hand and left hand, the swabs from underneath the fingernails were positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And did you forward those on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Why did I forward or why did I swab?
Why were the fingernails that we knew came from Gannon forwarded on for DNA analysis? Do you know?
To look for the presence of possible foreign DNA, which may be on the fingernails.
I want to jump to your report dated March 17th. And do you have People's Exhibit 194 up there?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 194?
This is an empty plastic Heinz vinegar bottle.
And did you receive that bottle into your lab for analysis?
I did.
And what did you do with regards to that bottle?
Again, I was looking at this bottle for the possible presence of blood. I did note some faint light staining around the handle area of the bottle, which did test presumptive positive for blood. And that area was swabbed and then forwarded for DNA analysis.
You have People's Exhibit 435 up there. What is People's Exhibit 435?
This is People's Exhibit 679.
Okay, that's the next one.
I don't have any more exhibits in here.
Well, let me just do it this way. Do you recall examining an Amazon box that had potential blood on it?
I do.
And was this Amazon box recovered from the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What did you see when you got the box in your lab?
On one side of the box, there was some potential blood staining that visually looked like it could be blood. And I did do the chemical presumptive tests, which were positive for those stains on one side of the box, on the exterior side.
And did you forward those swabbings of those stains onto DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did swab the stains and those did go on for DNA analysis.
And are they labeled in such a way that Donna Minogue would know where they came from once she got them?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to People's Exhibit 679, which I think you said you had up there.
Okay.
What is that and what did you do with it?
This is labeled as a white bed sheet with blue sharp print and hair and fabric received from laundry basket in closet of southeast basement bedroom. This particular sheet, I did look, do my visual exam. I did note one stain that did react to the presumptive test for blood, and I took a cutting of that suspected blood stain on the bed sheet.
Your Honor, for the record, there is a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 339, which is that chart that I had up by the jury earlier.
Defense, do you agree?
This is
Okay. Exhibit 339 is admitted.
request to publish.
You may, go ahead.
Ms. Holmes, I'm going to show you Exhibit 339 first of all here. Did you help me prepare this particular exhibit?
I did.
And did Ms. Minogue also contribute in preparing this exhibit?
Yes, she did.
Could you just let the jury know what this exhibit is?
Yes, this is just a summary table of the different people's exhibit numbers with a description of the item, and we've gone through all of those today. And then for my purposes, it does have a column that lists what the serology results were as far as whether it was presumptive positive.
So for instance, where it says blue star in your column, would that be something you didn't test for blood because the blue star already illuminated there?
Correct.
And so did you contribute to the item and the serology aspect of this particular exhibit?
In preparing, yes, I confirmed with all of my reports that that is accurate. Correct.
And we'll be using this exhibit again with Ms. Minogue.
Right.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Holes? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'd call Donna Minogue.
Okay.
Can I just clean up the area up here a little bit?
Yeah, I didn't know how much of that you were still going to use here. Or...
Did you want help? Or?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Minogue, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
All right.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Donna Minogue, and my last name is spelled Manogue. I'm currently a DNA analyst and serologist with the Colorado Springs Police Department Metro Crime Lab.
How long you been a DNA analysis? Analyst. Is that how you say that?
Analysis, yes. Analyst, actually.
Analyst.
Got that all wrong.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Fast.
I've been a DNA analyst since about 1999. Prior to working here at the CSPD Crime Lab, I retired from the Albuquerque Police Department Crime Lab doing the same type of job.
And how long have you been in that particular field prior to that?
I've been in the field of forensics for a little over 35 years, but in terms of serology and DNA, I would say since 1986.
What kind of training and experience do you have in that field of forensic DNA analysis?
The training experience that I have, again, is about 24 years, about close to 30 years in serology and DNA analysis, both with the Metro Crime Lab here and with the Albuquerque Police Department. Prior to this, I have experience training. I have on-the-job training by a qualified analyst in both locations because each location requires you to train in their particular procedures. It took about 2 years to train at Albuquerque Police Department because that's where I started. And it was probably about 4 to 6 months to train and come up to speed on their procedures here.
And do you have continuous training going on now every year?
I do. We are required by our accreditation board and our quality assurance standards to have at least 8 hours of training in developments in DNA, and I generally accrue about 40 to 60 hours a year.
And tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences I earned in 1981, and then I have a master's degree in the same field I earned in 1983. I also have continuing education beyond that, academic education, in terms of extra additional classwork that I took to help bolster my job qualifications in my prior years of employment and in my employment here.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I'm going to say approximately 30 times here in El Paso County. I've testified probably over 100 in Bernalillo County. That's New Mexico, the county I worked in. And I've testified once, actually just once in federal court in California.
At this time, we ask that the court allow Ms. Minogue to be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis and render opinions in that field.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
The jury's heard a little bit about forensic DNA analysis, but it was from an expert from Florida.
Okay.
So can we give them the Colorado version of what forensic DNA analysis is?
Should be pretty similar. When you do forensic DNA analysis, you're looking for a transfer of body fluids from either an item to a scene to an item, person to person. So we're looking for a transfer of DNA that is contained in the cells in the body.
You say cells from our body. What kind of fluids do we get our DNA from?
You can obtain DNA profiles from almost any body fluid. Saliva and blood and semen are the most common, but you can also obtain DNA profiles from things like sweat and urine.
Blood?
Yes, did I not say blood?
I don't know.
Blood, semen, and saliva. I thought that was my first.
It's been a long day for me. I apologize. Yeah, well, my fault. No question about that. I want to talk about this case, the people of the state of Colorado versus Letecia Stauch involved in this investigation.
I was, yes, in terms of doing the DNA laboratory work.
I want to talk about known profiles first. What's a known profile?
A known profile is when you obtain a sample. It can be either a blood sample or it can be a saliva sample from an individual. So you're collecting it directly from them. So you know what their DNA profile is when you analyze it and obtain the profile.
Can you just let the jury know what a DNA profile is?
A DNA profile is a graphic representation of your genetic information at the locations that we examine in our laboratory.
And so how do we obtain these known profiles in a forensic setting in a criminal case, in criminal investigation?
They're obtained, essentially an investigator will provide known samples and they will be submitted to evidence. And then if it's on a request that I receive, I will analyze that.
Have you received things such as buccal swabs?
Yes, I have.
And is that a common way to develop a known profile for an individual who's alive, for instance?
That is a very common type of sample, yes.
And did you receive buccal swabs in this case?
I did, yes.
We're going to talk about those later on, but I really want to talk about, at least start out talking about how you were able to develop a profile for Gannon Stauch, especially before his body was discovered. Could you tell the jury about that?
Yes, because we had no body to source a profile from. I was provided with items that were common, thought to have been used by him. And one of the items that we obtained a profile from was from his toothbrush. And that was a male profile was developed from that.
And did you do anything to corroborate whether or not that profile actually belonged to Gannon Stauch?
Yes, we did. We did obtained standards from the biological mother and the biological father. And then we did a parentage statistic between the two parents and the profile we found from the toothbrush to determine if it was likely that those were the parents or this was the biological child of those two individuals.
And were you able to determine that?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
The determination was that that the profile from the toothbrush could not be excluded as having originated from the biological mother's standard and the biological father's standard that I found. And the probability of finding another individual with that profile, if you will, is the probability of including him as a biological offspring of those two is 99.9999, 10 nines after the %
What does that mean?
It's a high likelihood that these are the biological parents of the profile from the toothbrush.
Once Gannon Stauch's body was discovered, March 17th, 2020, were you able to corroborate that finding through other materials?
I was through bone samples.
What bone samples did you get and what did you do?
I was provided with bone samples that were transferred or transported to the El Paso County Coroner's Office, and they prepared some bone sample and bone marrow sample for me because I don't have the means to break down a bone. So they provided me samples, and I took a portion of those samples, and the profile from the bone sample matched the profile from the toothbrush.
And was that bone sample from a femur bone that was created, or at least the DNA sample was created for you to examine from a Dr. Leon Kelly?
Correct.
He's the pathologist here in Coral Springs?
Yes.
Did you also get information with regards to what a DNA forensic analyst was doing out in Florida with regards to a rib bone belonging to Gannon Stauch?
My understanding is that they were attempting to obtain a profile, and they were putting it into like a database to determine, or as under the category of unidentified human remains. I don't know what the outcome of that entire thing was.
Did they reach out to you to confirm whether or not they had a match with regards to this rib bone that they did DNA analysis on in Florida?
We did, yes.
And was there a match with regards to what profile they obtained in Florida?
Yes, with the toothbrush sample.
Okay. And so the last item I want to talk to you about was Gannon Stauch's fingernails. Were you able to do DNA analysis on his fingernails as well?
I did perform DNA on the fingernails in an attempt to get a DNA type that would verify that a known DNA sample from him. I was not able to obtain full profiles on those samples.
Were you able to obtain enough to know whether or not there was a connection between his fingernails and the toothbrush, for instance?
Yes, I was.
And tell the jury about that. What did you find?
Well, I found a low-level DNA profile, but there was enough information to calculate a statistic on to match them to each other.
Based on everything you just talked about, is the profile that you obtained from the toothbrush in the beginning the DNA profile for Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And is that the profile you used in your analysis of particular unknown items, particularly from 6627, Mandan Drive, and other areas with regards to the profile from Gannon Stauch?
That is the profile that I used until I obtained the bone sample profile, which was more, the toothbrush sample is what we consider a secondary standard, not knowing who the individual is, and the bone sample just verified that. But yes, I did use the toothbrush sample for comparison.
Okay. Did you also obtain some buccal swabs from the defendant, Letecia Stauch here, and obtain a DNA profile from those buccal swabs?
Yes, I did.
And did you also use that in your analysis when you're comparing knowns to unknowns?
Correct.
At this time, I'd like to publish Exhibit 339 on the TV screen, just so everyone can see it as we're talking
From
about it.
prosecution over here.
We're going to put People's Exhibit 339 up, which is a chart that's already in evidence. You may recognize it from the TV screen. Did you help contribute to making this chart?
Yes, I did.
And is this a good summary of the items that you tested with the results that you have on those particular items?
It is, yes.
I know we're giving away the answer early on this exhibit, but I think it's helpful for the jury to kind of follow us as we talk about particular things. The first item up there is Exhibit 386, which are swabs from the garage, placards A, B, and C. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you get those items, what did you do and how did you do your DNA analysis on those particular items?
Well, the swabs were already prepared for me during the serology examination. So what I end up with for the DNA examination is essentially an envelope of tubes with a corresponding number to them, and then I match them back up when I write the report. So I just simply did DNA analysis on these swabs.
What did you find with regards to the swab from placard A?
The swab from placard A, the major profile matched Gannon Stauch with a estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And when you say major profile, why do you describe it as a major profile?
Because in that particular sample, I had a mixture of more than one individual, and I was able to parse out a major contributor to that according to our standardized operating procedures. I was able to pull out a major profile, and that major profile matched Gannon Stauch.
And do you have any standards on how you determine whether or not a mixture you can determine a major profile? How many contributors need to be in there for you to do that analysis?
In order to pull out a major profile, I have to follow our standard operating procedure, which is written up. It's called a mixture interpretation policy. And essentially, the major contributor has to be 2.5 to 3 times higher than the other contributors in that mixture. So by following my standard operating procedure, I was able to pull out a major profile.
How many contributors were in this mixture with regards to lack of?
I would have to check my report for that.
Sure, that would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Top of page.
From
yeah.
swab A, I had a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. That major profile, the major male profile matched Gannon Stauch.
And we know this is at least presumptively blood. Is blood a very enriched item that has DNA in it?
It's a very rich source of DNA, yes.
Is it common, for instance, when you're swabbing a garage floor or for the instance, this podium, you might find several different profiles on that?
You could, yes.
Is the fact that it may be blood, would that contribute to Gannon being the major profile in this 2-person mixture?
I can't say that the DNA, I can only tell you that because it was presumptively positive for blood, we know there's a good indication that there's blood in here, but I can only tell you that the major profile is attributable to Gannon Stauch.
Okay. What about placard B?
Placard B, that was also a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male, and the major male profile matched Gannon Stauch at, again, estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when the jury has this chart back in deliberations, People's Exhibit 339, where it says major profile matches Gannon, is that always going to be a mixture?
Not necessarily. A major, yes. When you hear the term major, that means that the DNA profile was a mixture, but that a major was able to be parsed out of that.
Whereas we get to placard C where it says matches Gannon. Tell us about placard C.
Placard C was a single source male profile, and that profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when there's a single source profile with People's Exhibit 339, indicate that item matches Gannon.
Correct.
Just so we're clear. So mixtures, you'll see the word major profile.
Yes.
Source, you'll just see match.
Correct.
Okay. You've thrown out the probability. You said 1 in 3.4 octillion. Is that what you said?
Correct.
What does that mean? What does that mean to this jury?
An octillion is a 3, for instance, we just rounded off to 3 octillion. That's a 3 followed by 27 zeros.
And why do we do that?
It's to give you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile, how often each of the alleles occur in the general population.
And so is it also to confirm that that is in fact Gannon's blood in placard C on the garage floor?
We don't provide source attribution. We don't say this profile originates from. We provide you with the fact that it's a match and the statistic that gives you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile.
Hate when lawyers ask you that, don't you?
Yes.
I won't ask you again. Okay. Let's go to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled Carpet 1 from Gannon's room. What did you do with that and what did you find?
Again, this was in a tube already prepared for me, and it was extracted or examined. It was analyzed for the DNA profile. And that's 506, you said, or 503?
It's People's Exhibit 503, so it would be in your report.
Cutting from
It'd
the
be
top of the
carpet.
carpet?
Yep, right.
Yes, that cutting from the top of the carpet was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And did you also do a DNA analysis on the padding, or at least a cutting from the padding with regards to that same carpet?
The cutting from the padding was the same result, a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
We can go now to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled there on 339 as face of outlet cover for Gannon's room. Did you recall getting a cutting or a DNA kit with regards to that item?
This was a swab, and that's 512?
People's Exhibit 512, yes.
Yes, I thought you said 503. These were swabs of a stain from the face of the outlet cover and the inside edge of the plug window. And I analyzed one of the samples that was prepared in a tube for me. And that was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which is male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
So this is another 2-person mixture. How do you know at least one is male? What do you do to determine?
There are 3 areas on the DNA, on our DNA graphic printout that tells us if there's a male present. One is actually a location on the Y chromosome. The other is the sex chromosomes, the X and Y. If I see a Y, I know there's a male. And there's also another area on the Y chromosome that's present if a male is present.
And the next item on 339 is People's Exhibit 516, which is a swab of the electrical socket in Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And then People's Exhibit 504 is carpet 2 from Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Is that as high as you can go as far as the frequency?
No.
You can go higher than that. Huh?
Yes.
How high can you go?
It depends on what the alleles are because it's based on the frequency of occurrence of a particular allele.
That makes so much sense to me.
It's based on the DNA profile. If people have rare DNA profiles, because sometimes we do, like they'll have a rare reading at a location, so the frequency of occurrence of that is less, which makes the statistic higher.
Okay. The padding, I'm assuming, is the same for carpet 2?
Yes, the padding is the same, a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with a frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Now, the next item is People's Exhibit 332, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may, go ahead.
With regards to People's Exhibit 332, did you actually do the serology on this item as well?
I did the serology on this, yes.
I'm going to hand it to you in just a second. Show you the bag first.
Okay. I recognize it because I recognize the barcode label that's on there and my initials and date when I resealed it is on there as well.
And then I'll show you the board.
Yes.
Does it show here where you did your serological examination?
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Serological.
I'm doing the best I can.
That's your fine.
All right, if permission to publish to the jury.
You may, go ahead.
And if you wouldn't mind stepping out and just showing the jury where you took your swabs or what you did with regards to this board.
The first thing I did is I noted possible blood staining. We call it red-brown staining until we identify it as presumptively positive for blood. So I've got an area marked here that is dark red-brown staining. I've also got a lot of little dots located that I did not test these dots because they're too small and I was afraid I was going to consume them. thought is if we're going to process them for DNA, we need to take them straight to DNA without any processing. So this one here was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. And then at a later time, I swabbed these two areas because they fluoresced with using an alternate light source. So I took a swab from here, swab from here, a swab from here, and then I swabbed the edges of the board, wondering if anybody had handled the board. So I took 4 samples total.
While we're up here, with regards to 339, we see 332 on the board. You said it's presumptive positive for blood. What swab are we talking about that actually matches Gannon?
That is this large stain here.
Did you find anything with regards to your other swabs?
I did. I have a feeling I have to go review my report.
That's fine. We can put this down ahead to do that.
From the swabs from the edges of the board that I was looking for if somebody had handled it, it was a mixture of, it's a partial profile, which means I don't have all the information on the DNA profile. And it's a mixture of at least 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. And the profile was not suitable for comparison because it was too low level.
And why is it that you did the serology on this particular board and the DNA analysis?
It was the weekend and I was the only one available.
Was there some urgency with this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And you did it quickly and to get it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
All right. The next item we see on 339 is People's Exhibit 378, Nike shoes from washer. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you didn't actually get the shoes, but did you get swabs that were related to that shoe?
I did. I got swabs that Sherry Holes, the serologist, collected. She did the presumptive testing and collected, and I did the DNA analysis.
Let's talk about the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the outsole of the right Nike shoe matched, it was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
What happens to DNA when you place items in a washing machine and wash them?
It depends on the nature of the stain. It depends on a lot of things. It also depends on how heavy the deposit is. Some of the DNA can be washed off. Sometimes all of the DNA can be washed off.
It just depends on what happens, right? And with these particular shoes, did you see anything that may have diluted the DNA profile, or can you even?
I didn't see the shoes, so I don't know.
Did you give a statistical analysis with regards to the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe?
Yes, that was an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Let's go to swabs of the bottom sole of right Nike shoe. What did you see there?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item says swabs of inside sole of Nike shoe. What did you find with regards to that particular swab?
That was a mixture again, and I was able to parse out a major profile, and the major profile matched Letecia Stauch with an estimated, or at least it matched at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 28 billion.
And do you understand why Sherry Holes would swab the inside of the sole of the Nike shoes?
Yes.
What was that for?
For potential wearer.
And do you know how many contributors there were to this particular mixture?
I can check. From the interior, is this the left shoe? Yeah, the left shoe. It was a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male.
We can scroll down now, please, on 339. One more, please, up. So now we're on the swabs of the inside sole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the inside sole of the right Nike shoe is mixture of two contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Letecia Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 730 septillion.
Do you know what kind of body fluids or what kind of cells we're looking at with regards to these two swabs of the inside of the Nike shoe?
You're looking mostly for skin cells that have kind of rubbed off or fallen off over the course of time.
Would sweat be a good contributor to that?
Well, sweat can contain skin cells in it, but sweat is actually a liquid. And if there are cells in the liquid, then you're obtaining a DNA profile from the actual cells, not from the liquid.
The next item we see on People's Exhibit 339 is People's Exhibit 459, which is swabs from base of box and garage south of boards. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a partial single source profile that matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 87 quadrillion.
And what does partial single source profile mean?
Partial means that I'm only seeing evidence of one person in this particular DNA sample, but I'm not able to, the technology is not able to detect some of the locations because it's just a low level of DNA. I don't have enough DNA.
And so for the jury's and my benefit question, you've got the profile from the toothbrush, Gannon's profile.
Yes.
You've got a profile from the swabs of this box in the garage.
Yes.
One profile has all are they called alleles?
Loci. Alleles, so loci would be better. It's like the locations on the DNA.
The unknown may not have all the same locations, but enough for you to call it a match.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
We can now go to 518, which is swabs base of stairs and garage under cord. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you test that for DNA analysis?
I did, and I obtained a profile that was a mixture of two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.8 quintillion.
We're just going to go down the list. People's Exhibit 190 or 278. Do you see that?
Yes.
Swabs from Gannon's bed, which was presumptively positive for blood. What did you find there?
The swab from Gannon's bed was a partial profile, a single source male that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 450 sextillion.
Exhibit 192, a blue and white scrub brush head bristles.
The blue and white scrub brush was a mixture of at least two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with a statistic or an estimated frequency of 1 in 120 septillion.
People's Exhibit 193, quickie scrub brush backside.
That was a mixture of two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 2.3 trillion.
Then we have 191, a red and white Brillo scrub brush top flat surface. What did you find with regards to that?
That I obtained only a partial DNA profile that was not suitable for comparison, but there was one male. It's a profile of at least one male.
Was that a mixture or was it a single source?
My conclusion was at least one male, so we're thinking it could possibly be two, but thinking it's one.
And could that be impacted with regards to that particular item if it had been washed in a dishwasher? Would that impact the DNA that may be on it?
Yes.
Is that obvious why that might happen?
Well, a dishwasher obviously washes dishes like a washing machine, but contained in the soap and that whatever additives you put in the dishwasher, there's bleach in that soap, and that can break down the DNA.
The next item we see on 393 is People's Exhibit 361, Peak suitcase from South Carolina, mesh lining inside. What did you find there?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
How about 365, the blanket from the suitcase that was found inside?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item we have on there, it says teal couch pillow from basement. And just so we're clear, if we skip one item down where it says Blue Star swabs from pillow on north couch in basement, do you know if that's the same item?
I believe it's the same item. One was collected at the scene by the crime scene investigator, and the other was collected by Sherry Holes.
What did you find with regards to, let's just cover all three items, 417 at once, which are swabs from the Blue Star. What did you find with regards to those swabs?
One of them was from a basement area rug, and I found a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. The minor was attributable to an unknown individual, and I gave it a number 1.
Why did you give it a number 1?
Because when you find an unknown profile that you don't have a standard to compare it to, you just start counting. So this was the first one.
And is that common to see unknown profiles when you're talking about mixtures?
Yes.
If you don't have a known profile, you have nothing to compare.
Yes.
For instance, in this particular case, did you ever get a known profile from Letecia Stauch, the 8-year-old girl that lived there?
No, I did not.
Common for people who live in the house to leave their DNA series.
Yes.
So let's go down to the next item, which is Blue Star swabs from pillow on north couch in basement. What did you find?
I believe this was one collected by the CSI because of the Blue Star identifying information. That was that DNA profile was a mixture of 3 contributors, 3 male contributors actually. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 100 septillion, and the minor was not suitable for comparison.
And the cutout carpet with burn marks?
That DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item we see there is People's Exhibit 423, and we have 4 items there. Plastic tub from storage room, outside lip swab. And I don't want to read them all, but what did you find with regards to this plastic tub, People's Exhibit 523, swabbing that was submitted to you for DNA?
There were 4 separate swabs. First were the swabs with the stain on the outside lip of the lid, the short end of the tub with a label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. I have a second one, swabs of the stain on the outside corner of the lid from the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. Then I have a swab of a stain on the outside lip edge and into the side of the container on the short end of the tub in the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. And then lastly, I have a stain on the inside corner of the lid on the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
People's Exhibit 519 looks like it's 2 more Blue Star swabs that we see on People's Exhibit 339.
Yes.
One is Blue Star swabs from storage room 4. What did you find with that one?
That was a DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And now with regards to the Blue Star items that we see on 339, do you know what substance that is that you're testing for DNA?
It's just an area that reacted to the Blue Star reagent that they use out on the field. The Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood.
But you're just testing whatever they swab, right?
Correct.
You're basing the Blue Star on what they label that swab activity?
Correct. It was described as Blue Star positive, so we maintain that throughout the report.
The Blue Star swabs from bases, stairs, and basement. What did you find?
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matches Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 170 septillion.
We can go ahead and scroll all the way down to the bottom. We should get the rest of them in. And then we have People's Exhibit 194, swab from exterior and opposite of handle, inner to bottom. What did you find?
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 52 septillion, and the minor was attributable to unknown individual number 1.
Same comment as we talked about before.
Correct.
You didn't have a known profile to match to.
Correct.
People's Exhibit 435, swabs from exterior of Amazon box from storage room, 3 stains. What did you find?
For all 3 stains, they were all single source male profiles that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
So you did a test on all 3 of these different DNA samples?
Correct. And the DNA profile and the statistic is the same for all 3.
Now, you tested a lot more items than what we just displayed in People's Exhibit 339. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are these the items that you were able to identify Gannon Stauch to or the defendant to with regards to your DNA testing?
Yes.
Are there other items that you were not able to obtain a profile to or were not able to come to a conclusion with that were not presented to this jury?
Yes, there were.
Those are my questions, Jar. Thanks.
Council approach for a moment. Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Could you leave that up just for whoever the controller is over there? Hi, how are you? My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch in this case. I've just got some follow-up questions for you, ma'am. Not a lot. If you could look at 194 on the chart, and for the DNA part, it says major profile matches Gannon. Do you see that? Or
Yes,
or you can turn around.
Yes.
So Mr. Young discussed this with you. So there's more than one DNA sample floating around in this sample.
There's evidence of 2 individuals in this mixture.
Okay. You fully developed the other sample or the other DNA contributor or the other profile, I guess the minor profile?
When a sample is in a test tube and I develop a profile, and I obtain the graph, this is what I get. There's no more developing portions of a profile. I develop a profile, and this one happened to be a mixture, and I have an unknown individual identified as the minor contributor.
Okay. So you can't, you're not looking at this number 194 and going, well, the major profile matches Gannon, and the minor one is Letecia Stauch or father or mother or anything like that.
They are compared to all of the standards that I have in the case, and I was not able to say that it matched any of the standards that I had in the case, which is why the minor was identified as unknown individual number 1.
Okay. So the matches on this whole chart we just went over, the couple matches with Letecia Stauch involve the Nike running shoe.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Now, some of these tests or the samples were collected very on in the investigation, the winter, spring of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of them, like the last one up here, Exhibit 435, the Amazon box, there was no request made for the DNA testing on that until maybe 2 years after this homicide, correct?
I don't know when the request, I do actually have the request here. I can tell you when the request was put in on March 28th, 2022.
Okay. I have a request date for January 27th, 2022, with a report date of March 17th at 2022.
Oh, my error. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're correct. It's January 27th, 2022. I was reading the due date.
Okay. So there's a 2-year difference in between the early samples that were taken to the final ones that were taken and ultimately DNA tested, correct?
I don't know when the boxes were submitted originally to evidence.
Okay.
Or the items on this particular report. They may have been in evidence the whole time, and we were just asked to go back and examine these as well. I can't answer that.
Okay. I think that is probably it. Just a second. As one of your, who were the standards you were using? You had Letecia Stauch.
Yes.
Gannon.
Yes.
Gannon's father.
Yes.
Gannon's mother.
Correct.
Gannon's sister, Lena.
No, I did not have that standard.
You didn't have Lena?
No.
Okay. Did you have a Harley Hunt?
No.
Who, do you know who Harley Hunt was?
No.
You didn't know that that was Leticia's daughter that was living in the house?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Minogue? Doesn't look like it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Minogue, you can go ahead and step down. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
ma'am.
That's all right.
Together there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are again in the same position that we were earlier today, and that is that we do not have any other witnesses to fill the day. We anticipate, however, that the witnesses will be here tomorrow. They are traveling. So if I can have everyone back in the morning at the same place, same time, we should be able to start on time at 9 o'clock. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Don't go looking up what septillion and quadrillion and all of that stuff means. I know everybody wants to get home and do that. You simply can't. So we'll see everybody tomorrow at the regular time. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Since we have this time, I want to talk a little bit about potential Wednesday morning issues. Are your people flying in today, tomorrow, or what?
Hey, Judge.
Okay.
Yep.
So that part,
Stand up.
the weather should not impact their travel here. Wednesday morning, if we have a 2-hour delay, my thought would be that we start at 10:30. That will give us time to get the jury back at 10 o'clock. Are your people flying in? Give us time to get in place by 10:30. I spoke with Court and Transport over the lunch hour to see what impacted is on their operations, and they said it doesn't matter. They just bring everybody over at the same time. They just hold them until everybody gets here.
Okay.
So who are we anticipating potentially on Wednesday?
On Wednesday, good question. Yeah, I think it's just Dr. Torres, Judge, but let me make sure.
And is she coming up from Pueblo?
I think she actually lives here.
Okay. I think storm track is supposed to be more north, so I think coming up from Pueblo is not as much of an issue, but we'll deal with it if we need to, I suppose.
Yeah, but, so we actually have 2 witnesses slated for potentially on Wednesday, depending, of course, on how everybody goes for timing wise. Both of them are local, so we should have no trouble with that.
Okay. All right. So we'll just keep an eye on the weather then and see where we are come Wednesday morning and hope for the best. And I also don't know what the impact will be on potential jurors here either. So we'll just have to deal with that. So, okay.
Right.
Anything else from the prosecution?
Not that I can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Well, I think Mr. Young.
Oh,
has something
Mr. Young.
actually.
You did get the packet that we sent you of jury instructions? Because I know I sent them to defense as well, just.
Or like when?
It was when the trial started.
Yes, I do. I thought if you meant in the last day or so, the answer would be no. But I do have the jury instructions that you sent, was about a few days before we started, I think it was, or the week before, something like that. Okay. All right. Okay. Defense have anything else?
No, you.
Okay. All right. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All right. That is it for the day. We are done. I am going to be live in about 2 minutes, and we're going to be going over this Bethany funk. Get the funk out. Where is Mandy? You guys dance it out and look for the next live. It's going to be up in about 2 minutes.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. I don't give a damn, I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, 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 damn. You're mad at me for not giving you comfort. You say that I'm away so much and now you don't feel the way you felt when we were younger. But that's okay for me, 'cause